613. The great sword celestial Yu Qing was wearing a standard robe of the clothing workshop. There was a sword hanging from his waist, the mighty suppressing 5 mountains. However, compared to this half-immortal weapon that would not be easily unsheathed, Yu Qing actually preferred the standard longsword made by the sword workshop. Hence, the sword he was holding was made by the sword workshop. Many sword celestials and earth immortal sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi still liked to wear the clothing workshop's robes and the sword workshop's swords. Yu Qing had contributed greatly to this. The female sword celestial Ju Cheng was still swinging on the swing. A long time ago, the young man who said that he wanted to visit his hometown died in the hands of his so-called hometown people because of her. Ju Cheng did not have a sword. The golden threads of sword wool that had been passed down from generation to generation were her sheathless swords. The young and handsome sword celestial Wu Chengpei's eyes were red and his face was distorted. Good, good, good. There were many big demons today. There were many familiar faces but also many new ones. The sword celestial Yuan Qingshu of the South Swirl continent and the local sword celestial Gao Kuei stood side by side. Gao Kuei's expression was solemn as he told Yuan Qingshu about the origins of the legendary big demons. This time, the big demons that had been hiding in the wilderness for countless years had all gathered at the southern battlefield. This was a situation that had never happened before. The 14 big demons at the front were the earliest existences in the first editions of the White Swamp painting and the Mountain Searching painting. Later, the many editions that had been passed down in the world did not record them. Even Gao Kuei admitted that he had never seen them alive. This time, the wilderness had gathered them all at once. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yuan Qingshu took a blade-strengthening gourd and drank. Every time Gao Kuei talked about the ancient origins of a big demon, Yuan Qingshu would take a sip of wine. It tasted great to drink with the big demon's name. The sect master of the Taihui sword sect, Han Huizi, was resting with his eyes closed. His palm was resting on the hilt of his sword. He tapped it lightly from time to time. Beside him was the sect master of the floating duckweed sword lake, Li Cai, who was also from the North Continent. Li Cai's eyes were shining. Good, all of them look like they can fight. There were 2 foreign travelers who did not look like sword immortals but more like a fisherman and a woodcutter. They were a pair of close friends on the snowy continent, sword immortal Zhong Liao and Li Ding. Their hearts were originally heavy, but when they looked at each other, they smiled knowingly. They were ready to die. A sword celestial body. Was. Now, not only was his cultivation base higher, he was also fighting to be the first to die. Cheng Quan, a mere nascent soul realm cultivator, did not even have a chance. Cheng Quan, you could just obediently eat the dust behind him. When we get down there, I'll go see her first and piss you off to death. Nalin Yeshing was a little annoyed. Couldn't these animals wait a little longer before they came to die? Once he returned to the immortal realm, wouldn't he be able to kill those beasts with his flying swords in a much more comfortable manner? However, Nalin Yeshing was also a little puzzled. The other party's posture was a little strange. The army that used to be as vast as a swarm of locusts in the sky and as dense as rats and ants on the ground hadn't gathered yet. Could it be that the savage world wanted to rely on these big monsters to attack the city? My son-in-law didn't sell his wine to the savage world. How could these big monsters' brains be broken? Han Huizi smiled. He looked free and easy and high-spirited. After this battle, my Grand Hui sword sect will have a clear conscience. Hidden official rubbed his hands and wiped the corners of his mouth from time to time. He murmured, "It's obvious that they are going to fight. After this battle, as long as we don't die, not only can we drink wine, but we can also drink until we are full." Some sword immortals squatted on the edge of the city wall and reached out to stroke the edges. Their expressions were indifferent, and there was a faint sense of nostalgia that involved life and death. A sword immortal opened a pot of wine and muttered in his heart. He slowly poured the wine and threw the pot out of the city wall. Old Def was expressionless. He was only thinking about when he could walk down the city wall and return to his little nest. The wind at the city wall was really strong. Mi whose expression was solemn. This time, it could be said that they didn't come with good intentions. Li Tuimi, who was in the immortal realm, smiled bitterly. Well, this time, it wasn't that little fatty Yang who could eat meat anymore. Looking at the other party's posture, he was also a dish on the plate. On the vast land south of the city wall, there were a total of 14 seats arranged in a row. The only difference was that the height and size of the seats were different. It was like the strangest ancestral hall in the world. This was different from the arrangement of the ancestral hall in the vast world. Apart from the 14 unfamiliar great demons, the other so-called great demons, who had been familiar faces on the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the past 100 years, no longer appeared to be great demons. These illustrious existences that had attracted the most attention on the battlefield and attracted the most flying swords were now obediently standing behind that line. This was the rule of the desolate world. It was simple, crude, and direct. It was even more straightforward than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for the vast world that liked to pretend, it couldn't be compared at all. Chen Qingdou put his hands behind his back and laughed softly. Your sword skills are high enough. Look at the picture scroll in front of you. It's a beautiful and magnificent concept. I always feel that I can strike with my sword casually. Left and right, what do you think? Left and right reached out to grab the sword. I never think so much when I strike with my sword. Chen Qingdou looked further south. As expected of the master of this world. If he didn't take the initiative to show himself, he really wouldn't be discovered if he was slightly further away. Chen Qingdou retracted his gaze and looked at the noisy fellows. Some of them were people he had interacted with before. Of course, due to various reasons, such as good luck, fast escape, thick skin, and so on, they hadn't been killed by him. However, this was something from a long time ago. As for whether there were stories from a long time later, it was hard to say. The result of his previous deduction was that if he gathered half of the desolate world's fighting power, he would be able to take down the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This wasn't a bluff. It was the truth. However, this bunch of beasts, old and young, liked to fight among themselves. Moreover, that old bastard had been dead for a long time, and didn't appear either. Without a leader, and especially not a single one who could really pin down Chen Qingdou, they were a little scattered. Many times when victory was in their grasp, the battle only became a little bitter. Some of the greater demons would lead their troops and retreat, leading their demons back to rest and recuperate. Sometimes, great sword immortals would enter the enemy's territory and kill one of the greater demons. The rest of the greater demons would then be busy devouring the dead greater demons' forces, and would have no time to attack the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which would be useless even if they succeeded. Therefore, there was only one time in history, and it was also the most dangerous time. It was that martyr's palace in the desolate world, which Chen Qingdou called a rat's nest. Nearly half of the thrones had their respective masters appear. They all made an oath and divided the benefits, and then there was that great battle. It was probably that battle that was truly tragic. If Chen Qingdou didn't remember wrongly, he was the only one left on the city wall. The northern city's array formation was also almost broken, and the future of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was completely destroyed. That time, many elders in the eyes of young sword immortals died, and many children in the eyes of young sword immortals also died. Chen Qingdou sighed and said slowly, "It's time for the three parties to come to a conclusion. After being a felon for 10,000 years, there should be an explanation for himself." Far away in the south, there was an inverted mountain with countless huge broken stones pierced through by iron chains. It was a similar scene to the inverted mountain. The peak of the mountain was facing the ground, and the base of the mountain was facing the sky. The high platform of the inverted mountain was as flat as a mirror. Under the sunlight, it was dazzling, like the largest gold coin in the world. There was a big demon dressed in a long golden robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. The big demon reached out and grabbed a handful of gold coins that were uncertain whether they were real or not. But soon, the coins flowed back to the ground through the gaps of his fingers like water. After all, it was not real enough. It needed so many mountain and river gods in the vast world to make it whole. Only then would his gold throne be worthy of its name. According to the agreement, when he came out of the mountain, all the fragments of the mountain and river gods in the vast world would belong to him. Unfortunately, it was not enough. It was far from enough. If he wanted to become an existence like the grand sun in the sky, unrestrained for thousands of years, and truly become an immortal existence, he had to eat more. It would be best if he could eat the reincarnated true bodies of the legendary heavenly court gods as well. Only then would he be truly full. There was a large cluster of jade palaces hanging high in the sky. A big demon in human form sat on the railing like a miser guarding a huge property. He looked at the great wall of sword chi with a smile. He had heard that further north of the city wall, there was a cloud pavilion made of celestial jade. There was also the ravine residence where the wind and moon rustled during the night. They seemed to be able to add some color to his residence. However, these were all for the sake of a sumptuous meal. He would only be satisfied after he occupied the residence of the mellow scholar Chen, who was known as the master of the world's memorial archways in the South Swirl continent. Then, he would take the ancient ascension platform in the Aquarius continent that was as big as a world. That would be even better. There was a big demon sitting on the skull of a huge deity floating in the air. Beside him, there was a long spear that pierced through the head of the deity. The body of the spear was hidden, and only the tip and the end of the spear were visible. There was a faint sound of thunder at the tip of the spear, and the whole corpse was shaking. The big demon patted the tip of the sword lightly. He had heard that all the cultivators in the world were good at the Five Thunders execution, especially the celestial master residents of Mount Longhu in the central divine continent. There was a throne made of bones, and there were hundreds of thousands of skeletons. There were demons and sword cultivators. There was a big demon without flesh and blood. Its body was as white as jade, and it was stepping on the head of an ancient greatsword immortal. The big demon was drinking with a cup of wine in his hand. The big demon stopped drinking and changed his sitting position. He tilted the wine cup in his hand, and the bright red wine poured over the head. After a while, the head slowly rose into the air. As more wine poured out of the cup, the head grew flesh and blood, tendons, and bones bit by bit. Finally, it became an elder who was 10 feet tall. He looked no different from a human. The big demon shook his sleeve, and a rainbow light shot out. The slightly stiff elder reached out and grabbed the rainbow light. The moment the dull elder with hollow eyes held the rainbow light, he was like a sword immortal holding a sword. His aura was majestic. There was an ancient pillar that was 3 kilometers tall, and it was inscribed with talisman markings that had been lost since a long time ago. There was a scarlet red serpent coiled around it, and there were numerous indifferent and lusterless WM pearls that flowed indeterminately around it. The long snake stuck out its tongue and stared at the top of the wall. It smashed the rotten fence that had been there for thousands of years, and then smashed the inverted mountain. It only had one goal, and that was to find the little fellow that could barely be considered a true dragon in the human world. From then on, it would complete the great Tao, and the heavenly Tao of the two worlds would be decided by it. A tattered long robe slowly appeared. There was nothing in the robe, and it fluttered in the wind. When this strange, ownerless long robe appeared, there were ancient sword wills in the world near the great wall of sword chi that were jumping for joy as if they had met an old friend. There were also more sword wills that seemed to be sobbing. There were also countless sword wills that were aggressive and became more and more irritable, as if they were angrily rebuking the grey robe. There was a beautiful woman wearing an imperial crown and a black dragon robe. She had the head of a human and the body of a flood dragon. She sat on a dragon throne that was the size of a mountain peak. The extremely long body of a flood dragon dragged on the ground. Every time the tip of her tail gently smacked the ground, there would be a violent tremor in the radius of 100 miles, and dust would fly into the air. Compared to her huge body, there were hundreds and thousands of graceful women that were as tiny as dust beside her. They were like the fairies in the murals, with colorful ribbons fluttering in the wind and holding Peeper in their arms. There was a short old man who was hovering on a sword. His arms were as long as an ape's, and he carried a long rod on his shoulder. His hands were casually placed on the rod. His eyebrows and hair were white, but he was dressed in black. The long sword spun slowly, and occasionally, he would suck 1 or 2 Peeper women into his mouth and chew carefully. On one of the old man's hands, there was a string of prayer beads. However, the prayer beads were rather crude. They were only stones of various sizes with distinct edges and corners. The woman who was sitting on the dragon throne and wearing a crown near the old man did not mind. She even waved her sleeves and took the initiative to slap a dozen servant girls to the old man, allowing him to eat them to fill his stomach. A daoist in a snow-white daoist robe was sitting in the air. His face was blurred, and he was 3,000 feet tall. However, he was not a Dharma form, but his real body. Behind the daoist, there was a bright crescent moon, as if it was plucked from the sky and brought to the human world. There was a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, sitting on a huge futon that was spread out with golden books. Even though he was sitting on the ground, he was still taller than the neighbor daoist. There was a shocking sword scar on his chest that was as deep as a ravine. The giant did not deliberately hide it. This was a great humiliation. When he could get back at them, he would wipe it away. Extremely high up, there was a bearded man in neat clothes. There was a saber at his waist and a sword on his back. Next to him stood a young man with a sword rack on his back. His clothes were ragged, and there were many swords in the rack. The thin young man carried them on his back like a peacock spreading its tail. He had clearly received the imperial edict during the last secret meeting at the martyr's palace. However, he still did not show up. He was not even willing to show his face, but no one dared to say anything back then. Even higher up, there was a man in a scholarly robe who sat upright and still. He wore a smile on his face, and his hands were folded over his abdomen. There was a fist-sized ball of light in his palm. It was sometimes snow-white, sometimes pitch-black, and sometimes colorful. There was an extremely handsome young man sitting neither too high nor too low. Not only was he in human form, he was only as tall as an ordinary person. However, upon closer inspection, his face was actually pieced together. There was an ancient sword-nurturing gourd hanging at his waist. Inside it were the remnant souls of sword immortals and many life-bound flying swords that had been worn out. He was about the same as the great monsters sitting beside him. It had been far too long since he had appeared in the world. The things inside the sword-nurturing gourd were consecrated by generations of disciples and grand disciples. A tall and sturdy man in golden armor stood on the ground. His fists were tightly clenched, and a golden light that was as thick as oil constantly flowed out from the gaps in his armor. This golden armor that was an immortal weapon was on the verge of breaking apart. It was not a treasure that hung on one's body, but a cage that resembled a small world. 10,000 years ago, when the human race reached the top, the demon race was banished to a barbarian land that was vast but barren of resources and spiritual chi. Then, sword cultivators were exiled to the area around the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where they began to build a city to defend it. This was the so-called wasteland of today, one of the 4 places after the human world was divided into 4. When the wasteland had just officially become a world, the heaven and earth had just been formed. It was like a newborn, and the great Tao was still in its embryonic form. There were 3 sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, led by Chen Qingdu, who confronted the sword at the moon-bearing mountain. After that, the demon ancestor disappeared without a trace, leaving the group without a leader. This led to the confrontation between the wasteland of Sword Chi and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for the ancient well known as the Martyr's Palace, it was not only the place where the great monsters later discussed matters, but also the place where they were imprisoned. In fact, the moon-bearing mountain was the earliest palace that resembled the royal palace of a secular dynasty. However, after the battle at the moon-bearing mountain, Chen Qingju returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone. The moon-bearing mountain was in ruins at that time, so they had to build a supplementary capital of the Martyr's Palace to discuss matters. However, in the 10,000 years of history, there had never been a gathering of 14 thrones. At most, there were 6 or 7 of them. This was already considered a rare major matter in the wasteland of Sword Chi that needed to be discussed. At the very least, 2 or 3 great monsters would be able to make a decision and swear an oath. After that sudden, earth-shattering battle, countless dragons and serpents of the wasteland of Sword Chi rose to power and flocked to their own territories. This golden-armored man was one of the most outstanding of them all. After that great battle, the wasteland of Sword Chi lost the only person who could convince the masses. He wanted to fight for the position of ruler of the world. However, according to the rules, he failed to ascend the moon-bearing mountain and was punished. The great monsters in charge of guarding the moon-bearing mountain worked together to detain him at the bottom of the ancient well in the martyr's palace. Who would have thought that he would scheme and connect to the outside world? After much difficulty, he was finally able to break free. It just so happened that a young daoist who was traveling the wasteland of Sword Chi arrived at the ancient well. He stood at the mouth of the well and extended a finger, gently pushing the great monster back into the well. A finger not only pushed him back into the prison at the bottom of the well, but golden light also shone down, firmly trapping this great demon of high seniority. Fortunately, the great demon had a long lifespan since ancient times. It was far from comparable to the human race raised by the ancient gods. Once they chose to hibernate, the flow of time had little effect on them. Finally, the old man reappeared and allowed him to atone for his mistakes with his sinful body. On the unmoving line in the south, an inverted mountain and a golden-robed great monster. The great monster sitting alone on the railing of a jade palace was like an ancient immortal recorded in the book of the vast world. The man on the head of the god's corpse had a spear that pierced through the skull. It contained the purest divine will of lightning in the wasteland of Sword Chi. On the throne of bones, it had forged an ancient great sword immortal into a puppet that had returned to its peak. The scarlet snake coiling around the pillar was like the master of all the water gods in the wasteland of Sword Chi. The snow-robed daoist had refined half of the essence of one of the 3 moons in the wasteland of Sword Chi into his lifebond item. The 3-headed, 6-armed giant had been the first to scale the Great Wall of Sword Chi, surviving a blow from Chen Qingdo's sword. On this expedition to the wasteland of Sword Chi, the territory of the ancestral hall, regardless of its size, would be destroyed. The woman in the dragon robes with the imperial crown aspired to become the master of the wasteland of Sword Chi. The orderly flow of incense in the mortal world and the rebirth of the gods were all under her control. In exchange, she gave her Yeluohe to another great monster of the same generation. Henceforth, there would be no more competition between fellow Taoists in the wasteland of Sword Chi. Before this, neither side trusted the other and both wanted to eat the other. Now, however, they both had greater desires. The owner of the tattered robe had left the Great Wall of Sword Chi with Chen Qingdo. He had been one of the sword cultivators of the same generation as Chen Qingdo on the moon-supporting mountain. He had once been the best friend of the eldest sword immortal. The bearded man next to him, his only disciple, had once fought with Alliance. They had also drunk wine together. When he had nothing else to do, he had helped that old blind man move mountains. The man in Confucian robes wanted to go to the wasteland of Sword Chi. After the mortal world was completely destroyed, he wanted to rebuild the mountains and rivers. He wanted to use his knowledge to educate all living beings, teaching them regardless of background. The great monster that had been bound by the golden armor for countless years not only wanted to go to the wasteland of Sword Chi, he also wanted to lead an army to the blue netherworld realm, to the Beko Keikyung building. The old man on the sword wanted to refine all of the 5 sacred mountains in the wasteland of Sword Chi for his own use. He also wanted to personally destroy the 9 majestic strongholds and ask by Zi what he was thinking. The handsome man with the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist felt that his ambitions were the smallest. All he wanted was to gain the face of all of the beauties in the wasteland of Sword Chi. Even if the female cultivators on the mountain lost their face, it wasn't like they couldn't live. If they lost their face, they wouldn't even need him to do anything. There were thousands of ways for them to die. These 14 great monster spirits were the peak of the wasteland of Sword Chi. Most of them had been awakened from their endless slumber. Some of them had been awake the entire time, but they had remained in their lairs throughout history. They had chosen to stand by and watch the war at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had never interfered with the once-in-a-century siege. The number of seats in the martyr's palace wasn't fixed. When someone died, their throne would shatter and fall to the bottom of the well. When someone of the younger generation rose to prominence, they would occupy a seat in the martyr's palace. There was no such thing as seniority. The stronger one was, the higher the throne, and the weaker one was supposed to look up to the others. The history of the wasteland was a history of experts stepping on the corpses of ants and climbing to the top to achieve immortal feats. There were also mortal dynasties that weren't inferior to the wasteland of Sword Chi. They had various rules and etiquette, but in the end, they didn't end well. They couldn't withstand being trampled on by some of the great monster spirits who had turned from neutral to hostile. In the long river of time, they were like a flash in the pan. The ultimate goal of the wasteland's experts was to become incomparably strong. Other than that, everything else was a fabrication. The internal friction, the destruction of millions of demons, and the death of countless ants were all steps for a single expert to climb to the top. This small group of existences kept each other in check so that they wouldn't all walk down the same path. This was the only rule in this world. The existence of the Martyr's Palace and the increase and decrease of thrones in the ancient well were all rules. The 14 great monsters suddenly fell to the ground. A grey-robed elder slowly walked out from the center, holding the hand of a young child. The child held a head in his hand. The man had died with his eyes wide open. Even as he died, his eyes were still glaring fearlessly, as if his hatred hadn't been appeased. Behind the grey-robed elder and the child was an ascendant realm great monster with his head lowered and waist bent. This was the great monster in charge of the previous siege, the one being chased by the new sword immortals on the city walls. This great monster called himself Chongguang. He was an ancient existence with a revered status in the wasteland. Chongguang naturally didn't dare to reveal his true body. He swaggered behind the grey-robed elder. After the grey-robed elder stopped, Chongguang followed the former's instructions and strode forward. He approached the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone and said loudly, "In the next battle, sword immortals who don't use their full strength will not die on the day the Great Wall of Sword Chi is breached. From now on, you are free to travel the wasteland or go to the vast world to enjoy the scenery. As for the sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms on the city walls, those who are unwilling to use their swords and leave the city walls will be my wasteland's first-class guests, honored guest." The city walls were silent. Dong San sneered, "Bastards of the upper 5 realms in the south, the first to reach the city walls will die." Chongguang turned his head. After all, it wasn't his turn to speak ruthlessly. The grey-robed elder patted the child's head. "Go, you were old friends. Now, as a direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain, pay your respects to Chen Qing." The child held the blooded head in one hand and walked out slowly. He walked faster and faster, and his momentum was like thunder. He was the last one to stand still and threw the head out. It rolled on the ground. The owner of that head was a great sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi who had been hiding in the wasteland for 600 years. Not only was his swordsmanship high, he was also proficient in the art of maneuvering. Many battles between great demons were planned by him. The child felt wronged. He turned his head and said, "Master, my realm is too low now, and there are too many sword chi on the city walls. I can't throw it on the city walls." The grey-robed elder smiled, "It's fine as long as you have the intention. Moreover, those sword immortals have good eyesight." The child grinned. He shifted his gaze and looked at the young man beside the bearded man provocatively. The young man didn't say a word. He only unsheathed the swords on the sword rack behind him. The grey-robed elder looked up at the city walls. In his eyes, there was only the eldest sword immortal, Chen Qingdou. Chen Qingdou put his hands behind his back and looked down at the ground. Then, he reached out and casually pulled the head of an ascendant realm great demon from the prison north of the city walls. Then, Chen Qingdou held it in his hand and said with a smile, "I've kept this head for you for so many years. It's also a direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain." The grey-robed elder smiled, "Chen Qingdou, I haven't seen you for 10,000 years. Have you become so powerful?" After a pause, the elder finally asked, "Then I'll let you die again." Many sword immortals from other places on the city walls were confused. Chen Qingdou said, "As expected of the resentment that has been suppressed underground for 10,000 years. No wonder you're so arrogant." The grey-robed elder shook his head, "I heard that the new sword is called Long Breath. It's not very good." "No, it's too bad." Chen Qingdou kept his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "If you're a woman, You'll know whether I'm good or not." Whistles sounded on the city walls. It seemed that not only the sword immortals in the city liked this. Actually, sword immortals were about the same. The child returned to the grey-robed elder's side and shook his master's sleeve. "I'm convinced by what you said." The grey-robed elder was not annoyed at all. He lowered his head to look at the disciple in seclusion who he had spent so much effort to find but still had an incomplete soul. Instead, he smiled and said, "These people, whether they're dead or alive, sword immortals or not, they're the best at talking. In the future, if you want to learn such unconventional skills, feel free to learn them at Vast Heaven." The great demon sitting on the railing of the immortal residence laughed and said, "You, Chen Qingdou, are truly respectable, hateful, and pitiful. However, you're the most pitiful. Imprisoning these great demons and not killing them, as a whetstone for sword immortals, and as the product of that pill workshop, you should be cursed by many scholars in Vast Heaven, right? Dragging the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi here to die, you should be hated by your own people. Don't you think you're pitiful? You've already died once, but you still have to be criticized behind your back. Chen Qingdou, oh Chen Qingdou, if I were you, I'd rather die than worry." Chen Qingdou did not even look at this pinnacle great demon. He looked left and right at the jade palaces with ethereal immortal auras and asked, "Are you even worthy of speaking to Boss Sword Immortal?" The great demon laughed and said, "Perhaps I'm not worthy enough to speak to Chen Qingdou, but it should be enough to speak to you." The child walked out alone again and finally walked to the side of the head. He stepped on the head of the great sword immortal and looked up with a smile. "I'm 12 years old now. Isn't your great wall of sword Qi full of geniuses? Someone who's about the same age as me and has fought with me before. I won't bully you. Any sword immortal below 30 years old is fine. Remember to bring a few half-immortal weapons or Dharma treasures, or it won't be enough." The old sword immortal frowned and said, "This little bastard is hoping that Ning Yarrow will appear. After exchanging a life for a life, he wants you to leave the city so that that old bastard can take advantage of the situation." Chen Qingdou nodded and said with a smile, "That's what I'm thinking. But it doesn't matter. If I can't even handle this bit of provocation, what's the point of guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Chen Qingdou waved his hand. A group of more than 10 young people appeared behind him. Pang Yuanji, Chen Sanqiu, and Dong Huafu were among them. Of course, there were also Ning Yarrow, who had already come out of seclusion, and Chen Pinggan, who was originally standing in the pavilion on Dragon Slaying Cliff. Chen Qingdou stretched out his arm and lifted the head. He turned his head and smiled. "Who's going to return the gift for me?" Ning Yarrow took a step forward, but a hand pressed on her shoulder. Chen Pinggan said, "I'll go." Chen Qingdou smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that you'll use up your only chance?" "Then what about the next battle?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Chen Qingdou casually threw the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon. "Go all out and have a good fight." A green-robed figure leaped onto the city wall. Then, he stepped on air and ran down along the wall. Then, he suddenly stood still, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. His knees were slightly bent. With a bang, he shot toward the southern land like an arrow and caught the falling head. He picked it up with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. Finally, he floated down to the ground. On the ground, the child tiptoed and grabbed the dust-stained head of the sword immortal in his hand. He slowly walked forward. The two sides were more than 100 steps apart. Chen Qingdou sneered and said, "The outcome of this battle will be decided between you and me. Who's going to take a sword strike? What do you think?" The grey-robed elder nodded and said, "Why not?" On the battlefield, the two sides confronted each other. The child smiled and stretched out his hand. Chen Pinggan threw out the great demon's head. At the same time, the child raised his arm and, intentionally or unintentionally, threw the sword immortal's head high into the air. The child did not extend his hand to catch the head of his fellow great demon from Moonbearing Mountain. Instead, he stomped the great demon to the ground and patted the blood off his body. He leaned forward and crossed his arms. "You look so light. You're not strong enough to fight." The green-robed young man took the head and held it in front of him. He gently wiped the unknown great sword immortal's face with his hand and made him close his eyes. However, this action was a huge flaw in his plan. After the child punched, the green-robed figure retreated dozens of feet. He drew a not too deep trench on the ground, but he still stood firm. The child stood where the young man originally stood. He nodded and said happily, "Not bad. You can play with me for a while." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. The sword immortal head in his hand disappeared into thin air. Great sword immortal Yu Qing put the head under his armpit and cupped his fists at the young man. The child smiled and said, "It's your turn to punch. You only have one chance. After that, I'll go all out. You'll die very quickly. Compared to my original opponent, Ning Yarrow, and her useless parents, you'll definitely die much faster." Chen Pingan turned his head to look at the child. He then lowered his head and rolled up his sleeves. The corner of his mouth curled up. Finally, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. His eyes became more and more silent. The things that he had suppressed in his heart were now rising like a dragon in a well. Therefore, when he finally raised his head, it was a young face with a ferocious smile. 614. There was one good thing about cultivators who had grasped the true Great Tao. It seemed like there was no such thing as parting in life and death. As long as the opportunity arrived, they could meet again after a long separation. So what if it had been 10,000 years? Hadn't he still met Chen Qingdou, and Chen Qingdou had met him? The only difference was that he was standing on one side of the river of time while Chen Qingdou was standing on the other side. The child didn't even look at the young man whose name he didn't know, only at the old man standing on the wall with his hands behind his back. This was Chen Qingdou, nicknamed Eldest Sword Immortal. Ever since he had awakened, his master and senior brother had never hidden anything from him. Thus, Chen Qingdou was not only his master's old friend, but also his own old friend. Back then, the three most senior, most skilled, and most lethal felons had traveled together, taking advantage of the fact that the foundation of the great Tao of the world had yet to be stabilized. The sun, moon, and stars had shifted, and the 4 seasons and solar terms had changed. But regardless, his master had still been recognized as the master of the great Tao of the world. Chen Qingdou and the other leaders of the felons, Guan Zhao and the Dragon Lord, had paid the price of being trapped in a situation where their swordsmanship was superior to that of the great Tao of the world. Whether it was the process or the result of that battle, the history of the world had never recorded it, and those who knew the inside story could be counted on one's fingers. The child had heard from a senior brother of Moon-bearing Mountain that the surrounding tens of thousands of li had been turned upside down. Moon-bearing Mountain had been reduced in size by half, the result of the master of that tattered robe handing over his sword. As for the earliest embryonic form of the Yeluohe, it was said that he had created it with a single slash of his sword, resulting in its grandeur. But he was the most miserable of them all. His soul was incomplete and had been scattered throughout the world. Generations of guardians of Moon-bearing Mountain had always had a secret mission, which was to help him gather his soul. Even now, they had only managed to gather his original soul and physical form and then pieced together the rest of his soul. As for his physical body, it had long since been obliterated and could not be reconstructed. In this aspect, he was actually not as fortunate as the Dragon Lord. For better or worse, the Dragon Lord had left behind a real head. Alas, the withered bone great monster that he had named Bai Ying had been playing with for years. When he was in the mood, he poured a cup of wine and used some unorthodox arts to create a puppet with the strength of a great sword immortal. It was a pity that he had not been able to learn this move, or else how much fun would he have had in breaking through the great wall of sword chi. But for some unknown reason, the Dragon Lord, who had only lost 1 soul and 2 physical forms, had retained most of his intelligence. As a comrade who had fought alongside Chen Qingdou in the past and the earliest sword immortal of the human race, not only had he never shown his true face, he had not even taken back the head that originally belonged to him. He had allowed Bai Ying, whose killing power was roughly equal to his, to trample on his skull and ignored it. Instead, he had an inexplicable deep-seated hatred for his close friend, Chen Qingdou. The child raised his hand and yawned, quietly waiting for the Dragon Lord to make his move. The outcome had long been decided, so it was really meaningless. After looking at Chen Qingdou, he turned to look at the young woman standing at the edge of the city wall. Ning Yarou. She was a young sword cultivator whose name had been heard throughout the wilderness for a long time. It had little to do with the level of her current realm, but the level of her realm in the future would determine her position in the hearts of many great monsters in the wilderness. What was a genius? It was as if as long as one ignored them for a few days or a few years, that future would arrive in the blink of an eye, without any accidents or what-ifs. He was like that. That bastard who carried the mohist sword rack on his back could be counted as half a genius. His name was strange, and he was called Beijing. His master, Beijing, was the truly amazing one. Even his master had said, it's a pity that his temperament wasn't domineering enough, resulting in his swordsmanship not reaching the peak. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate to suppress the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be this person. He had heard that in the central plains of the vast world, there was a young man who learned martial arts called Cao Ci, who was also like him. The child was stepping on the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Monster. Nominally, he was still a direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain lineage. However, in the prison at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, his physique had been damaged too much, and he had lost too much of his cultivation. That was why Chen Qingdou was able to pull out his head with a casual pull. However, his Ascendant realm was not stable, and his physique was still that of a great monster of the wilderness. If it were him now, even if he carried a few immortal weapons and chopped for a few years, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Chen Qingdou was indeed very powerful. This time, he had followed his master out of the mountain and visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had seen so many people who were about to die, and the people on the city wall were all sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. This trip had not been in vain. This 12-year-old child who still looked like a child thought a lot. If he was on the battlefield, it would only take a few blinks of an eye. He patted his mouth and said, if I deliberately didn't kill you and let you live half a life out of kindness, would Ning Yarou come down and fight in your place? If she did, then you are really lucky. In the future, the 2 heavens, or even the 4 heavens, will remember you. To be able to be my first candidate for the battle after leaving the mountain, you will still be alive. The old man who carried the long rod on his shoulder used the abhina hibernating half-dead. In his early years, he had swallowed more than 10 towering mountains of the wilderness in one breath. He had been sleeping soundly for thousands of years. The woman in the dragon robe next to him laughed softly and asked, did this child come up with this idea on the spur of the moment, or did he receive the instructions of the Grand Elder? The woman shook her head. In the Grand Elder's eyes, there is only Chen Qingdou and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He has no interest in these trivial matters. As the master of the Yeluohe and the 36 rivers, she had not fallen into a long slumber. Or perhaps it could be said that the scarlet snake that had once been in conflict with the great Tao could not allow her to cultivate in peace. The 2 sides had been at each other's throats for 3,000 years, and countless disciples and grand disciples had been killed or wounded. However, their cultivations had not been damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, they had been steadily improving. The dead soldiers under their command were all great nourishment for them. Compared to eating a great monster every few days and ruining their reputation, it was more worth it. Every 800 years or 1,000 years, the 2 sides would arrange a battle. Although it was called a battle, it was just that the 2 sides would work together to isolate a world and reveal their true bodies, causing the world to shake. Most of the time, they would fight on their own, destroying 1 or 2 half-immortal weapons and a pile of tattered magical treasures that they had received as offerings. Finally, when they had had enough fun, they would shatter a small world and deliberately make their true bodies a bloody mess. After all, the 2 sides were keenly aware that there was not much of a difference in strength between them. If they really wanted to fight to the death, there were quite a few existences of the same generation sitting on the throne of the ancient well who would not mind working together to eat them. This was especially true of that skeleton, which loved to act stealthily and dig 3 feet into the ground. Many great monsters in history who had been secretly recovering from their injuries had silently died while recuperating. In truth, they had been refined into puppets. Thus, Great Monster Bai Ying's fighting strength was not high on the surface, but her family's foundation was immeasurably deep. The old man on the sword patted the long rod lightly with both hands. That's interesting. I like this child. When he arrives at the vast world, I must give him a gift. The woman in the dragon robe and the old man on the sword were half-daoist companions. She joked, "He's the last disciple of the ancestor. Is it your turn to give him a gift?" The old man laughed. "It's up to the child to accept him, but it's up to me to give him a gift. If he doesn't accept it, I'll strike him with the rod and his soul will be scattered." Come again, the vast world is famous for its heavenly treasures. It's not difficult to piece together his bones and soul. Who knows, the next time this child appears, his aptitude will be even better than now. The ancestor will have to thank me for helping him. The child whose original name is Guanzhao suddenly grins. It's better to change his real opponent to Ning Yarrow in his first battle. As expected, Guanzhao had received his hint. The handsome great demon with the beautiful blade-strengthening gourd on his waist glanced at Ning Yarrow on the city wall again. He also felt that Ning Yarrow would gain more if she fought. Therefore, this great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. A beam of sword light flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd and went straight for the young man who was delaying things. Only if Ning Yarrow died on the city wall would he have a chance to peel off the skin of the little girl's face. Ning Yarrow's face, as well as that of the Green Mountain deity Madam and the female martial god Pei Wan, were all great beauties that he had to obtain. After the sword light left the blade-strengthening gourd, it shot forward in a straight line. Although it was called a sword light, it was actually as thick as the mouth of a well. The sword chi was so strong that it stirred up countless sword chi and sword intent that were originally flowing between heaven and earth. The sword light was so fast that it only tore a wide trench several feet deep on the ground when it was about to hit the young man in the green robe. Did they care about the rules of the battlefield? Did they care about the identity of a great demon? There was no such thing in the desolate world. When the desolate world lost the Battle of the 13, who among the great demons, including Chongguang, took it seriously? Only the sword immortals and the vast world took it seriously. After breaking the agreement, the two great demons who had sworn oaths on behalf of the desolate world died on the spot. Did the desolate world suffer a loss? If they could trade lives with the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, what did it matter if a few great demons died? The desolate world could afford to lose them. The desolate world had always been troubled by the fact that the Great Wall of Sword Chi was indestructible. The Great Wall of Sword Chi allowed the sword immortals to advance and retreat as they pleased. Every sword immortal that could be injured but not killed was the most troublesome thing to deal with. The desolate world and the vast world viewed the drop in cultivation base as the greatest calamity on the path of cultivation. Only the drop in cultivation base of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not considered a drop in cultivation base. After the great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd and sent out a sword, he began to wait for the outcome of the battle. As long as that young man died, the Patriarch's disciples could continue fighting. Wasn't there still Ning Yarrow? The people of the Great Wall of Sword Chi cared about face. They cared about face to the death. If Chen Qing became unhappy and chose to attack, the Patriarch would not hesitate. Then, they might as well engage in a chaotic battle. Both sides would save time and effort. So what if the prelude to war was kicked off? On the city wall, Chen Qing couldn't say whether he was happy or not. Before the great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd, he smiled and said, "Left and right, as the eldest senior brother, it shouldn't be difficult to create a clean and refreshing battlefield for our junior brother, right? If the other party really goes overboard, you just have to leave the city wall. I will personally hold the line for you." Left and right nodded. As a result, thousands of strands of sword chi appeared out of thin air in front of the green-robed figure and shot into the sky, shattering the surging sword chi on the spot. "You're attacking just like that. Isn't your opponent me?" After the great demon that oversaw the thousands of bejeweled palaces landed, he didn't put away the ancient immortal mansions that he had painstakingly gathered. They circled around slowly like stars moving to the side of the immortals. The great demon slowly raised his hand, and a palm-sized ancient hall that was completely made of white jade flew into the sky above the two people on the battlefield. It suddenly grew larger and covered the sky as it smashed towards the ancestor's disciple and the young man in green. It didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Left and right unsheathed his sword. His sword will was far from majestic. He was almost silent and motionless. He just casually slashed down. The white jade palace that was as big as a mountain was slashed into two. Not only that, sword chi splattered in all directions. The palace was reduced to dust. Huge rocks cracked and jade fragments fell like rain. The great demon who looked like an immortal did not feel any heartache. He clapped his hands and laughed, "Good swordsmanship. It's enough." The great demon turned to look at the bearded man with a sword on his back. "How about it? This sword cultivator who can stand beside Chen Qing, I'll let you deal with him." The bearded man said calmly, "On the battlefield, I'll let left and right kill you first. Then I'll avenge you. If you want to thank me, shut up. Otherwise, it'll be the Great Wall of Sword Chi's turn to thank me." The great demon sighed. "Even if I kill left and right, it'll be a loss no matter how I look at it. After all, no matter how good the Chen family's memorial archways are, they're still new objects. These old objects that I've kept for many years are all my favorites. They're all unique objects in the world. If they're gone, they're gone. Where can I find them again?" As expected, sword cultivators like you are more straightforward. When you fight, you don't have to care about these gains and losses. On the city wall, Pang Yuanji was a little angry. He said in a low voice, "These great demons are helping that little bastard to create the atmosphere of heaven and earth. They want to suppress Chen Ping'an's state of mind." Chen Sancho's expression was serious. This was the battlefield on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Those who charged into the fray for the sake of personal feelings usually did not end up well. The demon race of the wilderness liked impulsive sword cultivators the most. Once the battle started, even if you were a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, if you felt that you could single-handedly reverse the situation, you would not be happy. You would only let the demon race have their way and give away a series of battle merits for free. Many great demons would deliberately set up traps. They would catch the severely injured sword cultivator in their hands and slowly tear off his limbs. Then, they would throw him into their mouths and chew. Sometimes, they would pull out the tendons of the sword cultivator in their hands and peel off his skin bit by bit. All kinds of tragic scenes were too horrible to look at. Sword cultivators who were in trouble would only suffer a fate worse than death. Sword cultivators who had their souls suppressed would even wish to commit suicide. The great demon's purpose was to lure more sword cultivators away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi and enter the hinterland to fight. When the sword immortal attacked, there would be great demons who would instantly surround him and split the battle merits. There had been many such bloody lessons in history. When young sword cultivators who were favored by the heavens were captured, their clan elders or sword cultivators who preached the Tao would go and save them, but they would die. Sword immortals would go and die again. Sword immortals would go and die again. Sword immortals would go and die again. In the end, it was the young sword cultivator who died the last. There was a young sword cultivator who was not killed by the great demons in the end. The young sword cultivator who was crippled and had his flying sword broken was casually thrown to the ground by the great demon. When the great demon retreated, he ordered all the demon race to take a detour, leaving the heavens favored by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Many young people who had their flying swords smashed and their longevity bridge completely destroyed would often end up like this. They would either accumulate some strength on the battlefield and choose to commit suicide, or they would be carried away from the battlefield and commit suicide at a later time in the city. The wilderness only cared about victory and defeat and life and death. It did not care about the process. Ning Yarrow said, "Then they will regret it." She gently clenched her hands and unsheathed her sword. The tip of her sword was pointed at the great demon who had summoned a white jade palace. In front of the line where the grey-robed elder and the 14-peak great demons stood, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. Sword tips broke through the void and slowly emerged. It was as if a total of 15 small worlds had been added between the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The wilderness, the left and right sword cultivators were asking all the great demons at the same time. The wildlands and the Great Wall of Sword energy were at different levels of cultivation. Both sides were well aware that the more attention the wildlands and the Great Wall of Sword energy had, the more likely they were to die in the next battle. Those who didn't die were simply courting death. Those who could have died a bit later would die even faster. First, it was Chen Pingan. Then, it was the left and right. The wilderness, the literary sage's lineage, had never been reasonable. The golden-armored burly man suddenly revealed his huge true form. The golden armor on his body expanded and firmly suppressed the great demon. The golden-armored burly man reached out to block the sword tip. He pushed back the sword and the whirlpool. In the end, the sword and the whirlpool shattered together. The golden armor on his body was splashed by the sword chi. The burly man did not even look at it. He only lowered his head and looked at a small gap in his golden palm. Unfortunately, it was quickly covered by a thick golden light elsewhere on his finger, filling the gap. The burly man was furious. He reverted to his human form. After thinking for a while, he decided that in the next battle, he had to deal with this left and right sword cultivator who had decent sword skills. On the line, the great demons with ancient well-thrones used their mystiques. Some punched out to disperse the flying sword and the whirlpool. Some of the movements were so loud that the earth trembled. For example, the sword immortal who stood beside the withered bone great demon, Bai Ying, used his sword against another. The difference in size between the two swords caused countless sparks to fly. It was like a gorgeous rain of fire falling on the ground. Some of the great demons had profound methods. They also raised their hands to create a small world to clash with the sword. The bearded man did not do it himself. He just let his disciple fly into the air and use his sword to resist. The scholarly man dealt with it the most easily. He allowed the huge flying sword to fly out of the whirlpool and go straight to him. Then, the flying sword shrank its sword chi in the air. The size of the flying sword changed rapidly and finally became the size of a pocket-sized flying sword. It hovered in front of the scholarly man. He put his two fingers together and smiled. With a flick of his hand, the flying sword turned around and flew to a place far away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It suddenly disappeared. The scholarly sage, who was sitting at the end of the city wall, also flicked his two fingers and sent the flying sword into the billowing white fog formed by the long river of time. Then, in the next moment, the flying sword inexplicably fell straight from the top of the scholarly man's head. The man smiled and raised his sleeve. The flying sword immediately dissipated. The fierce flying sword that was stained with the aura of the long river of time returned to heaven and earth. On the battlefield, the child did not care about the sword light behind him from beginning to end. He did not care about the white jade palace that rose into the air and was destroyed by the sword on the city wall. It was just that the sword light that left the blade-strengthening gourd shattered and the white jade palace exploded, causing the sword chi around the battlefield to become chaotic. The child's vision became a little blurry. The child twitched the corner of his mouth. He gently pushed aside the great demon's head that was originally under his feet and kicked it away to avoid getting in the way. What kind of senior brother was a dead direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain? The child withdrew his foot and just stood there, not dodging. The other party was finally willing to make a move. He was really a good person with a gentle temperament. There was no point in being so careful. After leaving the city wall and confronting him, it would be difficult for him to live. Death was the easiest way. However, when he thought about how to deal with the corpse and soul so that he could lure Ning Yarrow down from the city wall to fight another battle with him and die together, the child was a little troubled. He really could not do something like chewing on a person's limbs and face. He was not a Yarrow and did not have a true body that was easily thousands of zhong long. Even if he opened his mouth to the maximum, how long would it take for him to disgust someone? He was afraid that he would be half dead from disgust before he could disgust someone. Moreover, he was just a dabbler sword cultivator with an unstable soul. Just practicing the sword was already very strenuous. He had never learned the immortal technique of using the soul as a wick to light a lamp. Now, the child who had helped him name himself Li Zhan only thought that fighting was fine, but he found that when he was really on the battlefield, he had to think so much. He regretted that he had been too careless in practicing the sword in the past. Then, he was overjoyed by the jealousy and resentment that some senior brothers and sisters hid in their hearts. Li Jun looked around absent-mindedly. The other party was still passable. He was a sword cultivator with 2 intrinsic flying swords. One of the flying swords was extremely slender and sharp like a needle. It was ancient and carried an aura of rustling pines. It was a little similar to many sword immortal flying swords that did not have much killing power but could kill people quickly. The intrinsic item had the aura of interweaving lightning. It was not concealed at all and was completely unwilling to hide. This was even more similar to those sword immortals who were known for their outstanding killing power. It was no wonder that Boss Sword Immortal had placed such a heavy bet on him. He was quite capable. However, it was a little odd. He had clearly conjured 2 intrinsic flying swords at once, but they were not used to kill the enemy. The other party still closed in on him and moved rather quickly. The child was a little worried. He had too many worldly possessions. After leaving Moon-Bearing Mountain with his master, he had been busy receiving gifts all day long. First, it was his senior brothers and sisters who insisted on giving him gifts. Later, it was the great demons whose names he could not remember. Did they really think that he was a trash collector? It was simply delaying his cultivation. He did not expect that it would finally be of some use today. Otherwise, once his realm was high, he would have to deal with a bunch of trash every few years. He would not be happy to give it away, but it would be a pity to throw it away. Therefore, his master was right. He should not be too lazy when it came to cultivation. It was not too late to be lazy when he reached the upper 5 realms. In any case, he had learned the remarkable power of heaven and earth in the sleeve. It would save him a lot of trouble and he would not be afraid even if thousands of treasures were piled up into a mountain. The senior sister who had now gone into seclusion had once said that the world was too rich. It was the kind that was unimaginable. There were simply too many immortal sects. Those cultivators of all ages and realms were all very smart. They were even more afraid of death. In order to not die, they could disregard everything. When he reached there, it would be fun to test people's hearts. Once the child hesitated, he might as well not hesitate anymore. He would just take his attack. If he had the ability to summon another flying sword, he would take his attack. If he had that immortal treasure, he would smash his head. It was just that he let his opponent take this attack. It did not delay him from laying the foundation for his next attack. He had already said that he would let his opponent die as soon as possible. It was not like he was bragging. Therefore, it was true that the child stood motionless. Within 100 feet, the ground rose more than an inch, as if a medium-sized platform was pulled out of the ground. Then, in an instant, in all directions, not only the battlefield where the 2 were, but also near the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as well as the sky thousands of feet above the city wall, there was a kind of pure sword will of the same origin as the Great Tao. It was not Sword Chi, but it condensed into a substance without any warning. It crisscrossed within the platform, wrapped in silk threads. Under the sunlight, the snow-white sword will shone brightly, interweaving into a cage of sword will that seemed to be imprisoning the child. The green-robed man did not choose to fight at close range. The moment before the cage appeared, he seemed to have sensed the abnormality of heaven and earth and changed his course. However, he did not stop and stand still. He just slowed down a little, like a lonely ghost wandering about 100 feet away from the child. He did not get close to the cage of sword will. He held a stack of talisman in each of his hands and threw them out casually. He either let the talisman drift with the wind or embed them into the ground. From time to time, some yellow paper talisman approached the high platform of earth that rose a little more than an inch, but they were silently cut into pieces by the still sword light condensed by the sword will. In the end, they were scattered on the high platform in pieces. Li Jun was a little disappointed. You don't even dare to exchange your life with mine. You are really boring as a sword cultivator. It is rare for you to have a generous chance to die, but you don't even grasp it. I am not a relative, and we don't have the custom of burning yellow paper during the Qingming festival. What are you doing? Li Jun walked slowly, and the whole cage moved with him. The sword will that was originally scattered between heaven and earth gathered more and more, and the cage grew bigger and bigger. For some reason, outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi, all the ancient sword wills that were of the same Tao but different origin chose to stay still at this moment, which was extremely rare. They did not follow the sword will and conspire with it, nor were they too hostile or obstructive. Chen Shi and Qi Tingji, the two old sword immortals who had carved big characters on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, said telepathically, "It is the remnant sword will that the senior left here in the early years. For 10,000 years, he has never favored any descendant of the Great Wall of Sword Chi." No wonder. Qi Tingji frowned and sneered. "Senior. This kind of filthy trash who can abandon the Tao of sword for the sake of reaching the peak of his own swordsmanship, can he be called our senior?" Chen Shi did not want to be tangled up in this matter, and sighed. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan ran away quickly. Otherwise, if he was in the middle of it, even a nascent soul sword cultivator would have to give up his body to have a slim chance of survival. But in this way, how can we continue fighting? Qi Tingji looked into the distance. Chen Pinggan's fist will has to go through a process of retracting and releasing if he wants to reach the peak of his own Tao. That bastard is not idle either, and he knows how to create and seize opportunities. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to use this move right from the start. Most of the other sword wills would have to obstruct him. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan is not at a disadvantage. This kind of opportunity to borrow the Tao of heaven and earth to sharpen the true meaning of his fist is not common. This sword formation is only borrowed for temporary use after all. It won't be able to last for too long. Chen Shi shook his head and said, "Don't forget what status he has now. He will have many good things on him." Li Jun strolled leisurely on the battlefield, and said with a smile, "One move is over. It's not good to let you wander around aimlessly like this. Don't think that you can set up talisman formations as you please just because you're far away from me. Do you know that you're very annoying like this? Do you really think that I can only stand there and take a beating?" The child shook his sleeves, and a sparkling and translucent dharmic seal rolled out. He stomped it through the muddy platform, and it fell to the ground below. Then, he tossed out a half-sheathless broken sword. It was mottled with rust, and the sword light was turbid. The child shook out a small and exquisite bronze pagoda from his sleeves, which seemed to be an imitation of the Beko Keikyang building. However, the pagoda was on the verge of breaking, and the cracks were obvious. It did not seem to be of great use. Most of the time, it was useless after being used once. The pagoda fell, but because it was extremely heavy, it sank into the ground and disappeared. Li Jun walked without stopping, and it was the same again and again. Every time he threw out a celestial treasure, he would stomp it to the ground. As he walked and threw it, he said, "Every step I take is a small flaw. I'm also reminding you out of kindness that your flying sword can't break the sword formation. At least you can take the opportunity to drive your flying sword to burrow into the ground, and see if you can poke me from the bottom. But you don't appreciate my kindness, and insist on waiting for death. Alright, let's see if you throw out more Qingming yellow papers, or if my treasure will help you clean up your grave faster." Once, Li Jun threw out a scroll and found that it fell to the ground but did not open. In fact, it did not hinder the operation of the treasure. The child still squatted down and spread it out. It was a tattered painting of the 18 sword deities. Only then did Li Jun get up and continue walking. His steps were slow, but each step could cover more than 100 feet. Every time Li Jun made a move, the sword formation line closest to him would automatically bypass the child's hands and feet. Li Jun did not even need to move his mind. Li Jun strolled casually like this, throwing out a treasure every 3 or 4 miles. In the end, he did not plan to take out those of poor quality to embarrass himself. Li Jun finally stood still, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched a long slanted sword intent line that was always hovering a foot away from him. He twisted it gently, making a buzzing sound. He smiled and said, "The original disciple observation, how did my swordsmanship reach the heavens? Now, even I can't imagine it. In the early years, which big shot other than Chen Qingju did I walk with the sword to the top, and man triumphed over the heavens? Unfortunately, I can't remember it. The man in the green robe stood 20 feet away in front of him. He finally stopped running. That's right, he felt that it was unnecessary. Li Jun did not know if he should call this person stupid or stupid. Just because the sword formation around him was about to disappear. Did he really think that the sword formation was to protect him from the flying sword and talisman? Li Jun asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, Li Jun said helplessly, "What's wrong with you?" In many books that have been passed down from the vast world to the savage world, the fights between masters are all very open and above board. You say the name of your fist art, and I say the name of your sword art. Those nobodies around you are only responsible for cheering and marveling. How lively it is. Then, when you use your trump card, they are all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Silence is even better than words. Look at yourself. Are you worthy of so many sword immortals watching the battle on the city wall? Just because you are a mute, I can't even muster up my energy. At the beginning of Li Jun's words, the sword formation had already begun to dissipate. The crisscrossing essence of the sword intent began to dim, but it did not return to heaven and earth. Instead, it seemed to turn into clouds of spiritual energy, slowly sweeping into the child's acupuncture points. Li Jun burped, and the clouds that he spat out were the old sword intent that was originally relatively turbid, which was then pushed out of the small world of the human body. After seeing this scene, a great sword immortal turned to look at the eldest sword immortal. Chen Qingju shook his head and smiled. What's his is his. Even if he wants to die, he has to die. Li Jun smiled and asked, in the process of the sword formation disappearing, there are 6 small flaws and 2 small flaws, and you still can't hold back and not make a move. Do you think I'm a bit too talkative? I think you're annoying, but you think I'm more annoying? Li Jun withdrew his smile, and his eyes were still. He snapped his fingers. What a coincidence. I've also finished setting up the formation. Sword immortals of the upper 5 realms can't handle it, so you can go die now. Between heaven and earth, on the route that Li Jun walked, a long series of pale golden characters appeared. The height was slightly different, and the characters were more or less intermittent, but eventually connected into a line. The pale golden characters were like the talisman's mantra written on the golden talisman paper. The content was the trivial words that Li Jun had previously said. Some of them were unspoken, but through the flash of light, it was obvious that Li Jun also had a lot of thoughts that were revealed. Especially the 5 thunder seal, the bronze pagoda, the rusty broken sword, and the immortal painting scroll, where many of the treasures fell, there were clusters of characters. Above the ground, a huge golden lightning bolt formed a huge crooked circle, covering the battlefield within a radius of 100 miles in one fell swoop. Higher than the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sea of clouds gathered, and the thunder was loud, echoing with the thunder pool on the ground. At the same time, the 5 thunder seal began to slowly rise into the sky, shining brightly. 100 feet tall pagoda with flowing rays of light stood tall. The broken sword shattered, and all the fragments lined up along the edge of the thunder pool. The 18 sword immortals on the painting scroll slowly walked out. Even though they were suppressed by heaven and earth and sword intent, and their bodies were only the size of mustard seeds, each of them formed by the sword immortal's true intent was still brimming with sword chi. They hovered close to the ground, like a natural trajectory of sword chi. In the end, the 18 mustard seed sword immortals were in charge of guarding each treasure. This was because the many treasures that Li Jun seemed to have casually thrown out of his sleeves all had different phenomena. Why did he talk so much? Naturally, it was because there were too many treasures. His cultivation was not high enough for now, so he could only use magic treasures, half-immortal weapons, and immortal weapons to make up for it. Li Jun no longer yawned, nor did he speak. His expression was calm as he looked at the young man who was his enemy. One of his hands was clenched, and the sword pellet in his hand was spinning. It did not have any signs of treasure light flowing, but it was an immortal weapon. His other hand was similarly clenched like a fist, but there was no immortal weapon-grade sword pellet. Instead, it was a talisman of the ancestral talisman painting of the 5 mountains of the future. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and in an era even longer before its construction, sword immortals had always liked the idea of humans triumphing over heaven. Then I'll have to trouble you to endure the heavenly tribulation first. After the heavenly tribulation came the earthly tribulation. After the earthly tribulation, Li Jun also had a meeting gift. As a sword immortal of the wilderness, he would exchange greetings with the sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, several black-robed immortals that were dozens of feet tall appeared behind Li Jun. Their figures were ethereal and erratic, and only the long sword in their hands was filled with sword intent and dazzling sword light. One of the sword immortals in the middle was taller than the others. His face was clear and his expression was indifferent. His figure was the human sword immortal of the ancient era, clairvoyance. Li Jun frowned. The green-robed man had one hand behind his back and the other clenched in front of him. His eyes were burning. His sleeves were no longer rolled up, and he stood amidst the astral winds formed by the heavenly tribulation. His sleeves fluttered as if they were filled with a cool breeze, making his sleeves look extremely loose. It was as if a lotus flower that was too deep green and almost black as ink had bloomed. He smiled and asked, "That's all?" 6:15. Li Jun's eyebrows relaxed. A small accident would not affect the overall situation. Li Jun was the first to walk out of the thunder pool that used the 18 treasures as the pivot of the formation. The projection of sword will followed closely behind, followed by the rest of the black-robed immortals. Li Jun turned his head and said, "What a great camouflage of the yin spirit. This thunder pool and the heaven and earth tribulations are yours." The price was not small. 18 treasures, 18 formation eyes. After the heaven and earth tribulations, more than half of the magic treasures would be destroyed. Among them, 2 half-immortal weapons, the 5 Thunder Seal and the imitation Baek Okekyung building pagoda, would not be destroyed, but would drop and become magic treasures. However, he was Li Jun, the disciple of the ancestor, so this price was completely bearable. It was just that small accidents came one after another. First, this person replaced Ning Yarrow and left the city. Then, he did not engage in close combat, wasting the sword will cage full of murderous intent. Now, even he was fooled, leaving only an out-of-body yin spirit to take on the Thunderpool tribulation that could seriously injure a Jade Realm sword cultivator. This made Li Jun unhappy. He was only 12 years old, arrogant, and long-winded. He stepped on the head of a big demon and stood still, letting him attack. This person did not take the bait. If it were any other young sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they would all be arrogant. Except for Ning Yarrow, they would all be dead. Li Jun could not help but turn his head again. After being exposed by Li Jun, the man in the green robe no longer tried to hide. His feet left the ground and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, slightly distancing himself from the earth tribulation. He flipped his wrist and held a folded jade bamboo fan in his hand. He gently tapped his palm, causing ripples to appear on his robe. The green robe on his body immediately lost its camouflage and turned into a snow-white robe. The man and Li Jun looked at each other and smiled. "After going through so much trouble, you only managed to trap a small yin spirit like me. Does your heart ache? You're leaving just like that? You're not staying in the thunder pool and staring at my vanishing smoke? Aren't you worried that the heavens' tribulations will not kill me?" That person held a fan in one hand and then raised his other hand. In the palm of his hand, there was a talisman remnant made of green material, like some green mud staining his hand. It was just a talisman, but it was in exchange for the loss and damage of so many half-immortal weapons and magic treasures of Li Jun. The crux of the matter was that he had allowed his true body to leave a place of certain death. Most of the sword immortals on the city walls heaved a sigh of relief. A heroic death was still a death in the end. Li Jun smiled and said, "Yin spirit is still yin spirit, it's not a trick. What's gone is gone. Your cultivation state doesn't seem to be high. What's more, you're under 30 years old. No matter how high you are, can you be higher than Ning Yarrow and Pang Yuanji? Even if he had that treasure with him, if something really happened, he would still die if he used that strange ability to block the Great Tribulation for a moment. Who knows, he might even give me a blessing for free. If someone else gave it to me, I might not be willing to accept it. But if I snatch it from you, even if it's a broken magic treasure, I'll find it meaningful." Li Jun gradually left the thunder pool. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Although I don't know who you are, or when such an interesting person like you appeared in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I know that Ning Yarrow of the Great Wall of Sword Chi has heard so much that my ears are about to grow calluses. You took the initiative to return the favor for Chen Qingju, and Ning Yarrow didn't stop you. Chen Qingju even dared to bet heavily. From that moment on, I knew that you had to die. What's wrong with paying a price? Who knows, killing you might not be any less than killing Ning Yarrow." Li Jun pointed at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. "Price? In the future, the entire city walls will be my cultivation ground." Li Jun looked at the young man in white robes and waved his hand. "Have a safe journey." When the yin spirit disintegrated, the soul would be incomplete. To a cultivator, it was an incurable illness that even immortals couldn't cure. Their battle prowess would be greatly reduced. The yin spirit smiled. With a shake of his sleeves, the talisman moved like clouds and water, covering the sky and earth. The talisman that was thrown out earlier was crushed by Li Jun's treasure. "It's all right, I have a lot of talismans. The 5 Elements Talisman, the Thunder Technique Talisman, the Snow Mud Talisman, the Yang Qi Lantern Lighting Talisman from the True Alchemy Works, the Extradition Talisman taught by Qi Jinglong, and the Mountain Searching Talisman taught by his student Kui Dongshan. There were no less than 20 types. It was naturally regretful that the talisman couldn't form a formation earlier. However, it could still rely on the circulation of the remaining spiritual qi from the talisman guts to help observe the qi flow of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation. Li Jun suddenly stopped and asked, "Earlier, you looked like you were ready to die. Was it to lure me to throw out this formation early?" The white-robed yin spirit smiled. "Take a guess." Li Jun kindly reminded, "Enjoy the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation. Don't forget about the 18 mustard sword immortal puppets guarding the treasure. When the heavenly tribulation starts, they will be free. Every time they attack, it will be equivalent to an all-out attack from an earthly immortal sword cultivator." Li Jun looked in a direction. "Can you show your true form now?" Li Jun had done something to the head of the Yu clan sword immortal. After the strange talisman that helped him hide his aura was gone, it was useless to hide it anywhere. Where Li Jun's line of sight was, ripples spread out like water. A man in a green robe with his sleeves rolled up walked out. Beside him were 2 immortal flying swords made by the North Continent's sword Hatred Mountain, Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. The 2 flying swords flashed and disappeared. Li Jun said no more. Behind him, 2 black-robed immortals formed by sword intent swept out. Their sword lights were like rainbows. Chen Pinggan stomped on the ground and disappeared into thin air, dodging 2 beams of sword light. There were 2 more black sword fairies. One of them stood in front of Li Jun with a sword, while the other disappeared without a trace. Only the clairvoyance with the most substantial sword intent and almost a real person stood behind Li Jun. A sword cultivator with a low realm and a pure martial artist with a high realm? What kind of person is he? Li Jun's unhappiness lessened a little. The big demon Chongguang bowed and stood behind the grey-robed elder. He wanted to say something but stopped. The grey-robed elder smiled. "Behind closed doors, we are all family. Li Jun will suffer a little this time. It's okay. It's still too early to talk about victory and defeat. Only after suffering would one know how to concentrate on sword practice." He would no longer reject the identity of clairvoyance deep in his heart. The big demon Chongguang smiled flatteringly, but he was instantly terrified. Wasn't this the result of Li Jun's victory? The grey-robed elder said, "You won't lose." The big demon Chongguang was sweating profusely. The grey-robed elder smiled. "Being so close and standing for so long, you've earned a lot of Dao Qi. Just treat it as a reward for the previous 2 fights." The big demon Chongguang bowed and retreated, leaving quietly. On the city wall, no one attacked the sea of tribulation clouds with their swords. The young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi under the age of 30 were all geniuses among geniuses. This was the first time in the thousands of years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The last time such a big year appeared was when the Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was at its fiercest. Only Chen Qingdu was left to guard the city wall. But this time, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had taken good care of these children for 30 to 40 years. Of course, the price was the death of many Earth Immortal Swordmasters who guarded the formation for the children. Pang Yuanji said, "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge the 5 thunders of heaven and killing intent of earth. I would only be able to take it head-on and die." Gao Yuqing, Gao Yeho's sister, said softly, "I would only die faster. I would die from that sword formation." Dong Huafu said, "That little bastard is the reclusive disciple of the moon-supporting mountains master. Other than Sister Ning, it's normal for any of us to lose. There's no need to think too much. Look at us. Who can take out so many half-immortal weapons and magic treasures at once?" So, according to Chen Pingan's words, when dealing with someone with money, power, and backing, we can't just all go and fight him one-on-one or let him fight all of us. When the time comes, we'll split the loot, and everyone will be rich. Pang Yuanji said, "That's the logic. But we also have to look at that little bastard. Just the fact that he can control so many treasures at once is not something an ordinary person can do. This time, when we fought against Chen Pingan, it was all thanks to Chen Pingan that the other party's traps, big and small, didn't work immediately. In the next battle, we have to be especially careful of people like him." A young sword cultivator who didn't have a good relationship with Ning Yaro, Chen Sancho, and the Stacking Mountain wine shop said, "That little bastard found the wrong person to deal with." Ning Yaro looked up at the cloud sea heavenly tribulation in silence. If it were her, it wouldn't be hard for her to block it, but the effects would be far-reaching and troublesome. Chen Qingdou smiled. "Girl Ning, if it were you, there naturally wouldn't be such a bet. And since I pulled Chen Pingan to the top of the city wall, there won't be such an if." Chen Qingdou recalled an old incident that he rarely remembered. Wu Chengpei once questioned Alliance about who in the world can't die and whether it had anything to do with one's family name or clan. Alliance couldn't do anything about it. This sort of question is the most troublesome to answer, so he had no choice but to make a trip to Moonbearing Mountain and the Yeluohei. Chen Qingdou smiled and turned to Ning Yaro. "I naturally value you and Chen Pingan, but I really don't think that the two of you can't die. After all is said and done, it's a little complicated. Girl Ning, do you understand what I mean?" Ning Yaro nodded. "I understand. But I'm very unhappy, not for myself, but for Chen Pingan." Zuoyo sneered. "Count me in as one of the unhappy ones." Chen Qingdou's smile widened. Talking to Ning Yaro really was easy, and it was also very good that she was so straightforward. "That's good. It's good that you don't pay attention to everything and become unhappy. Otherwise, you'll have to learn from the mistakes of others. What do you practice the sword for? Why do you practice the sword? 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 Why do you live and die? Only today did you start to look like a true sword cultivator." Chen Qingdou pretended not to hear, muttering to himself, "A true sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator would unsheath their sword for the world. They could forget life and death, transcend life and death." This was a major matter that was extremely difficult to accomplish the more one thought about it, but it was also a minor matter that could be done inadvertently. It was also a strange matter that many sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms could do, but sword immortals of the upper 5 realms were increasingly unable to do. The world was becoming less and less beautiful, and the heart was disheartened and unwilling. The world was becoming more and more beautiful, and it was inevitable that one would be reluctant to part with it. If one's swordsmanship was not high enough, there was nothing one could do about it. It was better to die for oneself and for others. If one's swordsmanship was high enough, one would have the ability to find all sorts of reasons to not die. This was also human nature that could not be demanded. The human heart was truly worthy of being the most interesting cage set up by the gods. As for the other cage, it was a person's perception of the long river of time. The sages of ancient times had separated the heavens and the earth, and the people of later generations had obtained an invisible protection. They could only view the scenery from the shore, so it was always a little lacking in meaning. Thus, before one truly attained the Tao, even if one was at the ascendant realm, one would inevitably feel that life was unreal. This was a huge problem that the sages of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had been tirelessly trying to find a way to solve for thousands of years. The cultivators of the immortal realm sought the truth, the Confucians used the awe-inspiring righteousness to calm people's hearts, the Buddhists broke self-obsession, and the Taoists returned to the natural state. All of them worked hard on this matter. Everyone was working hard to live, but everyone was silently seeking death. What a contradiction! Therefore, one had to pursue life between the heavens and the earth, and one's heart was like the moon in the sky. Everything was clear and bright. Chen Qingdao said something strange to Ning Yaro: "No matter what the result is, don't think that Chen Pinggan will lose too much in this battle." Ning Yaro remained silent. Chen Qingdao laughed: "I'm not begging Chen Pinggan to leave the city wall to return the favor." On the battlefield, dust was flying everywhere. The 3 black-clothed immortals that were illusory and indistinct attacked with their swords. They stood at a side from the beginning, and they surrounded Chen Pinggan at the center. Sword lights were resplendent, and their impetus was like thunder. There was no order to speak of, and they just smashed randomly at Chen Pinggan. After one of the black-robed immortals was hit by a fist, his body was shaken and scattered. However, his sword intent quickly gathered again. The dead object formed by the sword intent only dimmed slightly. His sword was still attacking as usual, and the sword light was extremely fast and heavy. There was also another immortal who was hit by his own sword light, and then he continued to revive as if he was dead. On the other side of the battlefield, where there was a great disparity in strength, the sea of clouds that contained the 5 thunders Dharma hung low, and the earth was pulled up by the thunder pool. It was obvious that it wanted to connect the heavens and the earth, and crush the white-robed yin god in it. The 3rd black-robed immortal who had been hiding in the dark appeared and stood still. Unknowingly, they stood in 4 different directions. In the blink of an eye, the earth behind the 4 black-robed immortals trembled, and deity statues rose from the ground. 4 heavenly King Dharma forms stood erect, like the world's most lifelike painted deity statues. Then, when the 4 sword immortals made sword gestures at the same time, the 4 heavenly King Dharma forms opened their eyes at the same time, showing the fury of a heavenly king. One of the deity statues was gorgeous and dazzling, and its entire body was overflowing with golden light. It wore a crown of 5 Buddhas on its head, and wore a golden armor. It was adorned with jewels and jade, and held a treasure banner in its right hand. Another deity statue was a golden man, wearing a red and purple armor. Its face was angry, and it held a spear in its right hand. The spear was on the ground, and the other hand held a treasure mirror, which reflected the earth. Another heavenly King Dharma form wore a heavenly robe, and its left arm was holding a saber, and its palm was holding a treasure. The last deity statue had a dragon coiled around its body, and its right hand held a red rope, which was said to be able to subdue the dragon kings of all places. Li Jun was multitasking. He was looking at the real bodies of his opponents in the formation, and also carefully observing the white-robed yin god in the heaven and earth tribulations. The 4 heavenly King Dharma forms each held a treasure, and once again shrouded a small world with the light of the treasures. After the 4 black sword deities formed the formation, their bodies dissipated on their own, and turned into wisps of pure sword will. Chen Pinggan punched out with the great cloud swamp style, which shook the small world. For the time being, it was unable to sink down and suppress the earth with the heaven's might. At the same time, the flying sword Chu Yi flew out of its natal acupoint, and strangled the sword will that was close to it. Li Jun twitched the corner of his mouth. His opponent had a lot of trump cards, and he was only forced to use them to defend himself at this moment. Li Jun's thoughts moved slightly, and the clairvoyant behind him took a step forward, protecting Li Jun like a guardian deity. A wisp of dark green sword light flew at an unimaginable speed, and nailed into the body of the clairvoyant in an instant. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, and it was less than a foot away from Li Jun's forehead. Li Jun took a step back, and the body of the clairvoyant became more and more condensed. He was about to reach out and confine the sneaky flying sword with 2 fingers. But he didn't expect that the dark green flying sword that failed to hit him would fly backward and disappear. Ordinary people had weak bodies. Even if they had a magic treasure on the mountain, they wouldn't be able to control it, and would only suffer. Similarly, not all Earth immortals could completely control a half-immortal weapon. As for making the immortal weapon recognize its master, it was even more difficult. But now Li Jun had two immortal weapons in his hands. Li Jun raised one of his palms. It was the talisman of the ancestor of the 5 true shapes of the 5 mountains, and it was called the talisman of the 3 mountains. Once it was used, the price was so high that even Li Jun would complain incessantly. Li Jun was willing to use it to deal with Ning Yao, but he was still reluctant to use it on this young man in front of him. So Li Jun continued to clench his fist, and opened his other hand. The sword ball that was slowly flowing in his palm was once his, or the clairvoyant's, natal flying sword. In the Battle of Mount Tuoyue, it was originally broken, but it was nourished by Mount Tuoyue at a huge price for 10,000 years, and gradually recovered to its peak. In history, in every siege war, there would be a special big demon in charge of extracting the sword will of the Great Wall of Sword Aura and secretly sending it to Mount Tuoyue. Among them, the big demon of Mount Tuoyue personally took the risk to steal more sword will, which was why it was trapped by Dong Sangeng and Chen Shi. Capturing an Ascendant Realm great demon alive was far from as simple as killing a great demon. When Li Jun opened his palm, the sword ball only trembled slightly, and it caused the world around Li Jun to begin to distort. The clairvoyant, which was nothing more than the condensation of sword will, turned its head to look. It was obviously a dead object, but at this moment, it revealed a very human-like complex look. Li Jun raised his head, clenched his fist again, and smiled at the clairvoyant. "This is mine, not yours." The clairvoyant gently waved its sword, and the green sword light that suddenly appeared was knocked away. Li Jun no longer cared about the flying sword that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He strode forward, passing through the clairvoyant's body, and continued to watch the battle. The young man was really not an ordinary fighter. When the Heavenly King Dharma form smashed down with a spear, he directly blocked it with his arm. His whole body was hit, and his legs sank into the ground. On the city wall, the young geniuses of the Great Wall of Sword Aura continued to communicate with each other. Dong Bude smiled. "It's another battle where Chen Pinggan has no power to fight back. It's one-sided, one-sided." Guo Zhujiu nodded vigorously. "That little bastard is really powerful. He can be brothers with Qi Shou. When they meet on the battlefield in the future, before both sides fight, they can pour out their hearts." Chen Sanqiu smiled bitterly. In fact, these seemingly casual words were precisely because everyone's heartstrings were tense. The little girl Lu Duan, who was not afraid of anything, was sweating profusely. She was very worried. In the process of the Sea of Clouds and the Earth rising, before the heaven and earth were completely connected, the entire thunder pool on the ground received the Sea of Clouds, and there were 5 thunders crashing to the ground. Between the heaven and earth, more and more thunder whips appeared. Before they landed, they would split into countless tiny electric snakes that contained the true meaning of thunder techniques. A white-clothed yin spirit was surrounded, and could only continuously dodge with the wind. Not only did he have to avoid the 5 thunders crashing to the ground, he also had to avoid the chaotic electric light that spread like branches and leaves in an instant. However, the heaven and earth were connected, and the 2 calamities overlapped. He was destined to have nowhere to hide. Li Jun smiled at the 4 Dharma Laksana and said, "Don't worry. Let this pure martial artist, who was originally high in martial arts, slowly turn into a skeleton and let him have a taste of what it feels like to become a god." After saying this, Li Jun raised his head and looked at Ning Yao. He heard from senior sister Tuo Yushan that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Aura liked this the most. The young man whose yin spirit and real body were trapped in 2 different battlefields was probably one of the few exceptions. However, Ning Yao did not look at Li Jun. She just stared at the sea of clouds that was falling faster and faster. Ning Yao did not care about Li Jun's provocation. On the ground far away from the city wall, there were flying swords that continued to fly toward Li Jun, like a sword cultivator asking for a sword. This time, it was not just one green sword light, but 3 swords together. The first one was the thin needle, Song Zhan. Clairvoyance sent out a sword, but the flying sword suddenly changed its trajectory and disappeared without a trace. There was only a gully of the same depth on the ground. Clairvoyance twisted his wrist and continued to attack. Even the powerful Ku Lei retreated without fighting. However, he was affected by the sword aura of clairvoyance. When he retreated, the tip of the sword was crooked. Li Jun thought it was a little funny. So they were just two embroidered pillows for show? If it was on a normal battlefield, they could really scare people. Many lives were on the line, and it was enough to change the situation. Only the flying sword 15, which contained real killing intent, broke through the air from the side far away. It drew an arc and rushed toward the back of Li Jun's head. Clairvoyance was now encumbered by Li Jun's current realm and thoughts, so he could not completely rely on his instinct to attack. Since he was not at the peak of his real body, clairvoyance could not attack in time, so he simply reached out and grabbed the flying sword. Li Jun did not care about this kind of assassination at all. It was okay to be hit by the sword. Moreover, clairvoyance was blocking the flying sword. Li Jun's only concern now was to determine whether the real body of the young man was the real body, or just an external body of the young spirit. If the real body was still hiding somewhere unknown, waiting for an opportunity to attack, it would be another small accident that had nothing to do with the overall situation, but would make Li Jun lose face. After all, this opponent seemed to be too different from the sword cultivators who liked to be straightforward. He should be like the left and right people on the city wall. Li Jun thought about it. It was good to wait for the dust on the two battlefields to settle, but it did not seem right for him to be so idle. He took out a natal flying sword that was known to be endowed by nature. It soared into the sky, bringing with it a snow-white ray of light. Finally, it transformed into a bright moon in the wilderness, competing with the great sun for glory. The full moon hung in the sky. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling down on the world and illuminating hundreds of miles around the battlefield. After being illuminated by the moonlight, most of the ancient sword Immortal's sword will showed some stagnation. The Thunder Pool was a small world, relying on the accumulation of treasures and his superficial talisman array skills. The four black-robed immortals were both camouflage and not camouflage. After the Dharma form stood tall, it was another small world. When Li Jun's natal flying sword was taken out, it was the third one. Li Jun looked at it with rapt attention. The moonlight sprinkling on the earth was tainted with the aura of the flowing water of time. Therefore, when Li Jun made up his mind, the third small world outside the two small cages became still. More than 1,000 feet below the earth was still included. It turned out that the young man did not have any more tricks up his sleeve, so his real body was hiding somewhere else. On the other hand, the three real and fake flying swords finally knew their place and stopped pestering Li Jun. They just flew in the distance like headless flies. Especially the two fake flying swords, which were on the verge of collapse, looked very funny. In the small world, except for the sword Immortal's sword that seemed to be unrestrained by the great Tao of heaven and earth, which only slowed down, the rest of the sword chi turned into powder in the flowing water of the moonlight. Li Jun was relieved because there were no more accidents, but he was also a little disappointed. The flying sword in Guan Zhao's hand had already escaped. The flying sword's sharpness was quite good. However, Guan Zhao was also safe and sound. The green sword light, after a long time, returned without any success. In the end, it could not escape the fate of its master's death and the destruction of its life-flying sword. It and its poor master were both making a dying struggle. The first small world of the Thunder Pool was already connected to heaven and earth. Above the earth and in the sky below the city, huge waves of sword chi sputtered in all directions, like sword immortals taking out their flying swords. A little yin spirit. In the second small world where the statues of the four heavenly kings were guarding, there were more real bodies who punched as pure martial artists. The young man's hands and shoulders were all exposed. Li Jun said that he would turn him into a skeleton, which was obviously not a daydream. In the second small world, Chen Pinggan, who was dripping with blood, was still punching non-stop, attacking a part of the barrier of the small world with the deity drum beating style. His fists were white bones. Every time he punched and retracted his fist, Flying Sword number 1 would add a sword to the place where his fist landed. Flying Sword number 15 in the third small world suddenly turned the tip of its sword, as if it wanted to meet Flying Sword number 1 with the tip of its sword. When the two swords collided, a crack appeared in the barrier of heaven and earth. The last punch of a green-robed deity drum-beating style, at the price of a broken arm, punched open the heaven and earth. In the incomparably dazzling light, it rushed straight towards the existence of the most favored son of heaven in the wilderness, Li Jun. However, after breaking open a small world, he was about to enter the next small world. His body should have been blocked, and he was seriously injured. It was reasonable that his running speed should be slower than before. However, his peak fist intent flowed like a waterfall, as if a high god had descended on him, allowing Chen Pinggan to run as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had traversed more than 10 miles. The golden fist intent collided with the moonlight-flowing water created by Li Jun's natal flying sword, and directly exploded the latter. Ning Yarrow stood on the city wall, her eyes shining. She could see the pure martial artist Chen Pinggan, who was still in his green robe but without the white jade hairpin. She resisted the urge to look at the thunder pool heavenly tribulation that bordered the heaven and earth. Li Jun no longer clenched his fist, but gently clenched one hand. His entire arm began to be torn apart, and the white bones shattered. He didn't expect that he would still have to use this immortal weapon, the talisman, in such a tragic state. Li Jun's entire arm had disappeared, and his face was a little pale. However, where he had clenched his fist, an ancient talisman appeared, floating in the air. The young man whose arm was hanging limply shook his left sleeve, and a golden robe appeared. He continued to run, but at the same time, the robe automatically put on his body. In the next moment, a mountain range with 3 undulating peaks appeared on the ground. The young man who had changed from his green robe to his golden robe was nowhere to be seen. A golden line swept across the great wall of sword chi. It passed through the 3 mountains. The small world created by the natal sword, moonlight, and the flowing water of time was split open, and it landed on Li Jun's head. Li Jun threw away the sword orb in his hand, and it instantly merged with the sword immortal's clairvoyance. The sword immortal's clairvoyance's ethereal figure instantly sputtered out sword light. He was dozens of feet tall, and he held a long sword in his hand to block the golden sword. Li Jun's 7 orifices bled, and his heart was filled with hatred. No matter what, he had to drag him down with him. Originally, only Ning Yarrow was qualified to make him pay such a huge price. In order to control the immortal weapon, the talisman, Li Jun had to lose a part of his soul and a part of his spirit. And after the sword orb merged with the clairvoyance sword heart, Li Jun's original intention was to simply give up this clairvoyance, which was equivalent to the value of 2 immortal weapons, and cooperate with the talisman of the 3 mountains to exchange his life with that Ning Yarrow. Otherwise, in the future, as long as his sword heart slightly resisted the clairvoyance, it meant that he would never be able to truly control a puppet that wielded an immortal weapon and was an immortal weapon in his lifetime. The clairvoyance was completely useless and even damaged his Dao heart in this lifetime. Fighting side by side with Chen Qingju, not learning the clairvoyance of the Dragon Monarch until his death, and being the oldest convict of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he should die cleanly and cleanly. Li Jun abruptly turned his head to look at the sky where the heaven and earth had collided. He stared with his eyes wide open. It was a white jade hairpin that was slowly descending. Indeed, the white-robed yin spirit was no longer there. In the sky above his head, the immortal weapon sword immortal, which had been condensed with golden light, collided with the long sword in the clairvoyance's hand. Except for the place where Li Jun was standing, the surrounding ground instantly sank dozens of feet. Coincidentally, between the white jade hairpin and Li Jun, there were 2 flying swords that had been acting from the beginning to the end. Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. It happened to be a straight line. On the way of the falling white jade hairpin, a Chen Pinggan appeared. In an instant, Chen Pinggan stepped on the flying sword Pine Needle, and the next moment, he stood on Cough Thunder. Before becoming a wind-controlling realm martial artist, there should be a sword escape method to escape. Therefore, Kui Dongshan, Qi Jinglong, and Nailan Yeshing worked together to develop this secret technique for Chen Pinggan. First, the 2 flying swords Pine Needle and Cough Thunder were refined into an existence similar to the talisman, so that Pine Needle and Cough Thunder could be used as an anchor point in the long river of time, helping Chen Pingan to retreat more than 100 miles or even hundreds of miles from the battlefield in an instant. But in the end, for a pure martial artist like Chen Pingan, the escape method should still be used to kill with his life. In fact, Chen Pingan's real body had always been integrated with the yin spirit, but it made the opponent feel that his yin spirit was out of his body and away from the thunder pool. The yin spirit that was deliberately injured by the 18 mustard sword immortals in the Cloud Sea Heavenly Tribulation and the Earth Thunder Pool, only at the last moment, the real body and the yin spirit hid in the other jade hairpin on the yin spirit's head. Otherwise, if he hid in it early, maybe the temporarily ownerless white jade hairpin would fall into the hands of the opponent. As for Chuyi Showu, Pine Needle, and Cough Thunder, a total of 4 flying swords, they were all left to Chen Pingan, the pure martial artist with the young spirit's body, and the immortal weapon rank robe, Golden Wine. Both of them only wanted not to die, and that was enough. In the blink of an eye, not to mention the realm and swordsmanship, even if you are the sword immortal on the city wall, you are not as good as me, Chen Pingan. It was for this moment to use the sword. Li Jun looked up with a complicated expression. He had used all his means, but what else could he do? The worst result, the accident seemed to have really come. Chen Pingan reached out and made a grabbing motion, silently chanting a word. The sword slashed down, directly cutting Li Jun's body into 2 on the spot. Li Jun only slightly tilted his head. Therefore, he managed to preserve a complete head. The long sword in his hand was only condensed from an imitation of the sword intent. Did he really think that Chen Pingan was wasting his time on the city wall, being taught the sword by both sides time and time again? It was not the sword immortal that was still confronting the clairvoyance. The scholar looked at the world and took everything for his own use. After Chen Pingan landed, the sword intent of the long sword had already shattered. He stepped on the head and punched out, capturing all the souls that were trying to escape in his hand. Li Jun's soul, which was already incomplete, was held in the hand of a young sword cultivator whose name was still unknown. Li Jun was lifted up gently, and a fist aura that vaguely resembled spring thunder enveloped Li Jun tightly. Chen Pingan crushed the head with his foot. His 5 fingers were like hooks that penetrated the other party's soul. He asked, "Little trash, why aren't you nagging anymore?" Li Jun's soul did not struggle at all. The corner of his mouth twitched, and just as he was about to speak, Chen Pingan's fist aura shattered it. "I beg you to say one more word. Can you do it?" Between heaven and earth, only sword chi and astral wind blew at the young man's temples and robes. Many of the 14 great demons on the line in the distance were restless. However, the grey-robed old man raised his hand and stopped these peak existences from attacking the young man. He took a step forward and smiled. "Little guy, your state of mind is not bad." Not only that, the grey-robed old man waved his sleeve and casually scattered the clairvoyance that swallowed the immortal weapon sword pill. Not only that, the 3 mountains talisman also disappeared. Chen Pingan also grabbed the flying sword celestial and pointed the tip of the sword at the grey-robed old man. His actions could not be more provocative, but he said, "You can't bully the weak. I'm the most timid person." The grey-robed old man smiled. "Quit while you're ahead. Return to your great wall of sword chi." Chen Pingan carried the sword celestial and turned to leave. Along the way, not a blade of grass grew. He collected all the trash, and even the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon was not left behind. He kept it in his hand. The white-robed yin spirit swept out from the white jade hairpin. Most of the young spirit's body was covered in white bones. It gathered with Chen Pingan and became one again. Chen Pingan suddenly stood still on the battlefield. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He raised it high and then slowly withdrew it. He looked at Ning Yarrow with a smile and gently knocked on his chest. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. Then, he was dragged to the top of the wall by the sword celestial in his hand. During this time, the handsome great demon couldn't help but want to slap the blade-strengthening gourd again. He might as well use all the sword chi to kill the annoying young man. He only slapped it once, but the blade-strengthening gourd didn't move. He looked at the grey-robed old man and resentfully stopped. The grey-robed old man stepped out and stood on the ground between the 14 great demons and the sword celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He stretched out his palm. Chen Qingdou, according to the agreement, just use your sword. Chen Qingdou smiled and asked, you put on such airs. Let's make a deal. How about 2 swords? The grey-robed old man withdrew his hand and smiled. He was too lazy to answer. Chen Qingdou turned his head and waved to Chen Pinggan. I can't let you work for nothing. Come here, I'll teach you a sword. Chen Pinggan's shoulder was pressed down by Chen Qingdou. It wasn't just the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The great demons couldn't see any more clouds as far as they could see. Not only that, even the sand on the ground between the great demons and the Great Wall of Sword Chi was obediently stuck to the ground. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an old man in a white robe suddenly appeared behind Chen Pinggan and Chen Qingdou. He sat cross-legged on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and reached out his hand. He held a long sword and casually stabbed it down without any swordsmanship. The sword went straight for the grey-robed old man's head. Yellow sand billowed again. After a while, the dust settled. The grey-robed old man was still standing on the battlefield. However, he was hovering in the air with his hands behind his back. He kept his promise and took Chen Qingdou's sword head-on. Most of the 14 pinnacle great demons were somewhat unsettled. Half of them turned their heads and looked behind them. The grey-robed old man turned and left. He was the manifestation of the great Tao of the wilderness. Taking Chen Qingdou's sword was nothing more than the wilderness taking Chen Qingdou's sword. It didn't matter. The wilderness had been barren since ancient times. So what if one sword could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers? However, after 10,000 years, Chen Qingdou's swordsmanship had indeed improved. That was because there was still a small portion of the sword intent that didn't follow the grey-robed old man's orders and landed behind the great demons. Chen Qingdou patted Chen Pinggan's shoulder. Have you learned it? Chen Pinggan wiped his face with his hands. It was covered in blood after learning the sword. He didn't answer Sword Immortal Boss's question. He asked, is that young man still alive? Chen Qingdou laughed. He's not alive in the first place. How can he be dead? However, if we're talking about the young man who was pieced together by his soul, not to mention the clairvoyance, he's already dead. Once the young man dies, the clairvoyance dies even more. Let me say something disheartening to you. The true clairvoyance of the sword heart is very different from the dragon monarch. It has never deviated from the sword Tao. Therefore, the most crucial part of the clairvoyance is the soul. It was purposely not given to the young man. Otherwise, once the true clairvoyance of the sword heart appears, and with the sword pellet mold in the sword heart, the clairvoyance will return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. To the beasts of the wilderness, it would be asking for trouble. Chen Qingdou pointed at the tattered robe among the great demons. As for this person, the dragon monarch of the past hated the vast world the most. Back when he was dragged to the moon-bearing mountain by me, he didn't hold back when he attacked. He was considered one of the first sword immortals to seek death in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After dying once, he felt that he no longer owed the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He probably wanted to challenge the vast world as a wandering felon sword cultivator. I understand, but I don't accept. Therefore, those who can pass the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the future will definitely not be the sword cultivator dragon monarch. Chen Qingdou exclaimed in surprise. You don't feel the least bit guilty towards that clairvoyant senior? That's very unlike Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan said indifferently, let's not talk about a brainless youth. Even if the clairvoyant appeared in front of me and dared to say such words, I would still kill him. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked towards the south. Once the grey-robed elder left, the 14 great demons retreated as well. The rest of the great demons retreated as well. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes. Damn it, his cultivation level had actually dropped. This drop was several cultivation levels in a row. Fortunately, he had relied on his experience of traveling in the North Continent and tried his best to withstand the heavenly and earthly calamities. He could make up for it by increasing his cultivation level. As long as the longevity bridge was not broken, the 4 key natal items would still be around. Now that he was only a level 5 Qi refinement warrior, dropping a few cultivation levels was not too fatal. As long as he relied on the sword imparted to him by Boss Sword Immortal, he could quickly nurture a true natal flying sword. It would be a blessing and a curse. Ning Yaro carried Chen Pingan on her back. At the last moment before Chen Pingan completely lost consciousness, he vaguely heard the sound of a horn. The city was under siege. 6:16. Chen Pingan opened his eyes. Almost instantly, 4 flying swords appeared at the same time. Chuyi was asking for credit, Shiwu was still obedient, and Songjin and Kulei were imitation swords after all. Although they were refined, they were still far from being so spiritual. The small room had the most familiar smell of medicine. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was close to dusk. Closing his eyes, he felt the vague atmosphere of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the distance. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Pingan put away the flying swords. His mind was immersed in the small world of the human body, checking the aftermath of the big battle, mainly inspecting the 4 key acupuncture points. In the Battle of Cultivators, if the natal Qi residence became a ruin similar to the ruins of the battlefield, the foundation of the Great Tao would be damaged. However, just as the spiritual mustard seed appeared, an aggressive fire dragon swam over. On the dragon's head stood the golden little man, still wearing a scholar's robe. In addition to the sword, there was also a golden scripture, but it had become a little bald head. The golden little man stood on the fire dragon's head and stared at Chen Pingan, ready to attack. Chen Pingan bluffed, "Don't scold others. When I'm ruthless, I'll even scold myself." That little bald head even cared about this. He kept scolding. Chen Pingan couldn't really scold the golden little man, so he had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. After all, without it to help in patrolling the small world, controlling the pure Qi of the martial artist and not interfering with the circulation of the spiritual Qi in the Qi residence, Chen Pingan's mind would be like Xiao Sai after such a big battle. The martial artist's Qi and the cultivator's spiritual Qi would have already been in full swing in the small world. That would be one disaster after another, endless troubles. Over at the underwater mansion, the spiritual energy had been completely depleted. The water ripples on the murals had dimmed, and the small pond had dried up. However, the water word seal, the painted murals, and the small pond had not been damaged at all. Naturally, they were not completely undamaged, but only had the opportunity to repair them. For example, some of the painted murals had peeled off. Many of the already unstable portraits of the water god had become more and more scattered. Among them, a few of the water gods that seemed to have been given an eye had their pure golden light dimmed. The entire underwater mansion looked a bit gloomy. The boys in green clothes were all idle. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. They raised their heads and looked at Chen Pingan's spiritual seed. Although they didn't complain, they all frowned with resentment in their eyes. Chen Pingan had no choice but to promise them that he would try his best to provide for them as soon as possible to restore the vitality of this place. The little children in green drooped their heads in disbelief. At the entrance of the underwater palace, the little golden man was sitting cross-legged on the dragon's head, glaring at those boys in green. The listless little fellows immediately got up and respectfully sent Chen Pingan off. After leaving the underwater palace, the little golden man began to ride the fire dragon again, chasing after Chen Pingan and scolding him. The mountain temple and the wooden house were also in a similar situation as the underwater palace. They had to be a mender, relying on the immortal money and the corresponding treasures of the 5 elements to slowly fill up the holes. The damage to the 3 key aperture acupoints and the natal item caused Chen Pingan to drop by 3 realms. Now, he was a great cultivator of the 2nd realm. The good news was that after Alliance's modification of the 18 stops of Sword Aura, there were no more obstacles. Chu Yi and Chu Wu occupied the 2 key Qi residences and continued to use the dragon beheading platform to sharpen the sword edge. The first 3 aperture acupoints where the extremely small sword aura lingered, only the last one was left. It was like an empty house, waiting for him. All that was left was to wait for Chen Pingan to nurture a more genuine natal flying sword than Chu Yi and Chu Wu, and become a genuine sword cultivator. There were very few of the 10 sword auras that were carved by refined scholars. This seal, however, was carved with the images of the Thunder General, the Lightning Mother, the Wind Master, the Rain Master, the Cloud Official, the Celestial Being, and many other ancient deities. The seal was the 16 words insect bird seal script, gathering the 5 thunders, the 10,000 arts. Cutting off the 5 drains, the cardinal point of heaven and earth. These 16 words could be considered a very exaggerated seal script content. It was simply too arrogant, swallowing the heaven and earth. As long as one cultivated the orthodox 5 thunders technique, and was a true Daoist who had truly cultivated the great Tao, they could indeed claim that this body and the heaven and earth are one on the outside and inside, and all creation is in my hands. The yellow-purple noble of the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu was one of the outstanding talents. There was a world-famous couplet, but it was not written by the Daoist of Mount Longhu himself, but was given by an outsider. Wind, thunder, clouds, and rain rise from the palm, and thousands of Taoists will be born from then on. Chen Pinggan held the Daoist treasure that had only dropped by 1 realm and smiled. This is the ancestor of the great number, and the central 5, you have the chance to recover the rank of a half-immortal weapon. In the past, you met a bad person and had a master who was not loyal to you. Now that you have fallen into my hands, it can be considered as a good fortune for both of us. In the future, when I become the immortal of the middle 5 realms and learn the thunder technique, you can follow me to slay demons and devils. Chen Pinggan used his sleeve to wipe it before gently placing it on the table. In the future, he could greatly refine it and hang it outside the wooden house's door, just like how the small town's door hung a bronze mirror to ward off evil. He took out another immortal supreme treasure that had also been reduced to a Dharma treasure. It was the bronze pagoda that was a replica of the Beko Keikyung building. Chen Pinggan was the happiest when he saw and obtained this item. After refining it, it was placed in the mountain temple. Chen Pinggan did not have many thoughts about opening more key acupoints and placing the cultivator's natal item. Now that he had become a second realm cultivator, it was useless to think about it. Finally, it was the ancient wooden shaft that was cracked and the scene was broken. The 18 lifelike sword immortals were the top sword cultivators in the history of the desolate world. Unfortunately, the painting was too damaged and there was almost no quality to speak of. At first, Chen Pinggan thought that he could not favor one over the other. After refining it, he could give it to the little golden person. He did not expect that he would suddenly feel a sharp pain in his heart. He was really a big shot. He didn't even look up to him and was even disdainful of him. Chen Pinggan could only change his mind and place it in the mountain temple together with the bronze pagoda. Chen Pinggan kept all the items and placed them back in front of him. He walked out of the house, walked to the door of the small house, and walked back to the courtyard. In the end, he was still worried about the city. Then, he began the 6-step stance. However, after a few rounds of the stance, even though he was wearing a Daoist robe, it was still difficult to hide the faint smell of blood. How could it be easy for a cultivator to fall in realm? The reason why Chen Pinggan did something unnecessary and asked Grandma by whether or not the process of the fight was leaked. It had nothing to do with whether or not it was a scheme. It was just that Chen Pinggan did not want too many people in the Great Wall of Sword energy to know about his other side. During the process of the rising lightning pool and the falling cloud ocean connecting with heaven and earth, Chen Pinggan's true body and yin soul were already mixed up. Which was why at that time, Chen Pinggan was in a desperate situation, but he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was like life should be like that. If one's heart was not calm while sitting, it would be hard for one to feel at ease while walking. Chen Pinggan could only sit in the house and carve seals. Even if he earned money, he would not leave a single one behind and return all the money to the Great Wall of Sword energy. However, the process of earning money was a joyous thing in itself. The knowledge here was not enough for outsiders to know. There were many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword energy, but there were not many scholars. Whether it was carving seals or writing on the fan, those who held knives and brushes were not calm enough. It did not matter if the carving was wrong or the writing was wrong. Chen Pinggan sat at the table, took out the blade strengthening gourd, and took a sip of wine from time to time. He held the flying sword 15 and carved a stone seal that was as white as jade. The border note was that there were no accidents in the world, fighting for fame and fortune endlessly, making me roll my eyes. Seal, let's drink. Carve another one. The border note was that ancient poet and poet, wishing to kill the word love, only I hate that love does not come to my door, drinking his mother's wine. Anger grew from the side, smashing the book with a stick, smashing the graceful poem. Seal, sorrowful single man. Carve another seal. The border note, the sword immortal without money has no wine to get drunk, the graceful beauty suddenly has autumn fat. Seal, what should I do? Finally, carve a seal. The border note, moss under the stairs, the prince fanned himself. The yellow vegetables by the well flowed with tears and snot. Chen Pingan was just about to carve the seal when he suddenly held the seal in his hand and crushed it into powder. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. He got up and left the house. In the night, he went to the table in the main house to take the sword immortal. He unsheathed the sword. The moonlight was like water, shining on the sword as if it was washing it. Chen Pingan sheathed the sword. He did not carry it on his back, but hung it on his waist. Then, he took out the talisman boat and went to the Great Wall of Sword Energy. Heroes kill thieves, sword cultivators kill demons, how can I not be fascinated? Then let's do it. 617. By Lianshuang's description of all the battles of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in history was very accurate. Death. On the city wall, sword immortals and sword cultivators all took out their flying swords. Sword Qi surged to the south like a tide, turning everything in its path into dust. On the battlefield, the demons that were swarming towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi fell to the ground one by one as if they were being mowed down. There were 3 moons in the savage wilderness. The city wall had the most moonlight. There were so many sword cultivators on the city wall. Once they took out their flying swords, the night became as bright as day. It was enough to overshadow the moonlight. It was still too early for the demon clan to go against the current. It was too early for them to attack the city like a swarm of ants. They could only use their lives to exhaust the sword cultivator's spiritual qi in exchange for a chance to get close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had to pay a huge price for every step they took toward the north. A group of big demons showed their true forms. Under the lead of Chongguang, the big demon in the Ascendant Realm, they were responsible for uprooting the mountains from the savage wilderness. They carried them to the south and smashed them toward the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing, who was known as the candidate of the 10 pinnacle cultivators, had 2 swords at his waist. One of them was majestic, and the other was a standard longsword of the sword workshop. Both of them were still sheathed. He took out 2 natal flying swords. The 100-foot-long spring poured down like a waterfall, smashing the mountains that were flying toward the city wall to the ground. The earth shook, and countless demons were crushed to death. There was also a flying sword skylark in the sky. Sword Qi fell on the battlefield like a torrential rain. Han Huizi, the leader of the Taihui sword clan in the North Continent, didn't aim his flying sword at the demons who were dying on the battlefield. Instead, he cooperated with Yu Qing to smash the mountains that were smashing toward the city wall. Li Tuimi, the head of the Yang family and a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, also had 2 natal flying swords. One was a white dragon, and the other was a black dragon. The flying swords were like 200-foot-long dragons, rolling on the ground and killing demons. The immortal realm Mi, whose natal flying sword, Aou, left the city wall and sank into the ground. It tore gullies on the battlefield to stop the demons from advancing. His younger brother, Miu, summoned his flying sword, Rosy Sky. Together with his elder brother, they produced a rosy sword Qi that was as thick as water in the ravine, preventing the enemy great demons from filling up the ravine. At the same time, they killed all the demons that fell into the ravine. Yuan Qingshu, the sword immortal from the South Whirlpool continent, also took out his flying sword, Frost and Snow. He stabilized the gullies for the sword immortals of the Mi family. The sword Qi was abundant. Many demons at the edge of the gullies felt as if they were in a bone-chilling winter. The ground was covered in thick snow, and snowflakes filled the sky. The demons, who were known for their tough bodies, had their flesh and blood melted by the sword chi. Their bones were exposed, and their bodies were badly mutilated. Sword immortal Wu Chengpei, who had been stuck at the bottleneck of the pure jade realm for many years, sat cross-legged on the city wall. His natal flying sword, Sweet Dew, was an extremely strange flying sword even in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Sweet Dew didn't have a fixed pattern. It fell into the piles of corpses and pools of blood on the battlefield. Wu Chengpei held his breath and concentrated. He didn't attack the demons. Instead, he began to cultivate his sword in peace. Although the female sword immortal, Ju Cheng, did not have a high realm, she had a unique providence. As the last remaining member of her lineage, she had cultivated on the city wall for a long period of time. She had been able to obtain the sword intent of generations of ancestral masters and temper them into an intrinsic flying sword. Finally, she had forged and nurtured an intrinsic flying sword, Rainbow. The sword beam had 7 colors, as though one person had 7 intrinsic flying swords. Naren Xiaowei and Lu Ji, who were among the top 10 sword immortals, didn't attack. They led a dozen sword immortals of the upper 5 realms with extremely fast flying swords to patrol the battlefield. They were specifically targeting the big demons hidden in the demon army. If any demons approached the city wall, they would attack with their swords. They would never let the demons advance to the city wall so easily. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sword cultivators were performing their duties. The sword immortals of the upper 5 realms had their flying swords at the front of the tide of Sword Chi. They were the furthest away from the city wall and killed the most enemies. Naturally, they consumed the most spiritual chi and were the most dangerous. The Earth Immortal Sword Immortals of the Nascent Soul and Golden Core realms followed closely behind. These sword cultivators weren't required to kill demons from afar. They only needed to stabilize the formation of the Sword Chi River. If they had the energy to spare, they would find an opportunity to kill the demon cultivators who were wearing Daoist robes and talisman armors. This was especially true for the array masters who were secretly escorting this group of people. Once they noticed any signs of them, they had to kill them on the spot regardless of the cost. All the sword immortals of the middle 5 realms below the Golden Core realm had to be more careful when attacking. Their main task wasn't to kill the enemy, but to form a formation in front of the city wall. This was to prevent the demons who were specifically targeting them from damaging their natal flying swords. The 3 groups of sword immortals took turns to put on a show to scare people. After all, it wasn't enough to scare people to death. Every sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Chi was always in pursuit of real battle results. After all, the big demons attacking the city wasn't a matter of a few days or months. It would often last for years. For the demons of the desolate wilderness, 3 days and 3 nights of attacking the city was really just an appetizer. During this period, the only exception was one of the 14 big demons who appeared in public, Bai Ying, who was sitting high on the withered bone throne. He was a towering existence like an army supervisor. He stood up once and used the white bone temple Abhina. On the bloody battlefield, thousands of skeletons of demon cultivators stood up in an instant. However, for some reason, they didn't attack the city or retreat. They just stood there in a daze, allowing the sword chi to destroy them. They had completely lost their last bit of value. Bai Ying sat back on his throne and stretched out a palm, as if indicating for the sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi to continue attacking. Bai Ying took another look at the unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal Wu Chengpei. He was quite interested in the natal flying sword, Sweet Rain. Bai Ying's gaze looked further into the distance of the battlefield. If one could bathe in the sweet rain after becoming emaciated, it could help temper one's soul. It would be beneficial to one's Tao. Other than that, Bai Ying didn't feel that this kind of battle was worth a second look. Other than the few sovereigns who didn't go out to spread their branches, as well as Bai Ying's Whitebone Mountain, the rest of the sects and forces, as well as all their vassals, were all mobilized. Therefore, in the desolate wilderness, if one could look down on the land from the 3 moons like the Daoist who refined the moon soul, one would be able to see that on the vast territory, there would first be grains of mustard seeds. Then, There would be thin lines that slowly moved towards the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Those were the demons who were rushing towards the battlefield. Every thin line was easily hundreds of thousands of demons. Most of them were puppets that hadn't gained sentience and were controlled by the cultivators. Among them, there were also countless demon cultivators who had embarked on the path of cultivation and transformed into human form. There were also many heroes who learned from the dynasties that were built by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Ferocious demons from the remote mountains and marshes, those who occupied the land of berserk miasma, those who had good feng shui, all kinds of deities, malicious ghosts and vengeful spirits, without exception, had to use at least half of their resources to attack the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If they couldn't take down the city walls, they would be courting death. However, if they wanted to break through the city wall, they had no choice but to throw their lives away. As long as they could afford it and were willing to sacrifice more and more useless ants, the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which seemed to be unreachable and indestructible, would lose more and more of its advantages. The moment when all three were lost would be the moment when Chen Qing's soul completely dispersed and his body and Tao vanished. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was a world of its own. How would Chen Qingju defend this advantage, and how would the desolate wilderness eliminate this disadvantage? This was the most crucial part of the battle. It could even be said that this was the only thing that needed to be done. Sword immortals attacking with their swords, ants besieging the city, they were all fighting for this. The desolate wilderness only needed to use half of their resources to defend the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Not only would the Great Wall of Sword Chi fall, but the vast world of Sword Chi would also be affected. For example, the South Whirlpool continent, the Southwest Fuyao continent, and the Southeast Tongya continent were the closest to the inverted hanging mountain. Therefore, the grey-robed old man, who had been silent for 10,000 years, reappeared. The first thing he did was to divide the desolate wilderness into 20 territories. He needed 14 greater demons, and no one was exempt. He had to mobilize at least half of the forces in one of the territories to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If he couldn't complete this small task, then there was no need for him to continue living. Once the battle began, he would be the first to ascend the city walls and experience Chen Qingju's swordsmanship. If he wasn't willing, then he would be sent to the bottom of the ancient well. 20 territories. If the cultivators' cultivation bases weren't high enough, then they would have to rely on numbers to make up for it. However, there was one thing that had to be done. All of the greater demons in the upper 5 realms had to head north. Anyone who dared to hide or avoid battle was to be slaughtered. Of course, he couldn't force the greater demons who had worked so hard to reach the upper 5 realms. As long as they were willing to go to battle, they would be rewarded in the future. Before leading an army into battle, they should first receive a generous gift. If these existences died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of the boundless world. In that case, their heirs or direct descendants would be guaranteed a place in the wildlands. The size of the territory would be determined by the cultivation base of the greater demons who died in battle, as well as their battle achievements. For the next 1,000 years, no one would be able to invade their territory in the slightest. If they broke through the Great Wall of Sword Chi, then not only would they be rewarded in their hometowns, any greater demons of the upper 5 realms would be able to establish their own sect in the new world. The contract signed by Tuo Yushan and the 14 greater demons had already spread throughout the desolate wilderness. In each of the 20 territories, if the greater demons' cultivation bases were high enough, they would lack robes, armors, and treasures. The grey-robed old man was very direct. He asked the 14 greater demons to contribute. Don't hide your wealth. Whether you pay for it yourself or borrow it from someone else, just give it to them. In any case, once they reached the vast world, they would just have to follow the established strategy and plunder by themselves. No matter what method they used, they would at least get back double the amount. If it wasn't enough, then they could just look for him and Tuo Yushan for compensation. The siege this time was orderly and was divided into 8 stages. Now, it was only the first stage that had just begun. After that, the sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi would constantly encounter accidents. For example, in the wilderness, there would be pure martial artists of the 10th level. There would be the mohist sword boat on the mountain ferry. There would even be sword cultivators fighting sword cultivators on top of the city walls. There would also be a large group of military cultivators gathered in the desolate wilderness, all of them wearing armor pills. When the time came, a large mountain would appear on the battlefield. It would be the 5 great mountains that had been emptied by dozens of dynasties. Countless cultivators would gather on the mountains and rain down treasures. On the battlefield, the greater demons would have to look up at the city walls. As time passed, the battlefield would become taller and taller. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword energy would become the true ruler of all the lands in the wildlands. As the saying goes, 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 the Great Wall of Sword energy. Bai Ying began to drink. He had heard that the vast world had many immortal wines. Didn't the arrogant sword immortals on the city walls like to use their swords to kill demons? They could just use their swords to their heart's content and earn battle merits. After all, they would be stuffed to death with battle merits. In fact, the desolate wilderness had already begun to plan from the start of the Battle of the 13. The 3 siege battles that ended with the desolate wilderness retreating were just exercises for the desolate wilderness. The Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to have been born, and a large group of young geniuses led by Ning Yaro rose up. In fact, the desolate wilderness was the same. Li Jun, who had a part of the soul of the oldest felon, was naturally one of them. If he died, he died. The patriarch didn't feel any heartache, much less Bai Ying. It had to be said that there was 100 sword immortals of the demon race. They were only determined by their great Dao talent and their future accomplishments. They were not determined by their current cultivation level or combat strength. The only disciple of the bearded man, Bei Jin, was only ranked 3rd among the 100 sword cultivators. According to the habits of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when the battle was balanced or at a disadvantage, the sword cultivators would leave the city walls together and split up the battlefield. They would appear at the front lines and block the demon race's follow-up attacks. Then, it would be the turn of the Earth Immortal sword cultivators and Ning Yaro to leave the city walls. Both sides would kill each other on the battlefield. Life and death depended on their own abilities and fate. At that time, the weak sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms would appear on the city walls. Once a great demon successfully ascended the city walls, even if it was intercepted by the tired sword cultivators guarding the city walls, it would still bring disaster to countless pitiful ants. Flying swords constantly flew out of the city walls. Countless sword lights dragged countless fireflies behind them. During this period, sword cultivators kept their natal flying swords and returned to the city walls. Then, these sword cultivators would leave the front lines and head to the north side of the city walls to nourish their flying swords. They swallowed pills and breathed in and out to replenish their spirit qi. At the same time, the next batch of sword cultivators would quickly fill their positions and take turns to fight the demon race. This was the most troublesome part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword cultivators could sit on the city walls and slowly whittle down the numbers of the demon race army. The demon race once had a great demon spectating the battle. After witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he could not help but sigh sadly. Our race's attack on the city was like a huge monster. On the battlefield, we could only sit and wait to be exploited. How tragic, how helpless, and how futile. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a sneaky black-clothed youth appeared. After ascending the city walls, he went to a makeshift shop set up by the clothing and sword workshop. The youth seemed to be very afraid of death. He took a robe and wore it on the outside. A standard sword of the sword workshop hung on his waist. Then, he started running. During this time, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was shattered by the sword immortals. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was extremely long. Even if the sword immortals used their swords to shatter more than half of it, there were still some that escaped and landed on the city walls. The black-clothed youth stretched out his hands and blocked a huge boulder that was as big as a house for a few Middle 5 Realms young sword cultivators who could not dodge in time. Although the black-clothed youth with a slender figure and ordinary face blocked the boulder, he vomited blood. Without waiting for the young sword cultivators to thank him, the youth wiped away the blood and continued running. Finally, the youth found a group of familiar faces. Before this, he saw many familiar faces. For example, the Jindan bottleneck sword cultivator Pang Yuanji, and the young girl Gao Yuqing, who did not stay by her brother Gao Yeho's side but relied on Pang Yuanji to attack. He also saw some unexpected and unfamiliar faces. They stood beside the sword immortal Ku Xia and took out their intrinsic flying swords. Lin Junbai, Zhu Mai, Jin Zhenmeng. The group of young sword cultivators from the Shao Yuan dynasty of the Middle Plains, Yang Lv and Jiang Guanqing, had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had already boarded the inverted suspended mountain to travel to the South Hassa continent. The black-clothed youth did not find it strange that the sword immortal Ku Xia had stayed behind. However, Lin Junbai and the other two had stayed behind. Not only did they not hide in the city to watch the battle from afar, they even had the guts to participate in this battle. The youth was very surprised. Ning Yaro, Stack Mountain, Chen Sanqiu, Dong Huafu, Yang Ji, Fan Dash. The six of them gathered together and attacked the demons with their swords. Stack Mountain carried a giant sword on his back. This was an interesting thing in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was because the great sword immortal Yu Qing had one of his intrinsic flying swords. It was called the Mighty Suppressing Five Mountains. It had the same name as the Aquarius Continent's sword immortal Wei Jin's sword, Gao Zhu. It was similar to Qi Shou's half-immortal weapon. Fatty Yang's sword, Purple Lightning, was cursing the demons for being shameless. They dared to use underhanded methods against his Lord Yang. Dong Haitan placed the extremely feminine name of his sword, Hong Zhuang, across his knees. This descendant of the Dong family, who never spent money, did not curse the demons. At this moment, he was cursing Fatty Yang for being too soft with his sword. He was like a drunken Chen Sanqiu. Dong Huafu's words had always been sweeping across a large area. Yang Jiao said that the way he controlled his flying sword was unpredictable. He was not messing around. In fact, it was very particular. Not only was the opponent unable to detect the path, but even he could not figure it out. That was why it was the most powerful. Chen Sanqiu was dressed in white. It was an ancestral robe of the Chen family on Taixiong Street. This elegant young master's sword, Cloud Pattern, had long lost its original scabbard. It used to be the sword of his friend, Little Cricket. After Little Cricket died, Chen Sanqiu took it. This time, when he ascended the city wall, he brought an additional scabbard of the sword workshop's standard longsword and hid Cloud Pattern within it. As for the Cloud Pattern that belonged to Chen Sanqiu from the beginning, it was temporarily lent to his good friend, Fan Dash, who could not break through to become a Jindan practitioner. Controlling a flying sword to go out of the city to kill demons was not an easy task. Among the demons, there were those who not only had tough bodies, but also had extraordinary battle prowess. There were also many sinister methods that specialized in breaking through the flying swords of sword cultivators. There was also a large number of sacrificial demons. They had talisman engraved on their bodies to lure and restrain the flying sword of sword cultivators. Once the flying sword took the bait, they would not hesitate to self-destruct their Yarudan and blow up the flying sword. These demons would never write the words sacrificial demon on their heads. They would even deliberately injure themselves or pretend to be careless, revealing one or two fatal flaws on the battlefield. Once the flying sword crashed into the talisman trap on their bodies, the life-bound flying sword would not even be able to return. In this way, would the sword cultivator still dare to use his full strength to kill the demons? Would he still have the indomitable spirit of the sword when he used his sword? This in itself was an extreme test of the sword cultivator's eyesight. It was also a matter of sharpening the Dao heart. Ning Yarrow, who had both a sword and a sword on her back, glanced at the black-clothed youth. She felt somewhat helpless, but did not speak to him. He was already here. Was she going to chase him away from the city wall? Besides, would he listen to her? Therefore, Ning Yarrow turned around and continued to control her flying sword. She naturally had more than one life-bound flying sword. However, in less than 20 years and 3 consecutive battles, The demons had only seen one of Ning Yaro's flying swords. Chen Pinggan, who had transformed into a youth, took a few glances and saw through the clues. Fan Dash's sword was too restrained. It should not have been the killing power of a sword cultivator at the Dragon Gate bottleneck. It was not that Fan Dash lacked temperament or was cowardly. Instead, it was because he was in a rather awkward situation. Killing enemies on the battlefield was not like the sparring in the Ning Manor or the Yang family's drill grounds. Fan Dash wanted too much to catch up to the attacks of Tai Zhong, Chen Sanxiu, and the others. He wished too much that he could cooperate with his friends' lifebound flying swords flawlessly. As time passed, they would become interlinked. One wrong step would lead to many mistakes. Instead, he needed Chen Sanxiu and the others to help him save the situation. Originally, even an earthly immortal realm sword cultivator would be unable to see the distant battlefield clearly when looking from the top of the city wall. But now, sword cultivators at the middle 5 realms only had to focus their attention and they would be able to see everything clearly. Chen Pinggan knew that this was the work of the 3 Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist saints. It was a kind of mysterious creation ability that helped the Great Wall of Sword Qi to create an innate advantage of the world. Chen Pinggan came to the side of Fan Dash, whose face was tense but could not hide the sadness in his eyes. He did not walk up the city wall. He only stuck his head out and looked at the battlefield in the south. Then, he used his voice to form a line and chuckled softly. It's not like we're working together to kill the demons of the upper 5 realms. Just attack with your sword and ignore Dong Haitan, Fatty Yang, and the others. As long as their flying swords heavily injure the demons and don't kill them in time, you can ride your flying sword and secretly stab them. It's a waste not to take this kind of free battle merit. How can this bunch of Golden Core Realm Sword Immortals have the nerve to snatch credit from a little sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm? Don't you have any sense of brotherhood? Stacked Mountain's flying sword pressed forward with an indomitable will. His sword intent was as pure as his person. Dong Huafu habitually attacked with his sword and chased after Stacked Mountain. These two were ruthless people who only cared about their heads. Therefore, Chen Sanxiu and Yang Beek would cooperate with Stacked Mountain and Dong Huafu respectively. Apart from that, they also had to kill their own enemies. The 4 of them fought side by side 3 times and their cooperation was extremely skilled. It was like a small world. As for Ning Yaro's invisible flying sword, it was specifically responsible for dealing with difficult demons. While Stacked Mountain and the other 3 were attacking the enemy, they were also sweeping the demons on the battlefield and probing them. Ning Yaro was equivalent to one person with a sword. She alone brought up the rear and ensured that the other 4 would not have to worry about using their swords. Therefore, Fan Dash was slightly superfluous. Fan Dash believed that he was the most cumbersome existence. Fan Dash had previously practiced his sword in the Ning residence with these friends in the small mustard world. Even though he had practiced with them many times, Fan Dash was not a fledgling sword cultivator who had never fought for his life on the city wall. The only reason was that these friends were too outstanding. Opportunities on the battlefield were fleeting. Dangers and accidents would appear in an instant. Fan Dash could not keep up with Stacked Mountain and the other 3. Whether it was their thoughts or the speed of their flying swords, they could not keep up. After hearing that familiar voice, Fan Dash did not turn his head to talk to Chen Pinggan. He did not get distracted when he attacked with his sword. This was the sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was used to killing on the battlefield. Fan Dash did not hesitate or feel embarrassed. He attacked according to Chen Pinggan's instructions, and did as this second shopkeeper said. He did not try to attack with his sword and work with Chen Sanxiu and the others to kill the Yao. He only waited for an opportunity to attack the dying Yarrow with his flying sword. Chen Pinggan had long said that killing people on the battlefield was like picking up money. It all depended on one's ability. If anyone dared to say that he was shameless, he would use the Great Wall of Sword Chi's best bamboo grotto heaven wine to spray his face. Chen Pinggan watched the battle for a while and continued to remind Fan Dash, 120 feet to the left of your flying sword, that seriously injured demon is playing dead. Go, give it a stab. The sharp sword pierced through the head of the crouching demon. Chen Pingan glanced at the battlefield and continued, Fan dash, you can ride your flying sword and temporarily leave the battlefield of Stackcliff and the others. You don't have to deliberately follow them. Go to a place slightly further away. Regardless of whether they are playing dead or not, just give them a stab. It is safer to attack these trash because the possibility of them being a kamikaze soldier is the lowest. Don't be greedy. As long as you don't damage the foundation of your flying sword, you will have plenty of battle achievements. Just treat the battlefield in the south as a brand new training ground. If you want to catch up to Chen Sancho and the others, you have to use your sword. Watch more and think more. Sooner or later, you will be able to successfully predict the trajectory of their swords. At that time, you will not feel that you are being a hindrance. Withdraw your sword. If it is a kamikaze soldier, let Fatty Yang go and tease him first. See? This beast clearly has some brains. It can't take advantage of Chen Sancho and the others, so it wants to take advantage of you. At this time, don't hesitate. Just run. It's a pity that its acting skills are a bit lacking. How can there be a demon that pisses its pants while running for its life with such a firm gaze and steady hands? The opponent's hands are steady, but they are usually ruthless. You have to be more careful. Your life-bound flying sword is not tough enough, and you are not in the Jindan realm. After all, you are not rich young masters like Chen Sancho and Fatty Yang who spend countless money on flying swords. Therefore, when you attack, you must not blindly seek speed and accuracy. If you are not the same kind of person, don't use the same kind of sword. Dha, don't let such a good name go to waste. In any case, can't you at least achieve enlightenment for once? It's clearly a half-dead golden core realm great demon lying there waiting for you to send it off with your sword. Its golden core has already been shattered by the stacked cliffs. I told you not to blindly attack quickly, but I didn't tell you to be slow when you should be fast. Look, Fatty Yang has stolen all the credit. In the northeast direction, 230 feet away, do you see that demon cultivator? It has just lost a transcendent artifact and is hesitating. However, it is intimidated by the greater demon army behind it, so it can't just turn around and retreat. It can't be faked. Dash, why are you in a daze? Chop it to death. Alright, it has been snatched away by Stackcliff again. Dash, are you secretly in love with our head shopkeeper? The one confronting Chen Sancho is probably a nascent soul greater demon that is hiding its strength. It should be at least at the Jindan realm bottleneck. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. However, that transcendent artifact is too cumbersome. You can go help it. Remember to keep your flying sword close to the ground. If you can, find an opportunity to stab its crotch. Don't try to stab its head or chest. This beast is clearly coming for Chen Sancho and the others. This fight is going to be tough. Dash, this crotch stab has the demeanor of a sword immortal. Quit while you are ahead. Hurry up and run. The greater demon has its eyes on you. Let Dong Haitan carry it. A demon of the upper 5 realms that was in charge of patrolling the battlefield seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the battlefield. It was still a demon sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade realm. A sword beam with an imposing aura rushed towards the top of the city wall. The sword beam was aimed at Chen Pingan, who only had his head exposed. However, the sword on Ning Yaro's back unsheathed itself. She slashed at the sword beam, causing it to fall to the ground. The flying sword smashed into the ground, creating a dusty crater beneath the city wall. The demon sword cultivator, who had failed in his attack, rode his flying sword and disappeared in a flash. He wandered uncertainly underground before finally circling back. Ning Yaro's sword returned to its sheath. She had a calm expression as she continued to ride her intrinsic flying sword to hunt demons. Among the group, only Ning Yaro's intrinsic flying sword did not return to the city wall after 3 days and 3 nights. On the battlefield, the Golden Luan Phoenix flapped its wings from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to the southern battlefield to kill demons. Sword Immortal Gao Kuei's intrinsic flying sword was as large as a ferry as it descended from the sky. Ju Cheng's intrinsic flying sword, Rainbow, swam wildly on the ground. Wherever it passed, countless broken limbs and broken bones splashed everywhere. After Ning Lianyun, the head of the Ning family, summoned his intrinsic flying sword, a sea of clouds appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Sword chi rained down like a torrential downpour. Among the army of the wasteland world, there was also a great demon that used its divine ability. It rode a vast black cloud of crows and swept towards the city wall. Many sword cultivator flying swords that could not dodge in time were scattered. Some of the flying swords that entered the black cloud directly shattered as if they were crushed into powder by a millstone. The sword cultivators on the city wall were all covered in blood. Ning Lianyun naturally would not let the great demon succeed. He used the black cloud of crows to disrupt the sword formation. With a slight thought, he controlled one of the clouds. The black cloud of crows collided with the old sword immortal Ning Lianyun's sea of clouds. A young sword immortal from the Nayland family, who had not used his sword many times, pushed his hand forward. A crystalline white jade platform descended from the sky above the great demon that summoned the flock of crows. It went straight for the great demon's head. The great demon did not resist at all and retreated. The great demon's army of demons within a radius of several kilometers was smashed by the white jade platform. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Not only that, the great demon seemed to have been targeted by some strange divine ability of the sword immortal. No matter how it fled or changed its route, the white jade platform that contained boundless sword chi would smash down again and again. Instantly, countless innocent bystanders were implicated. The 18 white jade platforms descended one after another, finally successfully enveloping and suppressing the great demon that had nowhere to run. The great demon had no choice but to reveal its true form and withstand the crushing white jade platform. When the white jade platform that was constantly cracking completely exploded, the great demon's true body was smashed into the ground. However, the great demon, whose flesh and blood had been completely worn out, glared fiercely at the sword immortal who had attacked at the top of the city wall. It transformed back into its human form and snorted coldly. It chose to temporarily leave the battlefield to recuperate. The sword immortal on the city wall left the southern wall and went to the north to rest with his eyes closed. Another sword immortal went from the north to the south and took his place. He was responsible for overseeing the area. As long as a great demon dared to attack, a sword immortal on the city wall would have to return the favor. Furthermore, the great sword immortal would have to take the initiative to greet a great demon that had attacked once on the battlefield the next time it appeared within the range of the sword attack. The great demon was bold and was not afraid of death. It stood close to the great sword immortals, such as Yu Qing, Ning Lianyun, Han Huizi, and Li Tuimi, who were not part of the 10 but were in the immortal realm. Regardless of whether one of them attacked or all of them attacked together, everyone's battle merits would be deducted if they were unable to severely injure the great demon. This was the rule of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was an iron law that was personally set by the eldest sword immortal. Other than that, the great sword immortals on the city wall would not deliberately target the great sword immortals on the city wall as long as they attacked. The Great Wall of Sword Chi acknowledged the number of sword cultivators that died. Any sword cultivator, other than using all their strength to kill demons and defend against enemies, should first learn how to protect themselves in the process of killing. A dead sword immortal was dead. A living sword cultivator, even if he had yet to become an earth immortal, had countless possibilities. If not, where did all the sword immortals who were good at fighting come from? How could sword cultivators hide and attack while relying on the careful protection of their ancestors? That was why Chen Qingju said to Ning Yarrow that no one could not die in his heart. This was the cruel truth that the eldest sword immortal had never concealed from any of his juniors for 10,000 years. Fierce battles and dangerous killings were everywhere. On the two ends of the city wall, in the sky above the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where the sages of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were overseeing, there was an even more silent, but at the same time, more crucial hidden battlefield. The old Daoist sage who oversaw the highest point in the sky waved his snow-white foamtail again and again, dispersing the smoke and clouds. He was like a famous scholar who sat alone on the mountain peak, brushing away the filth and summer heat. The monk who sat on the praying mat silently chanted sutras. Golden lotus flowers bloomed everywhere, constantly rising into the sky, forming a long golden river with lotus lanterns floating on it. The scholarly sage sat upright and still as he spread open a book of sages. The golden words on the book flew out word by word, and when he finished reading a book of sages, there was not a single word left. The scholarly sage then opened the next book of sages. Chen Pinggan had already left the battlefield beside Fan Dash and appeared at Pang Yuanji's side. From afar, he took out his 2 flying swords, Cough Thunder and Pine Needle, to help set up a camouflage. He knew when to stop. He also appeared at Jiao Yeho and Sichu Weiran's side to help a little. He did not linger at the place where the sword immortals were overseeing. However, Chen Pinggan would stop for a while when facing the regular customers of his wine shop, the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who had drunk wine. Not only did he take out his 2 fake swords, he would also use his flying swords to kill his enemies. However, he would definitely not stay in one place for too long, nor would he attack in succession in a line. He would occasionally return to the battlefield where he attacked before, and then walk hundreds of miles. If he could save a sword cultivator's life flying sword, he would save it. If he could kill demons, he would kill them. He did not try to be brave, nor was he greedy for merit. Not only that, sometimes it was the black-clothed youth with a dull expression, and sometimes it was the haggard old man. When Chen Pinggan was hesitating, he was weighing the woman's skin in his hand, wondering if he should cover his face with it. A sword immortal who was in charge of guarding the array could not stand it any longer. He scolded him in his mind, "You're a great cultivator of the second realm. Can you be more shameless?" This sword immortal had an extremely good relationship with Yu Qing and Mi Hu. Back then, he was one of the sword immortals who went out of the city to mediate the fight. Chen Pinggan raised his middle finger at the sword immortal. Then, he gritted his teeth and decisively covered himself with the skin. He leaped onto the city wall, and his footsteps were as graceful as a woman's. Then, he helped a group of young sword cultivators sneakily attack with their swords. The sword immortal from afar was stunned at first. Then, he laughed heartily. He was very impressed by this scholar of the literary sage's lineage who he did not have a good impression of. After the sword immortal laughed, he looked at the back of the young man whose clothes were slightly stained with blood. The sword immortal calmed his mind and continued to guard the array for the flying swords of the sword cultivators who left the city wall. The sword immortal faced the south and paid close attention to every detail of the battlefield. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Perhaps only such a young man could be the junior brother of the left and right sword immortal, who could make the big brother bet on him. Only then could he be a good match for Ning Yao. 6:18. It was early in the morning in Gao City. Stack Cliff, Dong Huafu, and Fan Dash chose to retreat. Ning Yao, Chen Sancho, and Yang Ji remained where they were. Chen Pinggan returned to their side and changed into the face of a middle-aged man. He helped Chen Sancho and Yang Ji observe the battlefield situation and occasionally gave them a reminder. Compared to Fan Dash, Chen Sancho, and Yang Ji who had to be precise, Chen Pinggan was much more concise and to the point. He would only fill in the gaps in the details. Most of them were suggestions on the trajectories of flying swords and landing spots. It was a quick review to improve the situation. It was not that Chen Pinggan did not take these 2 golden core sword cultivators seriously just because he was used to drinking and became good friends with them. In fact, Chen Pinggan had benefited a lot from watching the battle and observing Chen Sancho and Yang Jie's attacks. Then, Chen Pinggan went to find Fan Dash. When Fan Dash saw Chen Pinggan with the face of a man, he felt somewhat helpless. To be enemies with Chen Pinggan was really bad luck. His ancestral grave was not emitting green smoke, but black smoke. The coffin could not suppress it. Fan Dash was very grateful despite his helplessness. If not for Chen Pinggan's appearance, Fan Dash would have been flustered for a long time. Chen Pinggan squatted down and threw a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine to Fan Dash. He smiled and said, "Remember to remember my good deeds." Dong Huafu said, "Use Fan Dash's money to buy the wine and give it to Fan Dash as a favor. I've learned it." Chen Pinggan pretended not to hear. He stuck a yellow paper filth removal talisman on his body to help dispel the smell of blood. Stack Cliff asked with a smile, "Did you go elsewhere to pick up money?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I just wandered around. As I was worried that I would be a hindrance and attract the attention of some hidden great demons, I did not dare to do much. When I return, I plan to negotiate with the Sword Immortals to be in charge of a small section of the city wall. I'll act as bait for those who are willing to take the bait. When the time comes, if any of you withdraw from the battlefield, you can come and look for me. You can witness the majesty of a great cultivator riding a sword. Remember to bring wine. I won't let you see it for free." Dong Huafu shook his head and said, "Then I won't go." Taizong smiled and said, "Me too." Fan Dash noticed that Chen Pingan was looking at him. He braced himself and said honestly, "I don't dare to go." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Dha, even if you don't go, you can still get the wine. Who would want to see you?" Stack Zhong and Dong Huafu got up almost at the same time and continued to head to the southern city wall. Fan Dash wanted to follow them, but Chen Pingan gestured for him not to rush. Chen Pingan said, "Do you feel a lot of pressure fighting side by side with these friends? It seems like every time I help them, I'll be a burden." Fan Dash nodded. Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Having such thoughts is actually not a bad thing. However, if you want to do better, you should suppress these thoughts. Fan Dash, don't forget that you are a sword immortal who has reached the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm. You are not even 30 years old. Do you know that in our Haoran world, even in the North Continent, where sword cultivators are as common as clouds, a sword cultivator who will enter the gold core stage sooner or later is such an amazing young talent?" Chen Pingan pointed at himself. "It's not that Righteous World has a person like me. Righteous World is filled with people like Chen Pingan. Among the people of the same age as us on the mountain, there are definitely people who are better than me when it comes to killing enemies. There should be quite a number of them. However, there are many people who are inferior to me, many of them." Chen Pingan said slowly, "In my hometown, the Eastern Aquarius continent, I have traveled a lot. If you, Fan Dash, were to cultivate there, you would be a proud son of heaven that the entire empire placed high hopes on. You might think that I used to joke that I was a great cultivator of the 5 realms, but that's not entirely true. In my hometown, a cave-abode realm demon or ghost is a fully deserving great demon, a frightening malicious spirit. Think about it, a golden core sword immortal with an innate sword embryo might only be in his 30s. How high up is he in the Aquarius continent?" Fan Dash nodded. "I never thought about this before. I was not very interested in Righteous World. Ever since I was young, I felt that my aptitude was passable, but not good enough." Chen Pingan smiled and spread out his hands. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at both ends. "What I said is that Fan Dash felt that everything he did was wrong when he was with Ning Yarrow and Chen Sancho. This is an extreme. Fan Dash in my hometown seemed to be able to use his sword to fight against an entire country. This is another extreme. Naturally, it's not desirable." Chen Pingan retracted one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He waved it in the middle of the previous line. Things can be that extreme and unavoidable. However, a sword immortal's Dao heart should be here, unmoved. When it comes to external matters, they are really external matters. It is very difficult for us to completely control them. However, the heart of a cultivator is always the matter at hand. It is close at hand. It is a skill that can be sharpened and improved at any time and place. The human body is a small world. It's just a standing all in the world. However, the human heart is all-encompassing. It can be higher and bigger than the world. Especially a sword immortal. Wherever his thoughts go, wherever his flying sword goes, his body and mind are free. I feel that this sentence is very correct. I'll give it to you for free along with this pot of wine in your hand." Fan Dash's eyes were clear. He took a big gulp of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, "Chen Pingan, if you said these words to me in the past, I might have only understood a little. However, it's different now. I understand." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Actually, it's all the same. I've also suffered big and small hardships. I've walked and stopped and thought about this and that. That's how I got to where I am today. Fan Dash was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he asked curiously, which sage said the sentence that was given to me along with the wine? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin. Dash, it's fine if you're not smart. Why is your eyesight so bad? Fan Dash smiled and stood up. He threw the wine pot in his hand and was about to go to Chen Sanchio's side. However, Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and grabbed the empty wine pot. He stood up and scolded, "You're just a sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. How dare you pretend to be heroic in front of a great cultivator in the second realm? Is the wine pot free?" Fan Dash felt a little guilty and quickly left. However, he could not help but turn his head. He saw the second shopkeeper tilting his head and pressing his fingers against his temples. Then, he slowly took off a mask. Fan Dash asked, "Chen Pingan, I just can't forget her. Am I very useless?" Chen Pingan put the vermilion mask into his sleeve and said with a smile, "There's nothing better than talking about infatuation and infatuation." Fan Dash was puzzled. "When we first met, you didn't say that. You scolded me so badly." The dispirited Chen Pingan took out the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said with a smile, "I don't have the energy to talk to you about this. Think about it yourself. Also, show some of the spirit of a great sword immortal in the Dragon Gate realm. Roosters quarrel with each other. Sword cultivators don't hold grudges when fighting." Chen Pingan was actually no longer worried about Fan Dash's feelings. Fan Dash did not seem to be outstanding in his cultivation or words. However, Chen Pingan was certain that Fan Dash's path of cultivation would be very long. Chen Pingan was more worried that Fan Dash would hear his reasoning and realize that he could not do it. Or rather, it would be another kind of trouble if he could not do it well. If one did not know a principle, it would be an invisible denial. If one knew and acknowledged it, it would be an affirmation. If one could not do it, it would be another denial. Generally speaking, when one reached this step, that principle would be the end of the road. It would be the burial ground of the path of the heart. There would not even be a corpse left. The most frightening thing was that a series of similar theories would die along with it. A large number of people would die. Unexpectedly, Fan Dash said, "If I can't achieve the kind of firm sword heart you mentioned, I won't be unaffected by Chen Sanchio and the others. Chen Pingan, remember to remind me more. If the first time doesn't work, try a second time. I don't have any strong points, but I can listen to advice." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Well said." Fan Dash finally said, "Then listen to my advice. This war will be fought. A few days or half a month won't make a difference. You should recuperate first before returning to the city. Otherwise, if you continue like this, it will be very difficult for you to recover to your peak when we need to leave the city for the battlefield. You are my guardian swordmaster. Even if you don't worry about yourself, you should at least worry about my life. Do you still want to drink wine that doesn't cost money in the future?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "That makes sense." Chen Pingan really took out his charm boat and left the city. Fan Dash went to the southern city wall. Ning Yarrow nodded and smiled at him, "Thank you." Fan Dash wanted to keep a straight face, but he couldn't do it. He simply laughed. Dong Huafu commented, "You're so silly." Among the group, Chen Sanchio, who was the most confident in killing with his flying sword, said with a smile, "Dong Haitan, do you have the ability to get Ning Yarrow to thank you?" Dong Huafu turned his head and asked, "Sister Ning, can you thank me?" Ning Yarrow kept her eyes forward and gave him the word scram. Dong Huafu nodded, indicating that he accepted it. He then turned to Chen Sanchio and Fan Dash and asked, "Sister Ning has never been courteous with me. Can you do it?" Chen Sanchio gave him a big thumbs up. Fan Dash took a deep breath and took out his life-bound flying sword. With a flash of sword light, he flew down the city wall. Chen Pingan controlled his charm boat. With nothing to do, he imitated his disciples and students. He leaned on the bow of the ferry and used his hands to row the boat. Did it really seem faster? During a break in the battle, A few young sword cultivators from other villages retreated from the southern city wall to the northern city wall. Another batch of local sword cultivators who had been conserving their strength silently took over their positions. However, when they brushed past each other, most of them had smiles on their faces. Yu Juanfu sat on the northern city wall, chewing on his last piece of pancake. His body was full of fist intent, but he could not punch out. This made Yu Juanfu, who could only watch the battle from the top of the city wall, have a great desire to reach a higher martial realm for the first time in his life. A Realm 7 golden body was ultimately not like a Realm 8 long-distance travel. As long as one reached the realm of long-distance travel, one could fly like a chi refinement warrior and punch to his heart's content. Zhu Mai's face was pale. She was still fearful. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and did not say a word. After she took out her life-bound flying sword, she was in danger several times. She was either protected by sword immortal Ku Xia or saved by Jin Junmeng. Even Lin Junbai, who was still a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, had helped her once. If Lin Junbai had not seen through the disguise of a demon death warrior and purposely used his sword to lure the opponent into using his trump card, Zhu Mai would have definitely damaged her life-bound flying sword. Even if her Dao was not damaged, she would have retreated down the city wall and recuperated in the Sun residence. From then on, the battle would have nothing to do with her. Lin Junbai was talking to Jin Junmeng about his experience in the previous battle. This should be the first time Lin Junbai and Jin Junmeng had such a private conversation. They talked about the gains and losses, flaws, and many other intricacies of the battle. Jin Junmeng smiled warmly. Although he still did not speak much, it was obvious that he was closer to Lin Junbai. This was also the first time Jin Junmeng felt that Lin Junbai, a genius youth who seemed to be untainted by dust, had a human touch. Lin Junbai took out an exquisite porcelain bottle made by the Shao Yuan dynasty. He poured out 3 pills of different colors. He kept one for himself, and the other 2 were dark green and spring green. He tossed them to Jin Junmeng and Zhu Mai respectively. Jin Junmeng and Zhu Mai were similar. They hesitated for a while and still chose to accept the pills. The 3 of them swallowed the pills. Lin Junbai began to concentrate. As he breathed in and out, the pills gradually melted. Abundant spiritual energy surged into a few key chi residences. Lin Junbai split a portion of his attention and continued to ponder over the end of the heart examining game. Every time he reviewed the game, his Dao heart would be a little more complete. Back then, the white-clothed youth who claimed to be Kui Dongshan had asked Lin Junbai a question as he was putting the pieces away from the chessboard. He asked if Lin Junbai dared to stay at the Great Wall of Sword Chi to kill demons. Lin Junbai said he dared, but the risk was too great and the benefits too small. It did not seem worth it. It's not a suggestion, it's an order. Because you are too stupid, I can only say more. Otherwise, my good intentions will be misunderstood by you. What was originally a good thing will become a reason for you to complain about me. When the time comes, I will beat you to death and you will still feel aggrieved. Kui Dongshan twirled a chess piece between 2 fingers and shook it. Firstly, after you stay, it doesn't matter how many demons you kill. If you can kill more and gain the recognition of 1 or 2 sword immortals, that would be even better. Kui Dongshan casually threw the chess piece into the chess jar and twirled it again. Secondly, with Ku Xia by your side, you will not die as long as you are careful. Ku Xia is even more stupid than you, but he is still a rare good person on the mountain. Therefore, the more you act like a good person, the more decisive you are with your sword and the more demons you kill, Ku Xia's recognition of you will increase with each passing day on the city wall. Ku Xia is already prepared to die. Therefore, one day, Ku Xia might be willing to die in a different way. If it is not for himself, it will become for you, Lin Junbai, the future pillar of the Shao Yuan dynasty. At this moment, you need to be careful. Don't let Ku Xia's sword immortal die in battle here for you. You, Lin Junbai, have to constantly use Zhu Mai and Jin Junmeng, especially Zhu Mai, to make Ku Xia dispel his thoughts of dying so generously and escort you out of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Remember, even if Ku Xia's sword immortal insists on returning to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone, He will have to escort you all the way to the south swirling continent before he can turn around and return. I will not teach you how to do it and what the meaning is. Kui Dongshan tossed a second chess piece into the jar. Thirdly, when you leave the inverted hanging mountain and get along with Zhu Mai and Jin Zhenming, from beginning to end, you must not overdo things and try to win their hearts. There's no harm in teaching you a trick. The Lin Junbai that they spend all their time with is still the same Lin Junbai who thinks highly of himself. He has to be a completely different person from the Lin Junbai who used his sword to kill the diamonds on the walls, or all your previous efforts will be wasted. Zhu Mai and Jin Zhenming are not like Yang Lv or Jiang Guancheng. The latter is pragmatic, while the former is hypocritical. They are two different worlds. You should consider it carefully. Fourthly, when you return to the Shao Yuan dynasty in the Central Plains, you must keep your mouth shut and not mention a single word. If you can't keep your mouth shut, you can go into seclusion and refuse to receive any guests. Before you shut your mouth, you should naturally have a private conversation with your teacher. You just have to be honest with him. Other than me, there is no need to hide anything from him. Don't treat your teacher as a fool. Lord Imperial Tutor will understand your intentions. Not only will he not be disgusted, he will instead be gratified. This is because you and he are kindred spirits. He will naturally protect you from the shadows and do his duty as a teacher for this proud disciple of yours. He will not personally take action to spread your name. That would be too underhanded. I believe that not only will Lord Imperial Tutor not do that, he will control the situation and do the opposite. Yang Lv is even more foolish than you. Since he is already your chess piece, he will naturally do what he should do and say what he should say when he returns to his hometown. However, Imperial Tutor will seal off the news in the Shao Yuan dynasty and not allow you to exaggerate your experience at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then you can wait for the academia to speak up for you. During this period, the more Lin Junbai keeps his mouth shut, the more the Shao Yuan dynasty remains silent. Praise from all directions will come knocking on your door. You can't stop it even if you close the door. Not only the Shao Yuan dynasty, but all the surrounding dynasties, vassals, emperors, generals, ministers, cultivators on the mountain, and the streets below will all know that there is a young Lin Junbai who traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He dared not retreat in battle and could kill demons with his sword. Kui Dongshan twirled the chess piece between two fingers and asked with a smile, "In this fourth, what is the most subtle thing? Think carefully. Don't let me down." Lin Junbai answered, "Let my teacher feel that my conduct is still a little immature. It will also let him do things that his students can't do. Then, he will not hold any grudges in his heart." Kui Dongshan threw away the chess piece. "Fortunately, you aren't stupid to the point of death. Just wait and see. In the future, the war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be even more tragic. The world will be stunned by a single blow and become a little more clear-headed. Then, your deeds at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be even more valuable." Kui Dongshan twirled another chess piece and sneered, "Even those Confucian sages, gentlemen, and sages who belong to a different Confucian lineage from your teacher will look at you in a different light. The Imperial Tutor sees you as his last disciple with great prospects. However, the academia of the Confucian Academy may not continue to see Lin Junbai as a disciple of the dynasty's Imperial Tutor. Experience the profoundness of this place. It will be like drinking wine for you." Kui Dongshan shook his finger and chess piece, "But don't get carried away. All the praise today will become criticism in the future. The people who praise and criticize are often the same group of people. This is another wonderful thing. Once you understand, it will be another pot of wine. It will be very intoxicating." Kui Dongshan threw away the chess piece in his hand and smashed it into the pot. The pieces collided with a crisp sound. He shook his sleeves. "This person, Yang Lu, can be used well. This person, Zhu Mai, must obtain her approval, especially the latter. Once the relationship between the two sides is properly handled, you will be pleasantly surprised." Lin Junbai asked softly, "Is it the family behind Zhu Mai?" Kui Dongshan shook his head, "It's not just that. Your brain is really muddled. What kind of chess game are you playing? You only look at one or two moves with each move and you want to win. Lin Junbai said sincerely, "Please dispel my doubts, Mr. Kui." Kui Dongshan said, "What Zhu Mai says is not as important as what Yu Juanfu sees with his own eyes. The two women are inseparable and have a close and pure relationship. What can't they say? Yu Juanfu approves of Zhu Mai's character and Zhu Mai approves of you, Lin Junbai. Naturally, she will say a few words of justice for you. It is precisely because of Zhu Mai's innocence that Yu Juanfu is willing to listen. In that case, your clumsy shrewdness at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not become a flaw in Lin Junbai's life in Yu Juanfu's eyes. Instead, it will increase her positive view of you. Can you understand this?" Lin Junbai said softly, "This junior is afraid that my understanding is wrong and not profound enough. Please elaborate." Kui Dongshan laughed. "A person without a single flaw is the most unapproachable. Once they deny you and then approve of you, this kind of approval will be even more firm and unshakable than when they first met you. You don't understand this. You don't know how to play chess and you don't understand people's hearts. I'm already regretting doing this long-term business with you. Why do I feel like I'm going to lose money? Lin Junbai, I've played chess with you so many times and I have no worries at all. I've never thought of doing business with you. Instead, I'm worried and sick at heart. What should I do?" Lin Junbai wanted to say something but stopped. Kui Dongshan narrowed his eyes. "You only know how to ask and not think. Don't you know that my patience is limited? I will slaughter you. Do you know why? If your answer is wrong, you'll die." Lin Junbai's forehead was covered in sweat. "I can die of stupidity, but I can't implicate Mr. Kui's foresight and find a fool to do business with." Kui Dongshan smiled. "Good kid. You can still be taught." Kui Dongshan placed his palm on the chess piece in the jar and gently stroked it. He said casually, "A Central Plains sword cultivator who is smart enough to not hesitate to die will not be disliked by Yu Juanfu, who is also a pure martial artist from the Central Plains. What do you think the Yu family, and even that old bastard Zhu Shinji, will do to a young sword cultivator that Yu Juanfu doesn't dislike? Is this a trivial matter that can be done without? Old man Yu, Zhu Shinji, these old bastards. What do they think of the original Lin Junbai, that so-called half-wit? Have they not seen enough? Old man Yu single-handedly controlled the fall and rise of two great dynasties. What kind of smart person has he not seen? That old bastard Jew has lived for thousands of years and is used to seeing the ups and downs of the world. What they have not seen is that kind of smart and stupid young man who is full of vitality and doesn't put the world in his eyes. But he is filled with a sense of foolishness and dares to disregard fame and fortune when it comes to major issues." Kui Dongshan gently raised his hand. When it was an inch away from the jar, he flicked his wrist and said with a smile, "This is the subtle changes in the human heart. The scenery is magnificent. It's just that you can't see it clearly. Careful as a hare. Cultivators are immortals. You don't use your good eyesight and pretend to be blind. Cultivate the Tao, but cultivate the Tao heart, my ass. You, Lin Junbai, are destined to be a mountain man in the imperial court. If you don't understand the human heart, how can you distinguish people and use them to control people? How can you use the human heart without suspicion?" Lin Junbai was convinced and said seriously, "Mr. Kui is wise. Lin Junbai has learned from you." Kui Dongshan raised his head. "Wise? You use such a vulgar term to describe me." Lin Junbai shook his head. "It's wise and wise. Only the sun and moon. This is the realm that I'm willing to spend my entire life pursuing. It's definitely not the wise and wise that the people of the world speak of." Kui Dongshan laughed out loud. "This bootlicker is very much like the style of my mountain. Very good, very good. If there's a chance in the future, I might really take you in as my disciple. Then you can go to the ancestral hall to kowtow and burn incense." Lin Junbai actually had a guess in his heart, but it was too inconceivable and he did not dare to believe it. Kui Dongshan retracted his smile and lowered his head to look at the chessboard. With a swipe of his palm, all the chess pieces fell into the jar. He then took out a lonely black chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. He then took out a white chess piece and formed a large circle. Kui Dongshan said, since I'm going to groom you as half a disciple, then I'll have to show you some of my true abilities. Using Yang Lu as an example, you have to make this black chess piece feel very free. You have to make this black chess piece feel that he's not bound by anything and that life is filled with hope. However, his heart and all his thoughts are in fact under your control. Whether you want him to live or die, whether you want him to gain or lose power, it's all within your calculations. Lin Junbai felt that this logic was simple and not difficult to understand. Then, Kui Dongshan formed an even larger circle of black chess pieces outside of the white chess pieces. This is the heart of that old bastard Jew and old man Yu. How will you break out of this situation? Lin Junbai pondered for a long time. He raised his arm to wipe his forehead and shook his head. There's no solution. Don't even think about breaking out of this situation. Kui Dongshan nodded. Not bad. You're half right. Kui Dongshan picked up a white chess piece and threw it on the chessboard outside of the black chess pieces. It's hard to change the situation on the chessboard in such a short time. Life is not a game of chess after all. However, don't forget that the heart of a person is unrestrained. Therefore, you can throw away a thought and hide far away. Widen your eyes and carefully look at the larger chessboard of heaven and earth. Ju Shenji is nothing. This is the cultivation of the heart. Lin Junbai lowered his head and stared at the chessboard that was not a chess manual. He fell into deep thought. Yo, dear cry, eating the wormwood of the wild, eating the apple of the wild. I have good wine and music, but I don't have any guests. Kui Dongshan retracted his gaze from the ground and turned to look at the sky. He smiled. Mountain guest, Lord Yunzhong. When I see a bird flying by, I float. At the top of the city wall, at this moment, Lin Junbai imitated the white-clothed youth and looked up. That person was Kui Dong, who played the colored cloud manual. His chess skills were even higher than Kui Dong's in the past. The white-clothed youth kept the chess jar and chessboard. After he stood up, he said his last words to Lin Junbai. I taught you this to tell you that scheming against the heart of a person is meaningless. It's not worth it. Chen Pinggan did not directly return to Ning residence. Instead, he went to the wine shop. The shop was not closed, but there were no guests. The two young workers, Zhong Jiazhen and Jiang Chu, had secretly gone to the inverted hanging mountain like the gold coresword cultivator Kui Wei. Zhong Qiu, Pei Qian, and Cao Qinglang would travel to the South Whirlpool continent. The two young men would follow Kui Dongshan to the Aquarius continent. Of the three people who were helping at the wine shop, the young man was called Qiu Long, the young lady was called Liu Yi, and the youngest child was called Dao Ban. They were all shop assistants selected from the stacked mountain range, and they were all familiar neighbors. Dao Ban was different from his peers, Feng Kangol. Feng Kangol, who had started saving money at a young age to prepare for marriage, was truly fearless. He was good at reading people's expressions and knew how to steer according to the wind. Dao Ban, on the other hand, was fearless and one-track-minded. Qiu Long and Liu Yi, who were chatting at the table, immediately stood up nervously when they saw the amiable second manager. It was as if they were slacking off by sitting at the table. Chen Pinggan smiled and gestured for them to sit down. We don't have any guests. You can relax. Dao Ban was the only one who was lying on a bench at another table in a daze, staring blankly at the empty street. Chen Pinggan sat at the table and asked with a smile, What's wrong? You can't beat Feng Kangol in snatching your little wife. Are you unhappy? Dao Ban said unhappily, Second shopkeeper, do you think I'm that kind of sword embryo that no one can see through? Chen Pinggan was speechless. Chen Pinggan patted the table. Go get me a jug of wine. Same old rules. Dao Ban stood up unhappily and shouted, Sister Liu Yi, go get a jug of wine from the second shopkeeper. Don't forget to collect the money. Chen Pinggan took out a piece of snow and handed it to Liu Yi, saying that there was no need for pickled vegetables and noodles. He only wanted to drink wine. Soon, the young lady came back with a jug of wine and a white bowl, gently placing them on the table. Chen Pinggan poured a bowl of bamboo sea paradise wine and took a sip. Dao Ban sat up and leaned on the table, somewhat bored. He tapped the table with his finger and said, Second shopkeeper, I also don't want to sell wine for the rest of my life. Chen Pinggan laughed and asked, then what do you want to do? Dao Ban said, I haven't thought about it yet. Chen Pinggan drank his wine and said nothing more. Dao Ban tried to find something to talk about. Second shopkeeper, do you know that there are actually a lot of people who speak ill of you behind your back? Quite a few customers who come here to buy wine all feel indignant for you. There are a lot of things that just hearing them is quite infuriating. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't know. Can you tell me? Dao Ban began to spill the beans from a bamboo tube, telling him in full detail what he had heard. Seeing that the second shopkeeper was only drinking wine and not getting angry, Dao Ban became somewhat angry. He said angrily, second shopkeeper, you're not deaf. Are you listening to me or not? Chen Pinggan laughed. I'm listening. The east wind blew up the willow catkins, the east wind blew down the willow catkins. It was the same as the east wind, the willow catkins rose and fell. What was there to care about? It was just that this kind of logic was too boring, and there was no need to say it to a child. Therefore, Chen Pinggan seemed to realize something and pretended to be angry. These bastards are too infuriating. The child said eagerly, what should we do? Chen Pinggan stopped the wine bowl in his hand and said with a sidelong glance, are you going to help me fight, or are you going to be my lookout? Dao Ban sighed and leaned on the table again. When there are a lot of customers, I feel tired. When there are no customers, I feel bored. What's going on? Chen Pinggan teased, that's right, that's right. What's going on? Dao Ban glared. You're really boring. You're not a storyteller anymore, and you don't like to manage the shop. I don't know what you're busy with all day. Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, I spent money to buy wine. There should be a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of yangchun noodles. I'll give them to you. Dao Ban was grinning from ear to ear. Liu Yi, who had been listening to the conversation, immediately went to greet Uncle Feng and made a bowl of yangchun noodles for the second shopkeeper. Chen Pinggan drank his wine leisurely. For some reason, he thought of the disaster of old Assistant Minister Liu in Qingwan Country's Lion Garden. Scholars who cherished their reputation valued reputation the most, so they were most afraid of losing their integrity in their later years. Kui Dongshan's insidious methods were all the ideas of the old assistant minister's eldest son, Liu Qingfeng. His fellow villager, Li Baozhen, only followed his instructions. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked at the big and small restaurants and the empty street behind him. In fact, the people and words that Dao Ban mentioned did not make Chen Pinggan feel strange at all. It could even be said that he had already guessed it. Just like the words that Chen Pinggan engraved on the side of the seal, there were no surprises in the world. For the current Chen Pinggan, it was very difficult to be angry. It had nothing to do with that disappointment. There must have been people who had met the young master Chen Pinggan at the wine table, Taixiang Street, or Yuhu Street. Some people tried to curry favor with him but to no avail, so they secretly started to hate him. The second shopkeeper was friends with Chen Pinggan, so he would hate Chen Pinggan as well. There were also Sword Xiu who looked down on Stack Zhong's birth, but envied Stack Zhong's opportunities and cultivation. They hated the clamor of the wine shop, and hated the young second shopkeeper who was in the limelight for a while. There were those of the same age who had followed the crowd and ridiculed Fatty Yang. Later on, as Yang Ji's realm became higher and higher, he went from looking down on them and despising them to looking up to them. Yang Ji was familiar with the Ning Mansion and Chen Pinggan. This group of people was unhappy and scratched their hearts and livers. There must have been young drinkers who tried to get close to the second shopkeeper in Pingzhong wine shop. They only felt that they could not get along with the second shopkeeper. At first, they did not think much about it. However, as Chen Pinggan became more famous, it became a real loss in their eyes. Over time, they did not go there to buy wine anymore. They even liked to go to other wine shops with their friends and talk about the small wine shop and Chen Pinggan together. They were very happy. The more people agreed, the better the wine taste. These people, especially when they thought about how they had pretended to drink wine and eat pickled vegetables with those sword cultivators by the roadside, suddenly felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Therefore, They became more and more enthusiastic when they talked about the wine shop with their friends. The more lively the wine shop was, the better the business. Those who drank wine and spoke with sarcasm looked around. Even if there were not many people around them, they had many reasons to comfort themselves. They even felt that they were sober when everyone else was drunk. They huddled together in twos and threes to warm themselves up. They became close friends and were sincere. The Buddhist scriptures said that rain moistened the plants and trees, and there were differences. There was an old saying that the same rice could feed 100 different kinds of people. In fact, it had a similar meaning. Negating anyone was an easy thing to do. Whether it was the big boss of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sage of Confucianism who ruled the world, or the sages of the 100 schools of thought, anyone in the world could be easily denied as long as others wanted to find fault with them. Things that anyone could do could be done. Otherwise, they would be left behind. One could not just do it. Otherwise, one would be mediocre and suffer in the end. If one truly approved of someone, it would be very difficult. Chen Pingan's joy now was not to compete with them. Instead, he had gained some leisure time. As long as he had the chance, he would try his best to see the complicated lives of these people. He would try his best to see the people's hearts. Chen Pingan drank a big mouthful of wine. The wine in his bowl was already finished. He poured another bowl. Looking at Daoban, who was engrossed in eating, Chen Pingan laughed and said, "Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you." Daoban ignored him. Chen Pingan drank his wine and missed his hometown. When he was young, in a small town, a child once climbed a tree to retrieve a broken kite hanging on a high branch. In the end, he was called a thief. There was once when he saw his peers playing from afar in the immortal graveyard. Someone was bitten by a snake. That child hurriedly asked, secretly learned, and eavesdropped on the herbal prescription from the Yang family's shop. He helped the bitten child apply medicine. After that, when they saw the black charcoal kid from Clay Bottle Alley who was always alone and watching them play from afar, the ones who scolded him the most fiercely and threw mud at him the most fiercely were the peers who had been in contact with the orphans of Clay Bottle Alley. At that time, Chen Pingan did not understand why it was like this. As he gradually grew up, he gradually understood that if he did not do this, he would lose his friends. But this did not stop those children from being filial to their parents when they grew up. They helped the elderly in the neighborhood carry water and snatched water in the middle of the night. There were also young people who were not stingy with their money. Some were even lucky enough to become the lackeys of the rich kids in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. They would glare angrily and act fierce whenever they found an opportunity. Even so, it did not stop some of these people from returning home after receiving a reward. They would lead their younger brothers and sisters, whose clothes were shabby and whose toes stood outside the door all year round, to the shops in the small town. They would spend lavishly and buy a lot of New Year's goods. Then, they would ask their parents to cook a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. It was a lively reunion. They would make small items such as bamboo dragonflies, bamboo knives, and bamboo swords for their younger brothers and sisters. There were also those whose entire family was ill-intentioned when they were young and remained the same when they grew up. Then, they would get married and have children. Their lives would not be too good. The family would never quarrel over right and wrong. All the knowledge of the family seemed to have a kind of harmony that was similar to a small world. Even though Chen Pingan had become an apprentice of a kill worker, he still did not understand why at that time. Later on, he walked the path of the Jianghu and read a lot of principles in books. Only then did he understand the reason. The child in Mud Bottle Alley grew up day by day. He would be unhappy and aggrieved about the things that happened to him when he was young. He could only squat alone, shake his head, and play with grass. Or he could go to the immortal tomb and make small, unbelievably rough clay figurines in front of the dilapidated idols. He would also pick up a withered branch and jump alone on the lush countryside road. He would use the withered branch as a sword and slash along the way. He was panting and very happy. He would also have a toothache that made his face red and swollen. He could only chew some herbs in his mouth and did not want to speak for a few days. But as long as there was no illness or disaster, and no pain anywhere on his body, even if he was hungry for a meal, he was happy. He would also be unable to sleep in the middle of the night. He would run alone to the Loch Dragon well or under the old locust tree. As a lonely child, as long as he looked at the bright stars in the sky, he would feel as if he had nothing, but also as if he had everything. Later on, the little slug in the same alley grew up. He could walk and talk. The Straw Sandals youth in Mud Bottle Alley also met Liu Xianyang. Later on, he became an apprentice of a kill worker and felt that life had a little more to look forward to. He had to take care of the little slug and learn more skills from Liu Xianyang. Chen Pinggan hoped that the three of them would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes in the future. No matter what they encountered in the future, no matter whether it was a big disaster or a small one, they would be able to smoothly walk through it. The little slug said that he had to earn a lot of money so that his mother could wear gold and silver when she went out every day. He also said that they would move to the residence on Fulu Street. When that time came, all the bastards who had bullied them would not look for trouble. They would all be scared to death. They would slap their own mouths and take the initiative to bring chickens and ducks to apologize. Otherwise, he, Jiyu Kan, would not forgive them. Those who had scolded him 100 times in the past, he would scold them back a few hundred times. Those who had kicked him once in the past, he would kick them back 7 or 8 times. He would kick them until they rolled on the ground and almost died. Liu Xianyang said that he wanted to become the person with the best craftsmanship in all of the dragon kilns. He wanted to learn all of Old Man Yarrow's skills. The porcelain that he personally made would be placed on the old emperor's table. He also wanted the old emperor to treat it as a family heirloom. When he grew older and became an old man, he, Liu Xianyang, would definitely be more awe-inspiring than Old Man Yao. He would scold all of the clumsy disciples and apprentices every day until they bled. Liu Xianyang still hoped that he would be able to shatter a brick with a casual punch and cross the widest stream with a single step. Everyone who had studied in school, everyone who knew how to write a few sarcastic lines, would look at Liu Xianyang in a new light and beg to write spring festival couplets for his old Liu family. At that time, the three of them had their own wishes. In fact, each of them felt that their wishes were very big and were the biggest. However, no one would have thought that when compared to the fate of the three of them in the future, such a big wish actually did not seem that big. It could even be said that it was very small. It was just that Jiyu Kan became the kind of person that the three of them hated the most. Liu Xianyang also did not become that kind of hero. Instead, he became a true scholar. Chen Pinggan, who only wanted to live a stable life, did not live a stable life. He earned a lot of money and traveled very far in the Jianghu. He met many people that he did not even dare to think about in the past. He was no longer the straw sandals child who carried a large wicker basket up the mountain to gather herbs. He had changed into a large wicker basket that could not be seen and could not be touched. It was filled with stories that he could not bear to throw away and picked up one by one to put into the wicker basket on his back. Some of the stories did not have happy endings. Some lovers did not become spouses. It seemed that good people did not have good karma. Some parted without sadness at the time, but in reality, there was no chance for them to meet again. Some of the stories had happy endings, but at the same time, there were flaws. Some of the stories did not have an ending. However, Chen Pinggan had always believed that seeing the light in the dark and giving birth to hope in desperate times was not wrong. Chen Pinggan put down his wine bowl and was in a daze. He thought of Old Man Yarrow, who liked to be alone with his hands in his sleeves. He remembered the first time he followed the old man into the mountains to find soil suitable for making porcelain. It suddenly snowed heavily. The cold wind was bone-chilling and the snow was knee-deep. The thin straw sandals youth almost froze to death. The silent old man continued to walk in front of him. He only slowed down his pace and said a few words, which was rare for him. Walking on the mountain road in the middle of winter, the weather is cold and the ground is frozen. It was not easy to earn some money, but you are not willing to spend a single cent just to freeze yourself to death. The weather is cold and the road is long. You should wear more clothes. Can't you understand this? If your parents don't teach you, can't you think for yourself? On the seemingly endless snowy road, the suffering youth listened to the words that were even worse. He could not cry even if he wanted to. The old man did not care about Chen Ping'an's life or death. However, when Chen Ping'an once again felt that kind of despair, a person caught up with him. Not only did he bring Chen Ping'an a big bag filled with thick cotton-padded clothes and dry food, the tall youth also scolded him for being an old man who had kowtowed to his master and was not a good person. Chen Ping'an was not paying attention and his neck was strangled by the person. His body was pulled backward. Not only did the person not stop while he was ahead, he increased the strength of his arm and rubbed Chen Ping'an's head with his other hand. He laughed and said, "You are quite tall now. Did you ask for my permission?" Chen Ping'an's eyes were red. He muttered, "Why did you only come now?" In the world, the only person who could criticize Chen Ping'an's life and who Chen Ping'an was willing to listen to was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Because he was Liu Xianyang. 619. Qiu Long and Liu Yi were both shocked. This was because the second manager of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never been bullied like this before. It was always the second manager who cheated others. Dao Ban was such a stubborn child. Protecting the wine shop's business so that his elder sister and the second manager could earn money every day was Dao Ban's greatest wish. But at this moment, Dao Ban gave up the opportunity to speak up for justice. He silently left the table with his bowl and plate. He could not help but look back. The child felt that the tall young man in green robes was really amazing. In the future, he wanted to become such a person and not a person like the second manager. Even if he often laughed and chatted with others in the wine shop, even if he earned so much money every day and was famous on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when there were not many people, he would still be like today. He was worried and unhappy. Liu Xianyang let go of Chen Ping'an and sat beside Chen Ping'an, who had already given up some space on the bench. He waved at Dao Ban and said, "Young man, bring another jug of good wine and a wine bowl. Put the bill on Chen Ping'an's head." Dao Ban looked at the second manager. The second manager nodded slightly. Dao Ban then went to bring the cheapest jug of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine. Although he did not want to become the second manager's business skills were the best. Whether it was selling wine, acting as a banker, or asking the sword, Dao Ban felt that he could still learn these things. Otherwise, how could he compete with Feng Kangol for a wife in the future? Chen Ping'an still had wine in his jug. He poured a bowl for Liu Xianyang and asked, "Why are you here?" Liu Xianyang was not in a hurry to give an answer. He took a sip of wine and shuddered. He said sorrowfully, as expected, "I can't get used to these so-called immortal wines. My life is cheap. I only think that glutinous rice wine tastes good." Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Dong Shui Jing's glutinous rice wine. Actually, I brought some, but I drank it all." Liu Xianyang elbowed Chen Ping'an's shoulder and said, "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Chen Ping'an rubbed his shoulder and continued drinking. Liu Xianyang took a big gulp of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He raised his thumb and pointed to the street behind him. "I came here with my classmates to travel. On the way here, I found out that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was at war again. I was scared to death. I was afraid that the teachers would be hot-blooded and show us some righteous energy from their stomachs and then take us to the city wall to kill demons. I wanted to hide in one of the 4 private residences on the inverted hanging mountain. 4 private residences. But my classmates and teachers were all righteous. But my teachers and classmates were all righteous. Could have been but they were all righteous so. Of course, I've heard a lot about you in Chunbanzhai. That's the most important reason. I have to advise you not to let you do whatever you want." Ban Liu Xianyang was the most talkative person in the world. Chen Ping'an had experienced it for many years. Back then, when the 3 of them got along, Liu Xianyang and Ji Yukan would quarrel and scold each other whenever they had a disagreement. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to stop them and just listened to them. After all, they were both adults and children, so they couldn't argue too much. Liu Xianyang seemed to have never lost an argument because he didn't care about winning or losing at all. He was always smiling happily. Ji Yukan would often win the argument by cursing Liu Xianyang's 18 generations of ancestors, But in the end, it was Ji Yukan who became more upset and chased after Liu Xianyang to beat him up. When she was angry, Ji Yukan would grab a tree branch and throw stones. Even if Liu Xianyang was accidentally hit by a stone, he wouldn't get angry. Ji Yukan once said that Liu Xianyang was not a good person at all. He lived a poor life and was a bachelor. The only good thing about him was that he did not hold grudges and would not beat people up just because he was strong. At that time, the three of them who depended on each other had their own way of living. No one was more reasonable and there was no clear right or wrong. Liu Xianyang liked to talk nonsense. Chen Pinggan felt that he did not understand reason at all. Ji Yukan felt that reason came from strength, a strong fist, a rich family, and a lot of henchmen. Liu Xianyang and Chen Pinggan were just older than him. They were two poor men who might not even be able to get married in this life. How could they be reasonable? But at that time, the three of them always had more fun when they climbed the trees to catch birds, went down the river to catch fish, planted rice seedlings together to fight for water, and picked bean sprouts from the gaps of the grain-drying field. Chen Pinggan asked while Liu Xianyang was drinking, "How was your study at Mellow Scholar Chen's?" Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "How was it? Haven't I lived for more than 10 years? How could it be worse than the small town?" Liu Xianyang did not seem to be used to the wine of the bamboo sea paradise. He took small sips of the wine and said, "So I don't regret leaving the small town at all. At most, when I'm bored, I think about my hometown. The crops, the messy dragon kill residents, the chicken and dog feces in the alleys. I think about it, but it's just a casual thought. I don't feel anything else. If it wasn't for some old debts that I have to settle and someone that I want to meet, I wouldn't feel the need to return to the Aquarius continent." Liu Xianyang shook his head and repeated, "It's really boring." Chen Pinggan suddenly said a name and did not say anything else. Ji Yukan and Liu Xianyang sneered and said, "The little snot bug has always wanted you to be his father. You really think you're his father? Is there something wrong with your head? If you don't kill him, then don't kill him. You asked for it, so bear with it. If you kill him, then kill him. If you feel regret, then bear with it. What's going on now? Haven't you always been like this since you were young? What, now that you're capable, you're a gentleman and sage after studying? You're an immortal after learning martial arts and cultivating the Tao?" Liu Xianyang became angry and slapped Chen Pinggan's head. "Ji Yukan? You're not even willing to call him the little snot bug." Liu Xianyang became angrier and angrier. He poured the wine but did not drink it. He scolded, "You're the only one who likes to look for trouble. If it were me, Ji Yukan would have left the town. He's so capable. What he does has nothing to do with me. I only know the little snot bug from Clay Bottle Alley. He became the little devil of Bookslips Lake and killed the innocent. If he wanted to die, then he died. By doing bad things, he lived a better life than anyone else. That's the little snot bug's ability. It's the Bookslips Lake's foul atmosphere. Who's going to stop such a disaster? Who did I, Liu Xianyang, kill or harm? You, Chen Pinggan, have read a few books, and you're going to demand yourself to be a person of virtue and virtue. You were a layman who wasn't even a disciple of the Confucian school. If you're so arrogant, then wouldn't the Confucian saints and gentlemen have all ascended to the heavens? I, Liu Xianyang, am a proper disciple of the Confucian school. Compared to the Chen clan's ancestor who carries the sun and moon on his shoulders, wouldn't I have come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons 708 years ago? Otherwise, I'd have to worry myself to death. I just don't understand. How did you end up living like Chen Pinggan? I remember when I was young, you weren't like this. You didn't like to meddle in other people's business. You didn't even like to gossip. Who taught you that? Mr. Qi from the school? He's dead. I can't say anything about him. Besides, the dead should be respected. Scholar, sage old scholar. All right, I'll scold him later. Beside the great sword immortal? Forget it. If we're too close, I'm afraid he'll hit me. Chen Pinggan finally opened his mouth and said, "I've always been the same person I was back then." Liu Xianyang raised his hand. Chen Pinggan subconsciously dodged. Liu Xianyang rolled his eyes. He raised his wine bowl and drank a mouthful of wine. Do you know what I couldn't imagine the most? It's not that you're rich and have become one of the most promising people in our group. It's because I've long believed that Chen Pinggan would definitely become rich, very rich. It's not that you're in such a pitiful state today. It's because I know that you've always been a person who likes to go to extremes. Liu Xianyang raised his wine bowl. The thing I couldn't imagine the most was that you learned how to drink. You really like drinking. Liu Xianyang raised his wine bowl and put it back on the table. He really didn't like drinking. He sighed. What can Chen Pinggan and Liu Xianyang do when the snotty brat has become like this? Who doesn't have their own lives to live? There are so many things that we can't do no matter how hard we try. It's always been like this, and it will always be like this in the future. We've endured the most pitiful years. Liu Xianyang reached out and pressed Chen Pinggan's head. You've helped the snotty brat do so many things to make up for his mistakes. Very good, it can't be better. After all, I've read a few sage books. I know that the world lacks idiots like you who bring trouble to themselves. Liu Xianyang raised his hand gently and slapped him. But you're still so miserable. It's very bad, and it can't get any worse. Like me, Liu Xianyang is Liu Xianyang first, and then that half-baked scholar. So I just don't want you to become that idiot. This kind of selfishness, as long as you don't hurt anyone, don't be afraid of this. Chen Pinggan said, I know that. Liu Xianyang smiled bitterly. You just can't do it, or feel that you're not doing well enough, right? So you feel even worse. Chen Pinggan nodded. Actually, I've already passed Jiyu Kan's test. It's just that when I see so many lonely souls and wild ghosts, I'll think of the three of us back then. I can't help but empathize with them. I'll think of Jiyu Kan being kicked like that. She was such a young child, but she was rolling on the ground in pain and almost died. I'll think of Liu Xianyang almost being beaten to death in Mud Bottle Alley. I'll also think of myself almost starving to death, and it was only because I relied on the hundreds of meals provided by my neighbors that I managed to survive. So when I was at Bookslip Lake, I wanted to do more. I didn't hurt anyone, and I can try my best to protect myself. Liu Xianyang also felt terrible. He slowly said, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left my hometown. Sure enough, it's impossible without me. When a person has a dream, they often have to leave their hometown. It wasn't easy to achieve one's dream, but it was inevitable that they would miss their hometown in their dreams. However, as Liu Xianyang said, he didn't miss his hometown too much, and there was nothing that he couldn't let go of. At most, he was worried about Chen Pinggan and the little slug. However, his thoughts for the latter were far less than Chen Pinggan's. For Liu Xianyang, living a good life was actually the best way to explain to the old Liu family. Every year, when he went to the grave to propose a toast, put up door gods during the spring festival, and renovated the ancestral house, Liu Xianyang didn't pay much attention to it since he was young. He just made do with it carelessly. Every time he went to the grave during the first lunar month and the Qingming festival, he liked to get some ready-made paper money from Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan also said a few words, but Liu Xianyang rebutted him. He said that he was the only son of the old Liu family, and that he could help the old Liu family expand in the future. The old Liu family's ancestors should be happy in the underworld. How could they expect a lonely descendant like him to be able to make a living? If they really wanted to bless him, Liu Xianyang, for the sake of the old Liu family's descendants, he would quickly ask Liu Xianyang and say that he had made a fortune by burying a few jars of silver somewhere in the small town. Not to mention a small pot of paper money, he could even burn a few pots of paper horses and paper figures. Liu Xianyang had always been very magnanimous. He was so magnanimous that he could even joke about the incident where he was almost beaten to death. Even if the little slug brought it up, he really didn't care at all. The little slug's heart had always been smaller than the eye of a needle. Many people who held grudges would eventually forget about it. However, some people who held grudges would stare at the account book for the rest of their lives. They would flip it over and over for no reason, and they would feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. They wouldn't feel the slightest bit of uneasiness. On the contrary, this was the real fulfillment. Liu Xianyang said, As long as you are harsh on yourself, the world will be more and more harsh on you. As time goes on, there will be more and more idle people who have nothing better to do and are picky about good people. The better the world is, the more gossip there will be. Because when the world is good, people will have the strength to make irresponsible remarks. The world will also increasingly tolerate selfish people. When the world is bad, naturally, people will shut up. It's not easy to even have a full meal. In the chaos of war, who has the time to care about the good and bad of others? They can't even care about their own life and death. This is the truth, understand? Chen Pinggan nodded. Liu Xianyang continued, if you think that the matter of Shunju is the most important thing and that Chen Pinggan should become a better person, I won't bother to persuade you. Anyway, he didn't die, so it's fine. So I only ask you to do one thing, don't die. Chen Pinggan said, there are too many accidents. I'll try my best to fight for it. Liu Xianyang frowned. Mr. Qi from the school chose you to escort those children to school. Old scholar Wen Sheng chose you to be his last disciple. So many people in Luopa Mountain chose you to be the mountain master. Ning Yarrow chose you to be the Taoist companion of immortals. No matter how good these reasons are, they are not a reason for you to die here, in this war. To put it bluntly, none of these people who chose you want you to die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Who do you think you are? With one more Chen Pinggan, the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended. With one less Chen Pinggan, it can't be defended. There is no such **t reason. Don't talk to me about Chen Pinggan and doing more is more. Don't I know you? As long as you want to do something, will you lack a reason? In the past, you didn't study, so you came up with one thing after another. Now that you've studied a little, you can definitely deceive yourself and others. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to leave this place alive? Is everything you've done so that you can leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi alive? Chen Pinggan remained silent. Liu Xianyang asked, then you don't. Are you betting on luck? Are you betting that the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended, that Ning Yarrow won't die, that left and right won't die, and that all the new friends you made here won't die? Do you, Chen Pinggan, feel that after leaving your hometown, things have been too smooth, and that your luck has finally changed? That you have gone from being the unluckiest person back then to being the luckiest one? Have you ever thought that the more you have now, the more you die, and the game is over? You will still be the unluckiest wretch. Chen Pinggan said angrily for the first time, then what should I do? If you were me, what would you do? Liu Xianyang said calmly, it's simple. First, tell Ning Yarrow that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, both of them have to survive. During this time, they can do everything they can and don't hold back. Therefore, we have to ask Ning Yarrow what she thinks. Does she want Chen Pinggan to die here with her and become a pair of lovebirds? Or does she want one to die and one to leave? One less death would be a gain. Or, the two of them work together and strive for both of them to leave with a clear conscience. Even if they owe her today, they can make up for it in the future. After clarifying Ning Yarrow's thoughts, no matter what the temporary answer was, he had to ask his senior brother what he was thinking and what he hoped his junior brother would do. Would he continue the legacy of the Sage of Literature's lineage, or would he use his identity as a disciple of the Sage of Literature's lineage to die a glorious death on the battlefield? Senior brother and junior brother, it was just a matter of who died first. Finally, we have to ask Boss, Sword Immortal Chen Pinggan, if I, Chen Pinggan, want to live, will he stop me? If he doesn't, can he help me? Life and death is such a big matter, what is face? Liu Xianyang pushed his wine bowl to Chen Pinggan and said, have you forgotten? Back in our hometown, who has the right to ask for face? If you ask someone, will they give it to you? If begging is useful, will the three of us think it's a big deal? If the little snot bug begged someone not to insult his mother, if he begged, it would be fine. See how many times the little snot bug kowtowed back then? If you could learn the craft of burning porcelain by kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, would you kowtow? If I kowtowed and kowtowed until my head split into two, I would be rich and could be a lord. See if I kowtowed until I made a big hole in the ground. What, now that you've made a name for yourself, That pitiful bug from Mud Bottle Alley has become the young mountain lord of Luo Po Mountain, the second shopkeeper of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and you don't care about your life and face anymore? I can't afford to drink this kind of wine. I, Liu Xianyang, have studied many books, but I'm still too shameless. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I can't match up to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan looked absent-minded. He stretched out his hand and pushed the wine bowl back to its original place. It seemed that this was the only thing he could do. Liu Xianyang grabbed the white bowl and threw it on the ground beside him. The white bowl shattered into pieces. He sneered, "Bullsh**T, I won't die here. When I go back to my hometown, don't worry. I'll go to my uncle and aunt's grave and tell them that their son was a good person, and so was their daughter-in-law. It's just that they're all dead." Chen Pinggan, do you think they'll be happy if they hear that? Chen Pinggan's entire body collapsed. His heart, fist intent, essence, chi, and spirit all collapsed. He could only murmur, "I don't know. All these years, I've never dreamed of my parents, not even once." Liu Xianyang suddenly laughed. He turned his head and asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean?" Behind Chen Pinggan, there was a travel-worn woman. She stood in the small world and was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, "If you want Chen Pinggan to die, I'll let him die first. If Chen Pinggan wants to die, I like him. I'll beat him half to death." 6:20. After Ning Yaro sat down, Liu Yi hurriedly brought over a flask of the best Green Mountain divine wine. The girl left after putting down the flask and bowl. She did not forget to help the bad-tempered young man get another bowl. The girl did not dare to stay any longer. As for the cost of the wine, even Daoban, who was most concerned about the store's business, did not dare to say a word, let alone Liu Yi. The young man, the young woman, and the peach board hid in the shop together. The conversation between the second shopkeeper and the outsider had been in a foreign accent, so no one could understand. However, everyone could tell that the second shopkeeper was acting a little strange today. After Ning Yaro sat down, the three of them could no longer hear the conversation. Ning Yaro poured a bowl of wine and said straightforwardly, "Boss, the Sword Immortal did say that no one can't die, but he didn't say that anyone has to die. Even I don't feel that I have to die here to be worthy of the Ning residence and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. So no matter what, it won't be your turn, Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan, I like you, not the future Great Sword Immortal Chen Pinggan. It will be best if you can become a sword cultivator. If you can't, it doesn't matter. Just be a pure martial artist. Also, if you want to be a scholar, just be a scholar." Chen Pinggan nodded. "I understand." Liu Xianyang shook his head and lowered his voice, as though he was talking to himself. "You don't understand at all." Ning Yaro frowned and turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. "However, boss, the Sword Immortal, did not allow me to say more. He said that he would take care of you and wanted you to think more. Otherwise, you would have wasted this trip. Finding life in death and relying on yourself to survive is the best way to sharpen your Dao heart and nurture a sword embryo. Otherwise, it would be less meaningful for others to help you, even if it's just to give you a hand or give you some pointers." Liu Xianyang still shook his head. "It's not fun. It's not fun at all. I knew it. Everyone seems to have no requests, but it's actually the people around him who like to ask for my little Pinggan the most." Ning Yaro ignored Liu Xianyang and said, "Don't think that you're the only one with such treatment. You should feel burdened. The number of young sword cultivators who have been taken care of by Boss Sword Immortal over the past 10,000 years is not a small number. However, there were some things that could be said, but most of them were not mentioned at all. The sword cultivator himself was completely unaware of it. In fact, I didn't find it meaningful in the beginning, so I didn't agree to the old Sword Immortal's request. However, the old Sword Immortal persuaded me again, saying that he wanted to see if you were worthy of him returning the Scholar Wood sword case." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I thought Boss Sword Immortal had forgotten about this. It's just like a marriage proposal." Liu Xianyang stretched out his finger and gently rotated the white bowl on the table. He muttered, "Since his swordsmanship is so high, I might as well give him more." At the very least, it has to match my status and swordsmanship. Under the table, Chen Pinggan stomped hard on Liu Xianyang's foot. Liu Xianyang stretched out 2 fingers as though he was conjuring a sword art. He held them vertically in front of him. It doesn't hurt at all. You're a bastard. In fact, Ning Yao did not like to talk about such things. Many thoughts just swirled in her mind, and the past was the past. Just like washing and refining a sword, what was not needed did not exist. What was needed would naturally be linked to the next idea, eventually becoming something that needed to be done. Ultimately, it would manifest in the sword technique, sword intent, and sword Dao. That was all. There was no need to speak of it. However, today was an exception. Ning Yao thought for a moment and said, Boss Sword Immortal doesn't think much now. How can he forget such things? Boss Sword Immortal once told me personally that he isn't afraid of anything except for owing debts. Ning Yao added on, he doesn't think much. The more he thinks, the bigger he can be. This is the state of mind a sword cultivator should have. When a sword cultivator strikes, it should be a straight path with a bright sword beam. It's just that I'm worried that I've always thought too little while you've always thought too much. Yet, you don't make mistakes. I'm worried that what I say doesn't suit you. Therefore, I've been holding back from saying these things. Today, Liu Xianyang has made it clear to you. He spoke about fairness, selfishness, and conscience. Only then do I feel that I can say these things to you. I won't bother about Boss Sword Immortal's instructions. Ning Yao finally said, anyway, I only have this thought. Regardless of whether the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended or not, we have to live together. Neither of us can die. In the future, whether it's the sword or the fist, it will only increase. This is because you and I are not forgetful people. You don't have to prove this to anyone. Even Boss Sword Immortal and left and right. You don't have to prove it to them. It's fine as long as I know. So what are you feeling guilty about? In the future, if anyone dares to say anything about this matter, I've always disliked your reasoning. As long as I hear it, it's equivalent to questioning my sword. Chen Pinggan smiled brightly and said, this time, I really know. Liu Xianyang slapped the table and said, sister-in-law, your words are so straightforward. As expected of the Ning Yao who said the great Dao moves naturally, the sword beam is bright. As expected of the Ning Yao who I knew would be my sister-in-law the moment I saw her, Liu Xianyang, this bowl of wine is for you. It's better to be late than never. Ning Yao finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and put away the wine pot and bowl. She stood up and said to Chen Pinggan, accompany Liu Xianyang to continue drinking. After you recover, you can go to the city wall to kill demons. Liu Xianyang and Chen Pinggan stood up together and said with a smile, I'm relieved that sister-in-law said so. It's all my fault for leaving my hometown too early. Otherwise, it's hard to say who would call me sister-in-law. Chen Pinggan elbowed Liu Xianyang in the chest. Ning Yao smiled and asked, how's the girl in Mud Bottle Alley who likes to look at people askance and say strange things? Liu Xianyang grimaced and rubbed his chest. He said with a bitter face, don't expose people's shortcomings and don't scratch people's faces. This is the most important principle of our hometown's Jianghu. Ning Yao left on her sword. Her sword Qi was like a rainbow. Liu Xianyang clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Chen Pinggan, who is always so hesitant, actually found such a straightforward wife. How strange. Chen Pinggan retracted his gaze and sat down. He didn't drink. He covered his sleeves with his hands and asked, how's the scholarly style of the Mellow Chen family? Regarding the Mellow Chen family, other than the old almanac of Pearl Grotto Heaven and the world-renowned Chen Chun and of South Swirl Continent, the only other disciple of the Yingyin Chen family that he really came into contact with was the young girl named Chen Dui. Back then, Chen Pinggan and Ning Yao went into the mountains with Chen Dui, the grandson of the Chen family from Dragon Tail Creek, Chen Songfeng, and the sword cultivator Liu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden. They went to find the tombstone tree that was of great significance to a scholarly family. Chen Pinggan's impression of the girl from outside the village was neither good nor bad. Liu Xianyang didn't like drinking, So he ordered a bowl of yang chun noodles and a plate of pickled vegetables. He mixed them together and put one foot on the bench. He finished the noodles in a few mouthfuls. Then, he stood there in a daze and looked at the empty bowl. After a while, he turned his head and asked, "Do you charge for this yang chun noodles?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Other than the wine, I don't charge anything." Liu Xianyang suddenly understood and said, "I knew it. If you did business like this, you would have been hacked to death long ago." Liu Xianyang remembered Chen Pinggan's previous question and said, "Studying there was very stable. When I first arrived there, I received several valuable gifts, such as flipping the book and the ink fish. Later, I sent them all to you and the little slug." There was nothing bumpy at Mellow Scholar Chen's place. Every day, I would listen to the teachers and teachers teach me and clear my doubts. Occasionally, I would go out to study. Everything was very smooth. I would often go to a big stone cliff by the river to enjoy the scenery. There was no other way. Mellow Scholar Chen was known as the master of the world's memorial arches. None of the places looked like our hometown. Only that stone cliff by the river looked a bit like the back of the green ox that the three of us used to play. Even if I wanted to complain to you and pretend to be pitiful, I didn't have the chance. Compared to you, my luck is indeed better. I hope it will continue in the future." Chen Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "Even if there was a grievance like that of a little wife, do I, Liu Xianyang, need you to stand up for me? Touch your conscience. Ever since we became friends, who was the one taking care of who?" Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and said with a smile, "You were almost beaten to death by that old bastard at Mount Zhengyang. Later, wasn't it me who helped you vent a little of your anger?" When talking to Liu Xianyang, there was really no need to care about face. When it came to being shameless, Chen Pinggan felt that he was at most half as good as Liu Xianyang. Liu Xianyang still had one foot on the bench. He knocked on the table with his chopsticks and pretended to be profound as he said, "You don't know about this, do you? That was all part of my plan. If it wasn't for this trick, how could a little bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley like you have a chance to get close to Ningyao? You weren't even half as handsome as me. Tell me, who is the biggest matchmaker between the two of you?" Chen Pinggan chuckled. Liu Xianyang was a little worried. "I never thought that other than the glutinous rice wine in my hometown, this would be the first time in my life that I would drink properly. It wouldn't be a cross-cupped wine with my future wife. As a brother, I'm really loyal to my friends. I don't know if my wife has been born yet. Is she in a hurry to wait for me?" Chen Pinggan drank his wine. Liu Xianyang had not drunk since he left his hometown. It was most likely true. There are many good people in the Mellow Chen family. It's just that some of the bad habits that young people should have, big and small, are inevitable. Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "I made some friends over there. For example, one of them came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time. He is the younger brother of that woman, Chen Shi. His name is Chen Shi, and he is a good person. Now that he is a sage of the Confucian school, he does not lack the scholarly aura. He is also a descendant of the Chen clan, so he has the aura of a young master and the aura of an immortal on the mountain. These three temperaments can sometimes be one temperament, sometimes two temperaments." Chen Pinggan asked, "What's your current realm?" He could not tell the depth of Liu Xianyang's cultivation. He only knew that Liu Xianyang should be a qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms. Liu Xianyang waved his hand. "Don't ask. Otherwise, you'll be so embarrassed that you'll cry." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "News about me can spread to Spring Banner House. It's definitely not about opening a shop. Haven't you heard about the few fights?" Liu Xianyang asked, "Are you a swordsman now?" Chen Pinggan could only shake his head. Liu Xianyang asked again, "Which realm are you a qi refinement warrior?" Chen Pinggan didn't want to talk. Liu Xianyang pointed to the ground. "Then why aren't you squatting down and talking to Uncle Liu?" Chen Pinggan said angrily, "I'm a 7th realm martial artist after all." Liu Xianyang said with a look of astonishment, "You hit a lady and you still have the cheek to say that?" Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "You're a swordsman of the middle 5 realms?" Liu Xianyang stretched out his hands, tugged at his collar, shook his sleeves, and coughed a few times. Chen Pinggan had already changed the topic. Besides your friend, who else from the mellow Chen family came this time? Liu Xianyang smiled and said, why do you care about this? Chen Pinggan also shook his sleeves and said jokingly, I'm a direct disciple of the literary sage. The family head of the Yingyin Chen family is a direct disciple of the second sage. You're learning from the mellow Chen family. According to the vast world's literary lineage, how do you think your seniority is calculated? Liu Xianyang smiled and said, what a coincidence. The family head of the Chen family also came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time. I happen to know him and often ask him for advice. As for how our seniority is calculated, I'll ask this senior first. Chen Pinggan restrained his smile and pretended to be embarrassed. When he lowered his head to drink, he used voice transmission to whisper to Liu Xianyang, don't be in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. You can stay in the South Swirl continent, but don't go to the Aquarius continent. Especially the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent. We'll talk about the old scores between Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City after a few years. Wait until you become a sword immortal. If you're not a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms, how can you break Zhengyang Mountain's mountain guarding formation? I've calculated. If we don't use schemes and tricks, even if we're sword immortals in the Jade Raw realm, we won't be able to gain any advantage over Zhengyang Mountain. Zhengyang Mountain's sword formation is not to be underestimated. Now, there's another nascent soul sword immortal who has been in seclusion for 9 years. Looking at all the signs, the possibility of him successfully breaking through is not small. Otherwise, the tables will turn. With the death of Li Tuanjing, the previous owner of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Zhengyang Mountain can finally hold its head high. With the temperament of most of the patriarchs in Zhengyang Mountain, they would have already taken revenge on Wind and Thunder Garden. They would never tolerate Huang his seclusion and Liu Baqiao's growth. Wind and Thunder Garden is not Zhengyang Mountain. Zhengyang Mountain has a close relationship with the Dali Imperial Court. Huang He and Liu Baqiao have inherited their master Li Tuanjing's style of living. When they leave the mountain, they only wander the Jianghu and never meddle in the court. Therefore, in terms of their relationship with the Song clan, Wind and Thunder Garden is far inferior to Zhengyang Mountain. Although Master Wan is Dali's chief consecrator, Dali will respect and rope him in both public and private matters, so later on, he allocated a large piece of land in the old mountain area to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. However, with the Emperor's temperament, how can the young Emperor tolerate the Dragon Spring Sword sect gradually growing and eventually monopolize it? How can he allow Master Wan to recruit most of the sword cultivators in the continent? At most, he will use Lakeview Academy as the boundary between the Dragon Spring Sword sect and Zhengyang Mountain, one in the north and the other in the south. Therefore, as long as there is a chance for a sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms to appear in Zhengyang Mountain, Dali will spare no effort to help Zhengyang Mountain, and Dali will be able to suppress the fate of the Zhuing dynasty and restrict the Dragon Spring Sword sect. For a sect like Zhengyang Mountain, even if it has a grudge with you and me, it's undeniable that the cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain are extremely skillful, whether it's as a person or an immortal on the mountain. Let's not talk about other things, just take that poor woman as an example. She was able to trap Li Tuanjing with her love and prevent him from ascending to the upper 5 realms in his lifetime. In this process, the ancestral hall of Zhengyang Mountain must have said many harsh words to that woman, and it's definitely not as simple as that woman's character being unworthy of his love. With Li Tuanjing's vision and breadth of mind, he definitely wouldn't be depressed because of this. Therefore, it's very likely that Zhengyang Mountain made Li Tuanjing discover the truth. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it's not fake at all. It's precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. Therefore, it's very likely that Zhengyang Mountain made Li Tuanjing discover the truth. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it was precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. Therefore, it's very likely that Zhengyang Mountain made Li Tuanjing discover the truth. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it was precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. As a result, Li Tuanjing's hatred for her continued for hundreds of years after her death. A family's style and a sect style will depend on the decisions made by the big shots on several major matters, the temperament of the younger generation that they have taught, and the habits of the lower-class people in terms of choosing benefits. It will be difficult to make a mistake by looking at both high and low. Back then, the woman from the Shu clan of Qingfeng City and the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain were allies, but they schemed against each other. Look at it now, aren't they still allies with a stable relationship? In the end, it's because they are of the same mind and temperament. Those who benefit themselves often have more friends on the surface. As long as you don't harm the core of the sect, the superficial friend of Zhengyang Mountain will still be Zhengyang Mountain's friend. It will even make many cultivators who don't have a good impression of Zhengyang Mountain become Zhengyang Mountain's friend, and they will even be willing to speak up for Zhengyang Mountain. Moreover, if you're willing to listen to the temperament of the little girl with the surname Dao and the son of the Shu clan of Qingfeng City, I can tell you more than a dozen small things right now. Due to the influence of the family style, it's not surprising at all. The current Zhengyang Mountain is no longer the Zhengyang Mountain when Li Tuanjing was still alive. It's also not just the Zhengyang Mountain that no one can suppress after Li Tuanjing's army was disbanded. Now, it's a bigger situation where a continent is a country. You and I need to consider how to cut off the relationship between the Song clan and Zhengyang Mountain, how to separate Zhengyang Mountain from its many allies, how to smooth out the entanglement of interests between the three major mountains within Zhengyang Mountain before Q-Sword, clearly see the nature and character of all the patriarchs of the ancestral Master Hall, and deduce the trump cards of Zhengyang Mountain in the face of a great enemy. Think about all of this first. When you strike with your sword, you'll be able to do the same and make the enemy suffer 100 times more. After you strike with your sword, not only will you hurt the opponent's body, but you'll also hurt their hearts. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. If a cultivator recuperates and goes into seclusion, it might make Zhengyang Mountain unite against a common enemy and help them gather the morale of the people. However, if you strike with your sword accurately, besides hurting one or a few people, you can also hurt a lot of people's hearts. At that time, even if you and I strike with our sword happily and sheath our sword happily, the people of Zhengyang Mountain will continue to worry for 10 or 100 years. There will be 10 or 100 people who will continue to strike for you and me, and every strike will hurt their hearts. Liu Xianyang laughed. Looking at Chen Pinggan, who had unknowingly turned from a half-mute to a half-talker, Liu Xianyang suddenly said some inexplicable words. As long as you're willing to live, you're no longer like when I first met you. You never thought that death was a big deal. Then, walking out of Liju Grotto Heaven is the most correct thing you've done. Because you're actually more suited to live in a chaotic world than anyone else. This way, I can truly be at ease. Chen Pinggan was a little anxious and said angrily, "Are you listening to me or not?" Liu Xianyang smiled and nodded. "I've heard you. I'm not deaf." Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of wine to drown his sorrows. Liu Xianyang asked jokingly, "You've been thinking about this all these years?" Chen Pinggan said angrily, "I haven't been idle when I'm practicing my fist techniques and cultivating. Then, as long as I have nothing to do, I'll think about this." Liu Xianyang pointed at the wine bowl. "After talking so much, you must be thirsty." Chen Pinggan only covered his hands with his sleeves. Unknowingly, he had lost the desire to drink. Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "Do you really understand why Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City are like this?" Chen Pinggan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Liu Xianyang asked in return, "Why harm others for oneself? Or harm others? Or perhaps, the temporary altruism is just an elaborate disguise to benefit oneself in the long run?" Liu Xianyang asked again, "Why are some people willing to benefit others for themselves and for others?" Liu Xianyang answered his own question. Because these are two completely different kinds of people. One rejects the ways of the world, while the other is close to the ways of the world. The former pursues fame and fortune, and all tangible benefits. They are very pragmatic. Even if many of the things they pursue are unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, they are still inferior in reality. It's a kind of innate human nature, but it's precisely because it's inferior that it's practical and firm. The latter is willing to benefit others while being self-centered. Because they're vain. Toward the ways of the world, they have an innate closeness to it. They're willing to give up material objects, benefits, and material losses in exchange for inner peace. Of course, there's also a deeper sense of belonging. It's precisely because they're vain that they're the most likely to be disappointed. In a battle between the vain and the real, it's always the former who bleeds. In the final analysis, it's because the former firmly believes that the ways of the world are not good. They can't lead a good life if they don't do so, while the latter believes that the ways of the world will be better. Therefore, the answer is very simple. Although the Qi cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City seem to be Daoist cultivators, what they're actually after is not the great Tao, but benefits. They're more practical things that are higher than emperors, generals, and servants. The realms of the Qi cultivators, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the opportunities that can materialize into immortal coins are all valued by the people around them. In the end, Liu Xianyang said, "I dare say that after you left the Black Pearl Cave, you must have had a lot of doubts and self-doubt about the scholars and Daoist cultivators outside. In the end, you've developed a certain degree of rejection toward the two big concepts of scholars and Daoist cultivators." Chen Pinggan nodded. That's true. Liu Xianyang's words benefited Chen Pinggan a lot. He was indeed a scholar who had studied under the Mellow Chen family for many years. Liu Xianyang raised his bowl and took a sip of wine. He put down the bowl and couldn't help but complain, No, I can't pretend anymore." Chen Pinggan was confused. Liu Xianyang continued to speak in his mind. "Someone asked me to pass on these words to you. Why would I think about these things myself? That person said that after you've heard it, your state of mind will be more relaxed and you'll have more hope for the ways of the world. You'll also understand the two kinds of people better. As for who that person is, old Mr. Chen didn't say, and he didn't ask me to tell you this either. He asked me to take it as my own reading experience and tell it to you. I reckon that the only person who misses you so much and can ask old Mr. Chen to pass on a message should be that old Mr. Wensheng. This old man is also a wonderful person. Once, when he went on a trip to the Mellow Chen family, he secretly met me and deliberately said that he was a foreigner who had come here to pay homage to the Chen family's ancestral hall. Then, we went to the stone cliff by the river and chatted for more than 2 hours. He said that he was chatting, but in fact, it was just him talking to himself. Other than some trivial pleasantries, he just sat there and scolded old Mr. Chen for more than an hour about how he wasn't knowledgeable enough and how the school of the secondary saint wasn't good enough. His saliva flew everywhere and he was so enthusiastic. He even advised me to change schools and go to the school of the Sage of Rites to study. I almost had my fill of punches. At this point, Liu Xianyang raised one hand and then gently pressed it down with the other. He smiled and said, "At that time, I hit it off very well with old Mr. Wensheng." After seeing me raise my hand, old Mr. Wen chuckled and pressed my hand down. He said, "Don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. We're all scholars. Give me some face." Chen Pinggan rubbed his forehead. That teacher of his was really capable of doing such a thing. He reckoned that when the swordsmen of the northern continent crossed continents to study the Sword Snow continent, teacher also convinced them with reason. Fortunately, the school of the Sage of Rites had eldest senior brother by his side. Mr. Qi and even that imperial tutor Kui Dong were not like this. Chen Pinggan naturally thought of his own student, Kui Dong Shan. This time, the Mellow Chen family went on a study trip and Chen Chunan personally came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan believed that Kui Dong Shan must have done something. However, there was no need to say much about such things to Liu Xianyang. Just being able to meet Liu Xianyang in a foreign land was already the happiest thing. Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl. "Shall we?" Liu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No." He looked up at the sky. "Our group of people who are studying abroad are all staying at Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's residence. I have to hurry over. I put down my things earlier and hurried to the Ning residence to look for you." I only saw a kind-looking old nanny who said that you were most likely drinking here. Ning Yarrow should have been brought here by that old nanny. Liu Xianyang stood up and smiled. However, I will probably go to the Ning residence often in the future and drag you here to drink more often. That's because my friends, including Chen Shu, don't believe that I know you. They say that I'm bragging without thinking. I don't understand. How is knowing Chen Pinggan such a great thing? Isn't it the luckiest thing in the world for Chen Pinggan to know Liu Xianyang? Chen Pinggan stood up and smiled. When the time comes, you just have to help my wine shop attract business. I'll squat and drink while talking to you. It's not a problem. One headed to Sword Immortal Sun's residence while the other headed to the Ning residence. It was on the way. The two of them left the wine shop together. Before leaving, Liu Xianyang did not forget to pick up the shattered wine bowls on the ground. He muttered to himself, broken pieces are safe. Then, as they walked down the deserted street, Liu Xianyang reached out and wrapped his arm around Chen Pinggan's neck. He tightened his grip and laughed. Next time when we reach the foot of Zhengyang Mountain, open your eyes wide and watch. You will know how awesome Uncle Liu's swordsmanship is. The child, Dao Ban, and the young boy and girl looked in that direction. It was as though the second manager had been bullied to the point of being unable to retaliate. However, he was still rather happy. Inverted Hanging Mountain. The sword immortal Xiao Yunyang from the North Continent stood in a garden. The calabash vine was no longer there. This was because Lu Sui and Liu Jinglong from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi at the Water Classic Mountain. Xiao Yunyang had given this treasure to Lu Sui and even called for the young sword immortal Liu Jinglong to send the blade-strengthening calabash vine that was about to ripen out of the Water Classic Mountain. He had also told Lu Sui about the buyers of each blade-strengthening calabash and asked Liu Jinglong to escort them all the way. Lu Sui naturally refused. Even though Xiao Yunyang and her teacher were not immortal Dao companions, they were still from different sects. Lu Sui was also a junior and did not dare to accept such a precious treasure. However, Xiao Yunyang insisted and did not allow Lu Sui to refuse. Lu Sui had no choice but to agree in fear. If not for Liu Jinglong beside her, even if Lu Sui agreed, she did not think that she would be able to return to the North Continent alive. Such an immortal treasure involved a lot of fate and was extremely mysterious. Even though Lu Sui was one of the top 10 youths in the North Continent, she did not think that she could hold on to this Dao fate. Xiao Yunyang finally smiled at Lu Sui and said, "Help me say something to your master. I have been missing him all these years." Today, Xiao Yunyang left the mansion for the first time and toured the various scenic spots on the inverted hanging mountain. The few direct disciples had already left the inverted hanging mountain quietly with the rest of the treasures and assets of the Spring Banner House. One of them might have felt that the sky was too high and wanted to join forces with outsiders to kill Lu Sui and Liu Jinglong. Xiao Yunyang did not care and allowed the greedy disciple to be filled with murderous intent. It did not matter whether he believed that there was no one to blame but himself or that life and death were predestined. Along with the Spring Banner House, the Plum Blossom Garden was one of the 4 major private mansions on the inverted hanging mountain. Bian did not travel to the Hassa continent with the young sword cultivators like Yang Lv and Jiang Guancheng. Instead, he stayed here alone. A woman with plum blossom makeup between her eyebrows. Her skin was fair and her lips were red. She wore a dress that was intricately woven and was extremely beautiful. She was the real owner of the Plum Blossom Garden. However, she lived in seclusion and almost never showed her face. Bian called her Madame Xianyang. Xianyang was a beautiful name. A beautiful name and a beautiful face, they lived up to both. Although Bian was never interested in the affairs of men and women, he had to admit that just looking at Madame Xianyang was pleasing to the eye. Madame Xianyang of the Green Immortal Mountain from the Bamboo Sea Cave and Madame Xianyang of the Plum Blossom Garden. There were a total of 10 madams in the world. They were enough to make the immortals on the mountain daydream and fall for them. There was something strange about these madams. They were all deities of mountains and rivers, demons and spirits. Madame Xianyang and Bian sat opposite each other in a waterside pavilion. She was playing with a sea of bamboo brushes that the plum blossom garden had just given to her. She used the art of sticking yellow to create a scene of thin bamboo. The density of the brushes was appropriate and the workmanship was superb. The bamboo brushes were all from the bamboo sea cave. They were priceless. Madame Xianyang smiled and said, "Are you that afraid of death?" Bien nodded and said, "I'm actually fine. I really want to go to the city wall with Lin Junbai. However, the other one is weird and wants me to hide." She said that it was a divination. If I'm not careful, I might fail and end up in a terrible state. Bien asked, who was the one who suggested opening the new door? What did the great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain think? Madame Xianyang said, "You don't have to worry about these. The old door is the new door. Even if the entire inverted hanging mountain is gone, they will still be there." Bien was puzzled and said, "There's actually a sword immortal who's willing to help us guard the door." Madame Xianyang glanced at the young man and said, "Is it strange? If it were you, one side would have died for 10,000 years while the other side would enjoy a peaceful world and laugh at those dead people. Would you be happy? You can bear with it for a day or two, but for decades or centuries. Can a good-tempered person become a sword immortal?" Bien nodded and said, "If it were me, I'd return it with double." The young shopkeeper of the Stork Inn had lived here for generations. He was squatting at the entrance of the inn and playing with a dog that was passing by. The sun shone brightly, making lazy people even lazier. It was another boring and peaceful day in this peaceful world. Outside the inverted hanging mountain. Of course, the Flood Dragon Ravine did not only have small fishes and shrimps. Even for Earth Immortal cultivators, it was still a forbidden area that was difficult to cross. They could only take a long detour. Further away, the sect with the statue of the Rain Master and the statue of the Divine General was called the Rain Dragon sect. The Water Essence Palace on top of the inverted hanging mountain was its private residence. Other than the colossal Rain Dragon sect, on the vast and boundless ocean, there were also immortal sects of various sizes that occupied islands. Each of them had their own glory and disgrace. On the route of the cross-continent ferry from Osmanthus Island, the fourth sight on the ocean was the opening under the feet of the two golden statues of the Rain Dragon sect that were more than 1,000 feet tall. It was said that the golden statue of the Divine General that held a sword with both hands was an ancient deity that guarded the southern gate of the heavenly court. The other statue with a blurry face and colorful ribbons was the first of the many rain masters in the heavens. In name, it was in charge of the clouds and rain of all the true dragons in the world. After the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral master reconstructed its Dharma idol, it still seemed to be in charge of a portion of the water flow in the south. The Rain Dragon sect, where the two deities faced each other, had a long and ancient tradition. When female cultivators chose immortal Tao companions, everything depended on the embroidered ball that they threw out. Upper Five Realms cultivators could snatch it by force, and Earth Immortals could not use their abilities to snatch it by force. However, if an Upper Five Realms cultivator made a move, it would be a challenge to the entire Rain Dragon sect. More than 10 years ago, there was a young Chi cultivator with great fortune who passed through the opening on Osmanthus Island. He just so happened to see a Rain Dragon sect fairy throw out an embroidered ball, and he caught it. The embroidered ball and ribbons seemed to have ascended, and he floated up to the top of the Rain Dragon sect. Not only that, this man had even greater fortune in cultivation. He actually became Tao companions with a fairy on the mountain. This was such a great opportunity, such great fortune, even the faraway old dragon city of the Aquarius continent had heard of it. This young man called Fu Ku was indeed someone who had fate with the Rain Dragon sect. He was originally a nameless cultivator, but after cultivating the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral immortal method, he ascended to the heavens step by step. Not only did he obtain a beauty, but he also smoothly entered the Golden Core realm, becoming the fastest Earth Immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect. In the end, this young man was a cultivator who had climbed and gone through hardships at the foot of the mountain. After ascending to the top, he treated people very differently from the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect, and was valued even more. Today, Fu Ku came to the foot of a divine statue. He climbed up and looked into the distance, his eyebrows flying. In just a short dozen years, he was able to make a young man who was embarrassingly short on money to be reborn and become an immortal. There were cultivators who had gone through thick and thin with him who came because of his reputation. The Rain Dragon sect did not allow outsiders to set foot on the island, so Fuku would take the initiative to receive them. He would arrange for them to be placed in a vassal force of the Rain Dragon sect. If they returned home, he would give them a generous sum of money. If they were unwilling to leave, Fuku would help them find a job or a status in a sect on another island. There were senior brothers of the Rain Dragon sect who wanted to travel to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but they were stopped by their teachers. When they drank to drown their sorrows, Fuku would also accompany them. They did not speak much, only drinking. In these years, Fuku, who had limitless glory, would occasionally feel as if a lifetime had passed. From time to time, he would think about the bleak circumstances of the past. He would think about the passengers on the same boat on Osmanthus Island. In the end, he was the only one who stood out and ascended to the heavens. However, Fuku always had a small knot in his heart. He had long heard that on Osmanthus Island, after he left the ferry, there was a young man who was also from the Aquarius continent who was able to use a divine ability in the Flood Dragon Gully. In the end, he did not die and earned a great reputation. Not only that, that young man surnamed Chen was even luckier than Fuku. Now, not only did he reach the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even the inverted mountain river Essence Palace had sent many stories about this person to the Rain Dragon sect. This made Fuku smile at ease. He even put in a few good words for the literary sage's lineage and that young man. At the same time, a small thought appeared in his mind. This Chen Pingan should just die on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Fuku naturally had no enmity with that person. If that person died, the world would still be the same. What would it be like? Fuku smiled faintly. He was in a good mood. He turned and left to continue cultivating. As long as he improved further and became a nascent soul cultivator, the seat of the future sect master of the Rain Dragon sect would be one step closer to him. Perhaps in the future, he, Fuku, would have the chance to have a female sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Chi as his new companion. Little did he know. The path of the Great Tao. The aquatic plants were lush and there were countless fishes swimming. There were even flood dragons. The weather was changing. Once the water dried up, they would be exposed to the sun until they died. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.